Chapter 451, Discover the whereabouts of Xiao Lulu. Yi Chen started to close his eyes. He was trying to find out Xiao Lulu's whereabouts by using the connection that came from the King's Heart technique. With just one try, what Chuyuechan said, Yi Chen could feel the connection he had with the women in this villa. Yi Chen could now sense the presence of Zhao Yanyan, Liu, Fu Lanling, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, and Mu Zhua who were nearby. Even at this time, Yi Chen could feel Cheng's existence, which was far away from where he was right now. Cheng's current location was undoubtedly in the Cherry Blossom sect, which was quite far from where Yi Chen lived, according to Yi Chen. This is very extraordinary. He can really know the existence of every woman who has successfully dual cultivation perfectly with him. Yi Chen felt that his soul and the souls of his women were connected to each other. This felt very cool for Yi Chen. With this, Yi Chen was very sure that he could find Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Now that Yi Chen is trying to sense Xiao Lulu's existence, it will take Yi Chen a little longer to sense Xiao Lulu's existence. After some time, Yi Chen finally discovered Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. The current existence of Xiao Lulu was in the west. Xiao Lulu was very far away from where Yi Chen is currently. If you look at it from her current distance, it can be confirmed that Xiao Lulu is in the western continent. Now that Yi Chen is becoming more and more convinced that Xiao Lulu was in the western continent, Yi Chen's suspicion has come true. The silver werewolf must be behind all of this. After discovering Xiao Lulu's existence, now Yi Chen had no doubts about going to the western continent where Xiao Lulu was currently. Yi Chen vowed to bring Xiao Lulu back home. After his goal of finding Xiao Lulu's whereabouts was fulfilled, Yi Chen opened his eyes. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he still saw Fu Lanling still standing in front of him. From earlier, Fu Lanling stood in front of Yi Chen. Fu Lanling was patiently waiting for Yi Chen to open his eyes. Linger, I already know where Lulu's whereabouts. Yi Chen told Fu Lanling that he had found Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Where is Lulu's younger sister located? Oh, Fu Lanling immediately asked Yi Chen where Xiao Lulu was currently. Just like I thought, Lulu really is in the western continent. Yi Chen told Xiao Lulu where he was. So Lulu's younger sister is currently in the western continent? Fu Lanling nodded at Yi Chen. If it is true that Xiao Lulu is currently in the western continent, then inevitably they have to go to the west continent to save Xiao Lulu from the hands of the person who kidnapped her. I've decided, I'm going to the western continent to bring Lulu back home. Yi Chen already made up his mind that he had. Yi Chen didn't care if he had to become the enemy of the faction in the western continent. As long as he could save Xiao Lulu, then Yi Chen would take this very dangerous risk. Little husband, let me come with you. I will help you save little sister Lulu from the bad guy who kidnapped her. Fu Lanling wants to come together with Yi Chen to the western continent. Fu Lanling wanted to go to accompany Yi Chen. Fu Lanling felt guilty for not being able to protect her young sisters. If only at that time from the start, he would eliminate mysterious people faster, then Xiao Lulu would not have been taken to the western continent. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen was fine when Fu Lanling decided to come with him to the western continent. The strength that Fu Lanling currently possesses will be of great help to Yi Chen. If Yi Chen and Fu Lanling worked together, then the factions in the western continent would find it very difficult to fight the collaboration between Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Thank you very much, then let's go right now. Fu Lanling immediately invited Yi Chen to go to the western continent. Linger. Wait a minute, we better tell Zhao Yanyan and the others so they don't go out when both of us aren't here. I don't want the assault incident to happen again. Yi Chen wanted to tell Zhao Yanyan and his other women. Yi Chen didn't want himself to be missed like before. For this reason, for the time being, Yi Chen wanted the women to stay in this villa. That's a great thing. Then let's go tell them all. Fu Lanling invited Yi Chen to go downstairs. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling immediately went downstairs. Both of them met all of Yi Chen's women who were currently still in the living room. Husband, what were you doing upstairs? Zhao Yanyan immediately asked Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan and all the women who were here were curious about what Yi Chen was doing upstairs. I was just looking for Lulu's whereabouts, and now I've found Lulu's whereabouts. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan and the others that he had just found Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Is that true? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen again. Yi Chen nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen started explaining everything to all the women who were here. After getting an explanation from Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and the woman who were here now knew where Xiao Lulu was right now. They didn't expect that Xiao Lulu was now far away in the western continent. All the women became increasingly anxious about Xiao Lulu's current state. Me and Linger will go to bring Lulu back when I go to the western continent. I want all of you not to leave this place and stay with Xiang. Yi Chen told all the women who were here not to come out from around this villa area. All of Yi Chen's women immediately nodded. They would follow Yi Chen's wishes. This was also for the good of them all. Actually, Zhao Yanyan and all of Yi Chen's women wanted to help Yi Chen save Xiao Lulu. Unfortunately, right now the strength they had was very weak. If they forced them to come with Yi Chen, then they would even burden Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan, and all the women who were here became motivated to train even harder so that they could become even stronger. They all had the desire to help by Yi Chen's side. Xiang, can I hand over their protection to you for a while? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang to protect Zhao Yanyan and the others when he wasn't here. You don't have to worry about that matter, I will protect them all. Nangong Xiang promised Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang will definitely protect the safety of all Yi Chen women when Yi Chen is not here. Good. Yi Chen was satisfied to hear the answer from Nangong Xiang. Linger, then let's go now. Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling to go to the West Continent. Fu Lanling nodded at Yi Chen. She was ready to go whenever Yi Chen wanted. Lanling, wait a moment, I have something to discuss privately with you before you go to the Western Continent. Nangong Xiang stopped Fu Lanling. Nangong Xiang wanted to speak privately with Fu Lanling. Master, what kind of problem do you want to talk to me about? Fu Lanling immediately asked about the matter that Nangong Xiang wanted to discuss with herself. Come with me. Nangong Xiang told Fu Lanling to follow her. Little husband, wait a moment, let me talk to my master. Fu Lanling asked Yi Chen to wait for her. All right. Yi Chen nodded at Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling followed Nangong Xiang to a closed room. Here no one knew what Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu were talking about. Even Yi Chen didn't know what Nangong Xiang wanted to talk about with Fu Lanling. Chapter 452 Offerings for Rituals. Meanwhile, in the Western Continent, somewhere to be precise in a very secretive region that is unknown to modern humans today, there is a magnificent palace that stands on the top of a mountain. This palace is very grand and very beautiful. The whole building is made of very hard and very strong stone that can be found in the bowels of the earth. The place where this magnificent palace was located was a secret territory that was the power of the Dark Legacy faction. Only strong people could go to a place like this. Inside the majestic palace at this time there was a man wearing a king's crown sitting on his golden throne. This man was Zura. He was the king of the silver werewolf race that Ling Yin had previously mentioned to Yi Chen. The current king Zura looked at the mysterious person who had attacked Zhao Yanyan, Su Mingxin, and Xiao Lulu last night. My respect to the king. A mysterious person knelt and saluted the king Zura, who was currently sitting on the throne. Albert, who is that little girl you brought? The king Zura asked Albert. King Zura wanted to know who the little woman Albert brought here. My king, this is one of the women belonging to the man who killed Prince Zhou. Albert told King Zura who the woman he had brought here. Xiao Lulu is currently lying on the floor unconscious. Xiao Lulu is currently still unconscious from being hit by an attack from Albert. Aren't you wrong to bring a woman like this here? From the clothes this woman is wearing, this woman must be just a maid, King Zura said to Albert. King Zura began to question the qualities that Albert had. Xiao Lulu is currently wearing a maid outfit. Even though she is a Yi Chen woman, Xiao Lulu currently still likes to wear the maid clothes she has. Xiao Lulu likes maid clothes because it is more comfortable to use to do housework. Albert just realized that Xiao Lulu is currently wearing a maid outfit. Seeing that, Albert did not answer his question. King Zura again said to Albert, "What is it, did you just realize it?" Said the king of Zura to Albert, "Sorry my king, maybe I kidnapped someone wrong. Before I took her in a hurry." Albert apologized to the king Zura. At that time Albert was very in a hurry when he brought Xiao Lulu with him, so Albert did not have time to see who the woman he was taking. Albert took the woman who was closest to him. A terrifying aura emanated from the body of King Zura. Albert immediately shrank when King Zura showed the strength he had. Albert, besides Robert, you are the person I trust the most. I didn't expect you to fail to complete a easy mission like this. King Zura scolded Albert for failing to take the hostage he wanted. The task that King Zura gave to Albert was very easy. He just wanted Albert to kidnap one of the women belonging to a man who had dared to kill his beloved son. King Zura intends to use a hostage to lure Yi Chen into the territory of the Dark Legacy faction. Here the King Zura would find it easier to deal with Yi Chen. If the King Zura still insisted on fighting Yi Chen in the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land, then it was certain that the King Zura would have unwanted trouble. The Kunlun Holy Land is a power that the Dark Legacy faction really takes into account. The Dark Legacy faction definitely won't want to look into trouble because of the private matters that King Zura has. So when the King Zura made trouble with the Kunlun faction, it was certain that he wouldn't get help from the Dark Legacy faction. On the other side, if the King Zura can make Yi Chen come here and cause trouble in the Dark Legacy's territory, then it is certain that he will get help from the Dark Legacy faction. King Zura's plan had been calculated very well. King Zura really didn't want to look for a risk to fight in the territory of another faction. The chances of him losing would be greater if he fought outside of the Dark Legacy faction's territory. My king, please forgive me, give me a second chance. Albert asked the King Zura for a second chance. Albert looked scared with the intimidating aura released by King Zura. Alright, this is your last chance. I hope you won't disappoint me again. If you fail for the second time, then I will make sure that you will experience the same thing as Robert. King Zura gave a stern warning to Albert. Yes, my king, I understand. Albert understood. He immediately rushed out of the king's hall. He had to return to the city as soon as possible to kidnap the woman who belonged to Chen. Albert is afraid that he will become like Robert, who is currently being punished and tortured in the lowest prison in this palace. Albert did not want that to happen to him, because that is what happened. He must immediately complete the task given to him by the King Zura. Sigh after leaving Albert. The King Zura sighed. The King Zura did not expect that he would get a very troublesome enemy like Chen. If only Chen wasn't strong, King Zura would have sent his best hunter to kill Chen and bring his head here. Unfortunately, that was impossible to do. According to the information he got from Robert, Chen was a formidable and strong enemy. Even the regeneration ability that the silver werewolf race prided on could easily be defeated by Chen. When King Zura was thinking about this, suddenly his hall turned dark and eerie. The mist began to fill the king's hall, which the King Zura and Xiao Lulu currently resided. Seeing the strange phenomenon that was happening here, King Zura immediately stood up from the throne he had. King Zura immediately bowed to the floor. Higare, Zura, where are all the offerings you promised me? From behind the thick fog, a very hoarse voice said to King Zura. King Zura immediately trembled when he heard this voice. He looked terrified by the owner of this hoarse voice. God Sirius. Hi. King Zura looked confused to answer the words of the wolf god Sirius. A very strong pressure that immediately pressed the body of the King of Zura to the floor. The floor under the King Zura was immediately sunken. Gare, Zura, you promised to give me 3 people with pure natural energy to make his offerings when the night of the total lunar eclipse occurs. Why do I only see 1 here? If I don't get what I want, then I'll make sure that your race won't be able to see the full moon again in the future. Wolf god Sirius threatens to wipe out all the silver werewolf races if King Zura doesn't get what he wants. God Sirius, you don't need to worry, I have told my people to find what you want. King Zura tried to calm the anger of the god Sirius. All the arrogance that King Zura possessed was instantly gone when he came face to face with the great wolf god Sirius. I hope you don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, then you will accept the consequences, said Sirius to the King Zura. Chapter 453, Go to the Western Continent. Yes. God Sirius, I understand. King Zura immediately nodded at God Sirius. Is good, then I'll take this girl away. God Sirius took Xiao Lulu away with him. Xiao Lulu's body began to be covered by thick fog. Xiao Lulu's body began to disappear from the floor. Xiao Lulu was taken away by God Sirius. After God Sirius left this place, the thick fog that enveloped this place immediately disappeared. King Zura immediately got up and looked around. He felt relieved when God Sirius left this place. Luckily, there is a woman who was brought by Albert, otherwise I might be eaten by God Sirius. King Zura felt grateful that there was a woman who was brought by Albert here. King Zura did not expect that the little girl who was brought by Albert had pure natural energy. So God Sirius thought that this girl was one of the offerings he had prepared for her. King Zura had been so focused on the person who had killed Prince Zhou, he forgot that he still had a promise with God Sirius. If he did not keep the promise he made with God Sirius, then it was certain that the silver werewolf race would gain a calamity. Right now King Zura only needs to find 2 more people who have pure natural energy. He still has time until tomorrow, so he must immediately find the remaining 2 people. King Zura started to howl. He called out all the loyal soldiers he had. A few minutes later, several dozen human trio arrived in front of King Zura. My king. They all knelt and saluted King Zura. All of you quickly go to the human domain and find humans with pure natural energy. If you don't find it until tomorrow night, then you won't be able to see the full moon forever. King Zura told a message from God Sirius to his loyal soldiers. All of King Zura's warriors listened carefully to what King Zura had to say. Hurry and go right now. King Zura ordered everyone to immediately carry out the orders he just gave. Well, we understand. All the silver werewolves in front of King Zura obeyed the orders they were given. They immediately went to the human territory to find the person King Zura wanted. King Zura saw the departure of his loyal soldiers. He hoped that his loyal warriors could find people with pure natural energy. Because of the departure of all the soldiers from King Zura, now this place has lost a very significant fighting strength. If someone attacks, then it can be ascertained that King Zura will be troubled against the attacking enemy. Meanwhile, Chen and Fu Lanling were currently flying at a fairly fast speed towards the western continent. Hey Linger, what did Xiang say to you? Chen wants to know what Fu Lanling and Nangong Xiang talked about before. Little Husband, master told me not to tell you these things, so I can't tell you. Fu Lanling couldn't say what she had previously talked to Nangong Xiang. Hearing this, Yi Chen became even more curious about what Fu Lanling and Nangong Xiang had previously talked about. Come on, Linger, don't be stingy with your husband. Yi Chen complained to Fu Lanling, who was acting mysterious to him. Giggle. Fu Lanling giggled when she saw Yi Chen complaining like this. Little husband, I made a promise to my master, so I hope you can understand this, said Fu Lanling to Yi Chen. Fu Lanling's words didn't help much. Yi Chen became even more curious about what Fu Lanling was talking about with Nangong Xiang. The feeling of curiosity was very disturbing for Yi Chen. Yi Chen used the 9 shadow steps to go behind Fu Lanling. Without being aware of it by Fu Lanling, Yi Chen grabbed the 2 great mountain peaks that were perfectly owned by Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling groaned in a seductive voice as Yi Chen reached to the top of her mountain. Little husband, what are you doing? While letting out a slight groan that was very tempting, Fu Lanling asked Yi Chen, of course force Linger to say what you talked to Xiang before. Yi Chen smiled wickedly at Fu Lanling. Yi Chen really wanted to know what Fu Lanling had previously talked about with Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen had not touched Fu Lanling's 2 mountain peaks in a long time, not expecting the 2 peaks of Fu Lanling mountain to become a little bigger. If it continued like this, then Fu Lanling might be able to compete with Su Mengxin or Qing Chang. Smiley face. Yi Chen began to squeeze the 2 peaks of the perfect mountain that was owned by Fu Lanling in Fu Lanling's moan leaked out. She really couldn't stand the stimulation Yi Chen was giving her. Good husband, please stop teasing me. If you keep doing this, then I really won't be able to stand it. Fu Lanling asked Yi Chen to stop teasing her, then quickly say what you talked about with Xiang. Yi Chen will stop if Fu Lanling tells himself the conversation that Fu Lanling has with Nangong Xiang. Fu Lanling shook her head. Good husband, please, I already promised my master, I hope you can respect this decision. Fu Lanling still insisted on not telling this to Yi Chen. Fu Lanling had already promised Nangong Xiang not to tell Yi Chen what they had previously talked about. So Fu Lanling would keep the promise she made with Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen was a little disappointed. It seemed impossible to get the secret from Fu Lanling. Okay, I won't ask again about that matter. Yi Chen finally relented and let go of Fu Lanling. It seemed like Yi Chen really couldn't make Fu Lanling talk about what Fu Lanling had just discussed privately with Nangong Xiang. Fu Lanling finally felt relieved when she escaped the temptation of Yi Chen's evil hand. Fu Lanling tried to recover her appearance. Good husband, by the way, what plan are you going to use to sneak into the Dark Legacy territory? I heard from my master that the Dark Legacy area is filled with monsters and half-human monsters. Fu Lanling told Yi Chen that the Dark Territory Legacy is dominated by monster and half-human monsters, so it will be hard to sneak into the Dark Legacy faction if you don't have a plan. It's very easy. Yi Chen already has a way to sneak into the Dark Legacy territory. What is your plan? Fu Lanling wants to know what plan Yi Chen has. You will find out when we arrive at the Western continent. Yi Chen would tell Fu Lanling when he arrived near the territory of the Dark Legacy faction. Now it was Fu Lanling's turn to make reconciliation with Yi Chen's plan. Let's fly faster, I want to get there as soon as possible. Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling to fly even faster. The 2 of them had to get to the Western continent as soon as possible. Fu Lanling nodded at Yi Chen. The 2 of them flew at a very fast speed towards the west. Chapter 454 sneaked into the Dark Legacy's territory. After several hours of flying at full speed, Yi Chen and Fu Lanling finally arrived at the Western continent. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling immediately flew towards where Xiaolulu was. Finally we arrived. Yi Chen looked far ahead. In front of there Yi Chen saw a portal that was similar to the entrance to the Kunlun Holy Land. The current Xiaolulu must be in there. Yi Chen is very sure that Xiaolulu is in there. Looks like the entrance is guarded by 2 strong monsters. How are we going to get through without the 2 monsters? Knowing Fu Lanling saw that the entrance was guarded by 2 large monsters that looked strong. That's easy. Yi Chen took a robe and a powder from the Fairy Gate storage room, put it on. Yi Chen gave the robe to Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling received a robe from Yi Chen. She immediately put on the robe that Yi Chen gave her. After the 2 of them put on the robes, Yi Chen sprinkled this powder on himself and Fu Lanling. Yag, little husband, what is this? Why does it smell bad? Fu Lanling smelled unpleasant powdery smell. This is magical beast scent powder. This powder can make us smell like magical beasts. Yi Chen explained about the powder he had just sprinkled on himself and Fu Lanling. No wonder it smells a little bad. It turns out that this is the smell of magical beasts, said Fu Lanling to Yi Chen. We will sneak in there, so I hope you can hold it for a while. Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling to hold back this unpleasant smell for a while. Okay, I understand. Fu Lanling nodded at Yi Chen. Very good. Then let's go right now. Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling to go to the entrance portal to the Dark Legacy territory. Fu Lanling followed Yi Chen. The two of them headed towards the entrance to the Dark Legacy faction. When Yi Chen and Fu Lanling arrived near the entrance portal, the two gatekeepers immediately looked at Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. The two monsters immediately sniffed at Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. When these two monsters sniffed Yi Chen and Fu Lanling, they both smelled a very strong magical beast scent. This made the two guard monsters shrink when Yi Chen and Fu Lanling arrived in front of them. The two guardian beasts did not dare to question Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Yi Chen didn't miss this opportunity. He immediately pulled Fu Lanling into the portal. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling easily entered the Dark Legacy faction. After successfully entering the Dark Legacy faction, Yi Chen and Fu Lanling immediately moved away from the portal, the two of them looking for a safe place to hide. This is easier than I thought. Yi Chen did not expect that this would be so easy. Yi Chen thought the two monsters would be suspicious and stop the two of them. It was unexpected that the two monsters would shrink in fear when they smelled the powder he used on his body. Husband, what ingredients did you use to make this powder? Why were the two monsters so afraid of the two of us while removing the powder in her body? Fu Lanling wanted to know what material Yi Chen used to make this powder. It is made of quite strong magical beast fur and several plants which are simultaneously refined. Yi Chen told Fu Lanling the process of making this powder. So it's like that. Fu Lanling got a new insight from Yi Chen. Yi Chen also started to remove the powder that was in his body. Let's go to where Lulu is. After finishing removing the unpleasant smell in his body, Yi Chen took Fu Lanling to the palace where King Zura was. The last place Yi Chen felt Xiao Lulu's existence was in the magnificent palace that was owned by King Zura. So it must be that Xiao Lulu is still there right now. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling flew towards King Zura's palace. While on the way to King Zura's palace, Yi Chen and Fu Lanling met lots of monsters and demi-humans roaming around this place. This is indeed worthy of being the territory of the Dark Legacy faction. Everyone who lives in this place is a monster. After seeing the many monsters and demi-humans living here, Yi Chen now understood why this area was called the territory of monsters. Everyone who lives in the Dark Legacy's territory are monsters. Yi Chen hasn't seen a single pure human living in this territory. You're absolutely right. If we find them, we will definitely be hunted by these monsters, Fu Lanling said to Yi Chen. If Yi Chen and Fu Lanling were caught sneaking into the Dark Legacy faction's territory, then Yi Chen and Fu Lanling would be hunted by the inhabitants of this region. Stay alert, we shouldn't be found by them. Yi Chen told Fu Lanling to be even more vigilant. Fu Lanling understood. She would be even more vigilant so as not to be found by the monsters and demi-humans that were here. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling continued their journey towards King Zura's palace. It took Yi Chen and Fu Lanling about 20 minutes to arrive near the majestic palace that stood on top of a mountain. Little husband, is this the place? Asked Fu Lanling to Yi Chen. This should be where Lulu is. Let's go in and look for Lulu's whereabouts, said Yi Chen to Fu Lanling. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling immediately sneaked into King Zura's palace. The guard in this palace is very quiet. What happened? Yi Chen saw that the guard in this palace was very quiet. Yi Chen felt strange about this. He was afraid that the enemy would already know that he would arrive and set up a trap for himself and Fu Lanling. Little husband, are you sure this is the place? I've used my spirit sense to search for the whereabouts of little sister Lulu, but strangely I didn't find the existence of Xiao Lulu or any mysterious person around here. Fu Lanling told Yi Chen that she didn't find the existence of Xiao Lulu around here. Yi Chen also felt the same way. He had already used his spirit sense to search for Xiao Lulu, but until now he had not found Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Yi Chen had no choice but to use the King's Heart technique to sense Xiao Lulu's existence. Yi Chen closed his eyes and started to use the King's Heart technique to search for Xiao Lulu's existence. When Yi Chen used the King's Heart technique to sense Xiao Lulu's existence, Yi Chen found Xiao Lulu's existence to be vague. It seems like something is blocking his connection with Xiao Lulu's. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Little husband, how do you know the whereabouts of Lulu's little sister? Fu Lanling immediately asked Yi Chen about Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Yi Chen shook his head. I can only faintly feel Lulu's existence. Lulu is currently in the north. Yi Chen said to Fu Lanling. You mean Lulu's little sister isn't currently here? Asked Fu Lanling to Yi Chen. Yes, Yi Chen replied to Fu Lanling. Xiao Lulu is no longer in this palace. Then what are we going to do next? Fu Lanling wants to know what Yi Chen will do next. Chapter 455 Yi Chen vs King Zura. Hemp. How about we find out who the person in charge is in this place? Maybe he knows where Lulu was taken. Yi Chen wants to find the person who owns this palace. The person who owns this place must know what happened to Xiao Lulu. I feel quite a strong energy towards the front. Maybe this person is the lord of this palace. Fu Lanling felt a strong force far ahead. This strength was at least comparable to cultivators who were at the 7/8 stage of the overlord realm. Then let's go see that person. He must know what happened to Lulu. Yi Chen didn't want to waste the time he had. Yi Chen will find out information about Xiao Lulu from this person. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling immediately went towards the palace hall where King Zura was. Because the guard around this palace was very loose, Yi Chen and Fu Lanling could move very easily. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling very quickly arrived at the main hall of the palace. When Yi Chen and Fu Lanling arrived at the main hall, they saw a man wearing a crown on him and sitting on a golden throne. King Zura was currently waiting for news from his loyal soldiers. When he saw two strangers enter this room, King Zura was quite surprised. "Who are you? How did you guys get in my palace?" King Zura immediately asked Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling's appearance were currently wrapped in a robe, so King Zura didn't know that this was Yi Chen who was the man who had killed Prince Zhou. Yi Chen took off the hood of the robe he was wearing. He looked directly at King Zura who was in front of him. King Zura was quite surprised when he saw that the person behind this robe was Yi Chen. You, how did you get here?" King Zura immediately asked Yi Chen who was standing in front of him. "So what? Are you surprised to find out that I'm here?" Yi Chen said to King Zura. When Yi Chen saw King Zura, he immediately knew that this man in front of him was the king of the Silver Werewolf. Yi Chen's guess was completely accurate. The person who had kidnapped Xiao Lulu was the Silver Werewolf race, and if I'm not mistaken, this man in front of him is likely to be the King Zura that Ling Ying previously informed Yi Chen. "Huh? It's great that you came here. It seems I don't have to bother anymore to lure you out of the Kunlun faction's territory." King Zura burst out laughing. King Zura was very happy when he found out that Yi Chen had volunteered to come to this place. King Zura didn't need to bother anymore to lure Yi Chen using bait. His goal of getting Yi Chen to come here was fulfilled. Yi Chen felt dissatisfied when he saw King Zura laugh like that. Yi Chen immediately rushed to the throne that was occupied by King Zura. Yi Chen stretched out his hand towards King Zura's neck. Yi Chen's hand immediately grabbed King Zura's neck. King Zura was immediately choked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised King Zura's body up high. "He bastard, hurry and tell me where you hid my Lulu. If you don't talk, I'll kill you." Yi Chen threatened to kill King Zura if he didn't tell Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. "What do you mean, that useless little girl made earlier? It's a shame I killed her." King Zura laughed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was furious when he heard the words that came out of King Zura's mouth. This person really made Yi Chen's patience disappear. Crack. The sound of cracking bones could be heard very crisply. Yi Chen was currently gripping King Zura's neck very firmly. If it continues like this, then it is certain that King Zura's neck will really break. I have a limit of patience, so quickly tell me where Lulu is right now. Yi Chen asked again where King Zura had hidden Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. "You arrogant brat, do you think we silver werewolves can you bully this easily?" King Zura shouted at Yi Chen. King Zura's body that was in Yi Chen's hand began to wriggle strangely. Little by little King Zura's body grew to an unusual size. Yi Chen's hand even began to be unable to hold onto King Zura's neck, which was enlarged. Bomb. King Zura hit Yi Chen's head very hard. Yi Chen, who was not ready, was taken back one step by the punch from King Zura. "Haha, now let's see if you can still threaten me when I was in my true form," said King Zura to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at King Zura who was right in front of him. King Zura had now completely transformed into a silver werewolf who was very strong and muscular. King Zura's real body was even bigger than Robot's. At least the current King Zura was more than 3 meters tall, with arms and claws that were also bigger and longer than Robot's. "Inger, come out." Yi Chen immediately summoned the Divine Yin Yang sword out. Divine Yin Yang sword immediately appeared in Yi Chen's hand. "Home, master, why are you calling me forcefully?" Yin Inger said in Yi Chen's mind. Yin Inger complained that Yi Chen summoned herself forcefully. It was unusual for Yi Chen to do this to her. Usually before summoning the Divine Yin Yang sword, Yi Chen always woke up Yin Inger first. Sometimes Yi Chen had to persuade Yin Inger to come out. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry right now. I'm currently fighting an enemy who annoyed me." Yi Chen apologized for calling Yin Inger by force. After getting an explanation from Yi Chen, finally Yin Inger calmed down. A pretty cool sword. If I kill you it will be mine," said King Zura to Yi Chen. "That won't happen, I will take your life first." Yi Chen pointed his Divine Yin Yang sword towards King Zura. "Let's see who will become the corpse first, whether you or me," King Zura said to Yi Chen. King Zura's claws began to be enveloped in a bright silver light. "Feel this, God's silver claw." King Zura immediately swung his claws towards Yi Chen who was standing right in front of him. The distance between Yi Chen and King Zura was too close. King Zura took advantage of this too close to attack Yi Chen first. Yi Chen slightly raised the Divine Yin Yang sword in his hand. Yi Chen intended to deflect King Zura's God Silver Claw technique which was aimed at him. Clang! The Divine Yin Yang sword collided with King Zura's huge claw. In the impact just now, King Zura's enormous claw was cut very easily by the Divine Yin Yang sword. King Zura immediately took a step back when he found out that his claws were cut easily by the Divine Yin Yang sword in Yi Chen's hand. King Zura looked at his claw, which had just been cut by the divine yin yang sword. The claw which was just cut by the divine yin yang sword could not regenerate. This is very strange. 4. King Zura. Chapter 456, Forcing King Zura to Speak. You have a sword that is quite strange. It's no wonder Robert said that you have a very strange sword. So asking what Robert said becomes the truth. King Zura said to Yi Chen, no wonder the silver werewolves came back to find a problem with me. It turns out I unknowingly let go of one of them. Yi Chen now began to understand why the silver werewolf could find out that he was the one who killed Prince Zhou. Yi Chen just remembered that in the past, Robert was killed by his own attack. That means Robert can still regenerate. It turned out that without Yi Chen knowing, he had released one of them, so they reported back to King Zura. Yi Chen would make this mistake for future lessons so as not to become complacent on the enemy who had lost. Do you think the silver werewolves are a stupid race? You underestimate us too much. King Zura laughed at Yi Chen. Maybe I was too caught off guard in the past to let go of one of the werewolves, but this time I will no longer let my guard down like I used to. This time Yi Chen won't let his guard down. Yi Chen raised his divine yin yang sword. Yi Chen used the step 9 shadows to sneak off towards King Zura. Yi Chen slashed through King Zura's huge body. King Zura anticipated Yi Chen's arrival. He immediately ran and avoided Yi Chen's attack. King Zura did not want to take the risk of fighting the divine yin yang sword, which could take away his regeneration ability. The silver werewolves relied the most on their regeneration abilities. Without this kind of ability, they would be very vulnerable to being killed by the enemy. Yi Chen only cut a few parts of King Zura's body. King Zura fled too fast. I asked once, where did you take Lulu away? Yi Chen asked again where King Zura took Xiao Lulu away. You will never meet that little woman again. That little woman has become an offering to God. Serious? King Zura told Yi Chen that Xiao Lulu had been made an offering for God. Serious? Yi Chen looked very dissatisfied when he heard that Xiao Lulu was an offering for God. Serious? How dare you make my Lulu into an offering? I will definitely kill you. An ice mist began to appear and enveloped Yi Chen's body. When the ice mist appeared, the air around this palace began to fall drastically. Under Yi Chen's feet, ice began to form an ice that began to envelop the entire palace. In an instant, King Zura's palace was made into an ice palace. King Zura started to shiver when the area around him turned into ice. What, aren't you a cultivator who cultivates fire attribute? How can you use an ice attribute? King Zura was very surprised. When Yi Chen was able to use ice techniques like this, according to the information King Zura got from Robert, he knew that Yi Chen was a fire attribute cultivator, so there was no way that Yi Chen could use the power of ice like this. Not only was King Zura surprised when he saw that Yi Chen could use the power of ice, Fu Lanling was also quite surprised when he saw that Yi Chen could use the power of ice. It should be noted that ice and fire are attributes that contradict each other, so they cannot coexist with each other. According to Fu Lanling, this was something that was impossible to do because it was too dangerous. If these two attributes rubbed against each other in the body, it would cause a very dangerous reaction. Fu Lanling became worried about what Yi Chen was doing right now. Yi Chen stretched his hand forward. He aimed at King Zura. Frost Nova. Yi Chen's palm emitted a pale blue light. This light shot towards King Zura very quickly. King Zura didn't have time to avoid the Force Nova attack that Yi Chen had released. King Zura's body was immediately sealed in a large and sturdy chunk of ice. Only his head was not sealed by chunks of ice. King Zura tried to break free from the huge chunk of ice that was sealing his body. What you are doing is useless. You will not be able to get out of that iceberg. Yi Chen told King Zura that what he is currently doing is a useless thing to do. You despicable human, quickly let me go, otherwise I will kill you. King Zura shouted in a very loud voice. Divine yin yang sword cut up off King Zura's face a little. King Zura endured the pain caused by the divine yin yang sword. You are getting more and more annoyed at me. Don't you realize that your life is currently in my hands? Yi Chen climbed onto the chunks of ice that sealed King Zura's body. Yi Chen pointed his divine yin yang sword towards King Zura's neck. Currently Yi Chen was standing right in front of King Zura's head. King Zura looked up at Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Grrrrrrr. King Zura started growling at Yi Chen. Don't look at me like that. If you look at me like that, then maybe my sword will move a little and cut off your head. Yi Chen said to King Zura under him. King Zura became afraid of Yi Chen's sword that was around his neck. If this sword moved even a little, maybe King Zura's head would be cut off. King Zura did not expect that Yi Chen would become this strong. This person's strength was beyond his expectations. What do you want? Hurry, and tell me. King Zura immediately asked what Yi Chen wanted. King Zura must yield to Yi Chen. If he still wants to live, that's good. That's the answer I wanted from earlier. Yi Chen finally got a positive answer from King Zura. I asked once, where is the little girl that one of your people brought? Yi Chen asked where Xiao Lulu is right now. I told you that if that little girl is in the hands of God. Serious, you won't be able to get her back. King Zura didn't lie about Xiao Lulu, who was currently in God Sirius's hands. How could that be? Chen wants to know how Xiao Lulu got into God Sirius' hand. Before you came here, God Sirius had come first. He came and took the little girl. King Zura told Chen what had happened earlier. Divine Yin Yang sword clung to King Zura's neck more and more tightly. Quickly tell me where God Sirius lives that you said earlier? Chen asked where God Sirius is currently. God Sirius lives in the north. He lives in a forest called Eternal Mist Forest. Whoever enters there will not be able to come out again. King Zura told Chen where God Sirius lived. God Sirius's residence was called the Eternal Mist Forest. It was the most feared forest in the Dark Legacy. Neither monsters nor demi-humans dared to go there. Whoever enters there will not be able to return, which is why no one dared to go too close to the Eternal Mist Forest. Chapter 457, Surprise Gifts for Monsters and Demi-Humans. Now that Chen already knows Xiao Lulu's existence, it is only fitting that Chen only faintly sensed Xiao Lulu's existence. It seems that Xiao Lulu is indeed in a place that has a barrier, so it makes the connection between Chen and Xiao Lulu a little disturbed. Good. This is my chance to attack him. King Zura intended to take this opportunity to attack Chen. King Zura started to inhale an immense amount of air. Sonic wave from the mouth of King Zura began to emerge a very high-power ultrasonic wave. The ultrasonic wave released by King Zura swept away everything in front of him. Everything in front of the ultrasonic wave was swept away. Half of King Zura's magnificent palace was shattered and in ruins. This place was now as if it had just been swept away by an extremely strong hurricane. Dust flew everywhere and covered the vision that was here. Ha ha ha, feel it. King Zura laughed when he saw his sonic wave attack hitting Chen, who was right in front of him. The dust that covered this place began to disappear. When the dust disappeared, King Zura saw something that made his eyes widen. He saw that Chen was currently standing in front of him. For the current Chen, the sonic wave attack that King Zura did was very weak. The attack just now was unable to even scratch the body or clothes that Chen was wearing. Linger, are you okay? Chen asked Fu Lanling, who was standing far behind him. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Fu Lanling is currently fine. Previously Fu Lanling created a barrier to deflect ultrasonic wave attacks, so sonic wave attacks could not injure Fu Lanling. Chen was happy that Fu Lanling was fine. After making sure Fu Lanling was fine, Chen turned his attention to King Zura, who was under him. You shameless ugly wolf, you dare to take such a small opportunity to kill me? It seems you really don't deserve my forgiveness. Chen stomped on King Zura's head very strongly. Ah, my face. King Zura shouted very painfully. King Zura's face became oddly shaped when he was stomped hard by Chen. You bastard, I will definitely kill you. Ah. Chen didn't let King Zura finish his words. He continued to stomp on King Zura's head quite viciously. Chen really enjoyed the sensation of tormenting King Zura. King Zura felt tremendous pain on his face. Every time his face would regenerate, he would be trampled by Chen's feet. This situation was repeating itself. King Zura continued to howl as he felt the extreme pain. Little husband, we better get out of here. I feel that there are a lot of monsters and demi-humans moving here. Fu Lanling started to remind Chen that there were a lot of monsters and demi-humans heading this way. It looks like the monsters and demi-humans came here because of the chaos King Zura just did. King Zura's sonic wave technique sent a mob of monsters and demi-humans to this place. The monsters and demi-humans that were heading this way were quite strong. They had powers that couldn't be underestimated. If Chen and Fu Lanling were surrounded by this many monsters and demi-humans, then Chen and Fu Lanling would feel a little inconvenient against them all. Right now their priority is to save Xiao Lulu. If they get caught in the siege of the monsters and demi-humans who come here, then Chen and Fu Lanling will lose more time just to face this huge horde of monsters and demi-humans. Chen also just felt that there were a lot of monsters and demi-humans heading this way. They didn't seem to have come here with good intentions. The history of both of you is over. You will definitely be hunted down by all the residents in the Dark Legacy area. Ha ha ha. King Zura still had time to laugh at Chen and Fu Lanling. King Zura was very happy when he felt the arrival of the hordes of monsters and demi-humans who had come here to help him. The chaos he caused by using the sonic wave technique succeeded in luring hordes of monsters and demi-humans to come here. Now Chen and Fu Lanling could not escape their miserable fate. Zlub Chen stuck his divine yin yang sword into King Zura's head. You disgust me. Chen was disgusted by the nonsense King Zura said. King Zura instantly dies on the spot when divine yin yang sword pierces his head. I will give gifts to the monsters and demi-humans who are coming here. Chen intends to prepare a surprise gift for the monsters and demi-humans who are currently on their way here. Chen started to inject a large amount of heavenly silver flame into King Zura's body. King Zura's body was currently filled with Chen's heavenly silver flame. after injecting a large number of heavenly silver flame into King Zura's body. Yi Chen drew his divine yin-yang sword. Linger, let's get out of here. Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling to leave here. Come on. Fu Lanling followed behind Yi Chen. The two of them immediately looked for a way out of King Zura's palace. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling didn't waste any more time. The two of them immediately flew towards the north. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling's goal was God Sirius's residence in the Eternal Mist Forest. A few minutes after Yi Chen's departure, there were so many monsters and demi-humans who came here. They immediately entered into King Zura's palace. When they entered the king's hall, they were all dumbfounded by the terrifying scene that lay before their eyes. Right now, all the monsters and demi-humans saw the great body of King Zura, who was trapped in a huge chunk of ice. They also saw that the current King Zura had died very sadly. If these monsters took a closer look, they would find that within King Zura's body lit a silver flame. The heavenly silver flame is hard to see because it is mixed with King Zura's fur color. What's going on here? One demi-human said to the monsters and the other demi-humans who arrived at this place, "How do I know? I also just came when I felt the supersonic wave created by King Zura." One of the monsters here answered the question demi-human had previously asked. All the monsters that were here started whispering to each other. "I smell the smell of fresh humans in this place." One of the monsters, who had a very strong sense of smell, smelled a human scent that was just here. This scent naturally belonged to Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Monsters and demi-humans who have very sharp smells started sniffing around this place. They were looking for traces of human body odor. You are right. This is clearly a human scent. It looks like the culprit who killed King Zura was a human who sneaked into our territory. One by one the monster and demi-human admit that this is the smell of a human. There are humans who dare to sneak into this place. Let's hunt them right now. One of the demi-humans who was strong enough started to invite the monsters and the demi-humans who were here to pursue Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Yes, let's hunt that human. All the monsters and demi-humans started cheering. They were ready to hunt down humans who dared to sneak into their territory. When all the beasts and demi-humans cheered, suddenly the body of King Zura, who was near them, gave off a dazzling silver light. This silver light enveloped all the monsters and demi-humans around here. Boom! A very large explosion occurred. This explosion destroyed all objects that were within 5 kilometers from the center of the explosion. All the monsters and demi-humans around here were swept away by the explosion of the heavenly silver flame. They were all wiped out in a very short time. The explosion left an enormous crater. The mountain that previously stood majestically has now turned into a large crater. The magnificent palace and all the contents in it were destroyed. Nothing remains. The destructive power of the heavenly silver flame was indeed terrifying. Not a single monster or demi-human could escape from the explosion just now. Chapter 458, Lost in Eternal Mist Forest. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling flew towards the Eternal Mist Forest. Within 30 minutes Yi Chen and Fu Lanling arrived in front of the forest, which was covered in a very thick mist. The mist that covered the forest soared up into the sky. From above the sky to the underground, everything was covered by a very thick mist. Looks like this is where God Sirius is. Yi Chen said to Fu Lanling, who was beside him. Fu Lanling nodded lightly at Yi Chen. "Little husband, the mist in front of us looks strange. It's no wonder no one dares to come near here." Fu Lanling told Yi Chen that the mist that covered this forest was very strange. "You're right, this thick mist might be dangerous, so we both have to be careful and don't let our guard down." Yi Chen told Fu Lanling to stay alert and not let her guard down at all. "Well, I understand." Fu Lanling understands. She will raise her guard again. Let's go to the forest. Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling into the forest. The two of them finally entered the forest. When Yi Chen and Fu Lanling entered the forest, their views became very limited. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling felt that their spirit sense was a little chaotic while in this mist. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling continued to go deeper into the Eternal Mist Forest. "Hey Linger, this forest is really so weird. I really can't feel anything. What do you think?" Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling, who was beside him. When Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling, who was beside him, Yi Chen did not listen to an answer from Fu Lanling. Yi Chen felt strange about this. It was unusual for Fu Lanling to be silent when he asked her. Yi Chen immediately looked to the side. When he looked to the side, Yi Chen could no longer find Fu Lanling beside him. What? Yi Chen was quite surprised when he found Fu Lanling had disappeared from his side. "Linger, where are you?" Yi Chen shouted, calling out Fu Lanling's name. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's shout did not get a reply from Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling really is no longer near here. Damn, this mist has separated me from Linger. Yi Chen cursed the thick mist that had separated himself from Fu Lanling. No wonder this mist feels very strange. It turns out this fog can confuse anyone who enters it. Whereas previously Yi Chen could clearly feel that Fu Lanling was beside him, it was unexpected that in an instant, Fu Lanling had disappeared from Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen tried to use the King's Heart technique to search for Fu Lanling's whereabouts. As Yi Chen sensed his connection with Fu Lanling, he felt the faint presence of Fu Lanling, who was currently in the southwest direction. As for Xiao Lulu, Yi Chen felt that Xiao Lulu was currently in the north. This made Yi Chen a little confused. On one side Fu Lanling was in the southwest direction and on the other side Xiao Lulu was in the north. I will find Linger first, it will be bad if he flies without a clear direction. Yi Chen decided to look for Fu Lanling first. After all, Xiao Lulu shouldn't move anywhere at the moment, so Xiao Lulu will definitely be safe for the time being. Yi Chen immediately flew southwest to find Fu Lanling's whereabouts. Yi Chen hoped that he would quickly find Fu Lanling. The mist in this place is starting to become denser than before. Yi Chen's line of sight is very limited. This makes it difficult for Yi Chen to see what is in front of him. When Yi Chen was flying towards the southwest, he suddenly hit something that felt very soft. The feeling of being immersed in this soft thing was very comfortable for Yi Chen. Yi Chen wanted to know what object hit his face just now. Why is it so soft and so familiar to Yi Chen? Yi Chen started to use his hands to touch the soft things in front of him. Yi Chen started to squeeze the thing in front of him. He felt that squeezing this thing was very fun. When Yi Chen touched the soft object in front of him, he heard a groan belonging to a woman. Yi Chen started to break out in cold sweat when he heard this voice. Now Yi Chen knows what object he is currently holding. The thing that Yi Chen was holding was clearly a perfect double pail that belonged to a woman. This voice definitely didn't belong to Fu Lanling. If this wasn't Fu Lanling's voice, then who was the woman in front of Yi Chen right now? It turns out that you were brave enough to do this back to me. A very cold female voice spoke to Yi Chen. The cold voice that this woman had was completely beyond words. Yi Chen started to shiver just from hearing the cold voice belonging to the woman who was currently in front of him. For the first time Yi Chen heard a woman's voice that was very very cold like this. The woman in front of Yi Chen was much colder than the Mulanin and Mooniancy that Yi Chen knew. The woman in front of Yi Chen pointed a finger of hers towards Yi Chen's forehead. A terrifying force surged out from this woman's finger. Bam! A terrible force hit Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen was instantly blown away by this terrifying force. Yi Chen smashed into several trees before he hit the ground very hard. Boom! A very strong tremor occurred when Yi Chen hit the ground. Damn, it hurts. Yi Chen started rolling on the ground holding his forehead. Yi Chen did not expect this would hurt so much. Yi Chen felt tremendous pain in his head. Yi Chen did not expect that the woman who was in front of him was so strong. That woman only needed one finger to put Yi Chen in this state. After a few minutes, finally the pain on Yi Chen's forehead started to subside a little. Yi Chen currently rubbed his forehead to ease the pain. Yi Chen looked around this place for the existence of the cold woman who attacked him. Yi Chen currently did not find the existence of the cold woman he had previously hit. Looks like that cold woman has left here. Damn, it still hurts. Just watch out if I meet her again. I will definitely avenge this pain. Yi Chen wanted to take revenge on the woman he previously hit. Master, you better forget to take revenge on that woman earlier. That woman was quite strong. If that woman was serious, maybe by this time your head would have disappeared. Shu Yuechan said in Yi Chen's mind. Was that woman really that strong? Yi Chen did not expect that in a mysterious place like this there would live such a strong woman. Of course, how could I possibly lie to you? Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen wouldn't doubt Shu Yuechan's words. Shu Yuechan would not possibly lie to himself about a matter like this. Forget that woman, you better go find your Linger, don't let her get into trouble. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to immediately search for Fu Lanling's whereabouts. What Shu Yuechan said was right. Yi Chen must forget about the mysterious woman he met before. Yi Chen's current focus is to find Fu Lanling and save Xiao Lulu. He shouldn't waste time on this kind of thing. Yi Chen immediately continued on his way to search for Fu Lanling's whereabouts. Yi Chen flew towards the southwest to find Fu Lanling's whereabouts. Chapter 459. Ambushed by the wolf monster. Linger, where are you? Yi Chen shouted again for Fu Lanling's name. Until now Yi Chen had not found the answer he wanted from Fu Lanling. Damn, the mist here is just getting thicker. Yi Chen cursed the mist, which was getting thicker and thicker over time. A wool with the wolf's howl began to echo around the eternal mist forest. After hearing the sound of howling just now, Yi Chen began to hear that there were several sounds of monster footsteps heading his way. Judging from the sound of these footsteps, the number was estimated to be around 10-12 monsters on their way here. Yi Chen was immediately surrounded by several wolf monsters with white fur mixed with a black. Look, who is this? I didn't expect that a human would dare to break into God Sirius's territory. The wolf monster spoke to Yi Chen. This wolf monster turned out to be able to speak like a human. The possibility of this wolf monster's intelligence level was so high that it could speak human language. Yi Chen just doesn't know that all the monsters in the Dark Legacy can speak like humans. Yi Chen couldn't see the wolf monsters around him. Yi Chen could only rely on the sounds emitted by the wolf monsters to find out where their location was. So you are God Sirius's messenger beasts, that's great. I want you to tell your master to release the girl he just brought, otherwise don't blame me for causing trouble in this place. Chen told the wolf monsters that were here to tell his words to God Sirius. What a presumptuous human you are, don't you know who you are talking to right now? The wolf monsters started to be unfriendly to Chen. I really don't know, right now I can't clearly see where you are. Chen did not know who he was talking to right now. You're really annoying, feel my attack. One of the 12 wolf beasts went to attack Chen. Because of this annoying mist, the current Chen couldn't see where the wolf monster attack had come from. Chen could only rely on the voice he heard to know the direction of the attack from the enemy he was about to face. Breaking Meteor Blow. Chen immediately used the Breaking Meteor Blow to attack the wolf monster that was currently heading toward himself. Chen added the Heavenly Silver Flame to this attack. Bam! The wolf beast was hit very hard by Chen. Breaking Meteor Blow must have killed the wolf monster. Bastard, how dare you kill one of our comrades? Come on, let's attack him simultaneously. All the remaining wolf monsters immediately rushed towards Chen. As the wolf monsters released their strength, the temperature around here started to turn cold. It can be seen that the wolf monster currently attacking Chen is an ice-type monster. 100,000 fire swords. Chen used the 100,000 fire swords technique to face the wolf horde that was currently charging towards him. 100 silver-colored fire swords appeared behind Chen. Forward. Chen moved this flying sword towards the wolf monster near him. The flying swords started to fly away from Chen's side. All of the swords flew towards the wolf beasts that were not far around Chen. Currently Chen's 100 flaming swords were attacking blindly. Currently Chen couldn't see the wolf monster near him, that's why Chen attacked everyone around him in this blind manner. Awoa, the wolf monster started screaming when Chen's 100 flying swords rushed towards them. The 100,000 fire swords technique was too fast for the wolf monsters to dodge. As a result, some of the wolf monsters were hit by Chen's fire sword. Everyone retreat. One of the wolf monster told all his comrades to pull themselves back. The wolf monsters thought Chen too weak. As a result, they ate quite a bitter defeat like this. More than 4 wolf monsters had been killed by Chen's fire sword. The wolf monsters were not given the opportunity to regenerate their bodies. Chen's flying silver flame sword instantly burned the wolf monster's entire body without leaving anything behind. All of the wolf monster felt even more furious when their comrade was killed by Chen's flying fire sword. Human bastard, you've made all of us angry. Feel this, super ice blast. From inside the wolf monster's mouth started out a dazzling blue light. The wolf monsters started shooting blue balls towards Chen. Boom, 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 boom. Apart from hitting Chen, several ice balls hit the ground and trees around Chen. The explosion generated by the ice balls was too terrifying. Everything was turned into ice after being hit by the ice ball explosion. Chen was currently also turned into an ice statue after being hit by the explosion just now. Stupid human, feel that, oh woo. The wolf monsters howled with joy when they saw Chen, who was currently turned into an ice statue. Clank. While the wolf monsters were celebrating victory, suddenly the ice that was enveloping Chen broke into pieces. Chen's body currently looked fine. The current Chen looked fine after receiving an attack like just now. All of the wolf monsters were shocked when they saw Chen was fine after being hit by the attack they had previously launched. You. How are you still alive after receiving attacks from us? One of the wolf monsters did not believe when he saw Chen was still alive after receiving their attacks. It's probably because your strength alone is too weak, so it's not able to injure me, said Chen to the wolf monster in front of him. After obtaining the sage god's inheritance, now the power of ice and water didn't work against Chen. Bastard, you still dare to underestimate us, I'll make sure that you will taste the worst death of your life. The wolf monsters didn't like the way Chen treated them like this. The wolf monsters intend to use Super Ice Blast to attack Chen again. This time they will all combine their strengths into one so that the resulting Super Ice Blast will become even stronger. A large ice ball began to form above the heads of the 7 remaining wolf beasts. The large ice ball emitted a dazzling light. Chen, who previously had difficulty seeing the wolf beast's whereabouts, could now see where the wolf monster was looking for trouble with him. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you all, so let's end this. Chen stretched out his hand forward. Frost Nova. Chen's hand started to give off a pale blue light. Chen's light shot towards the wolves who were currently gathering their strength. Clink. All the wolf monsters were now turned into huge chunks of ice. All the wolf beasts were sealed within the huge chunks of ice. All the wolf monsters that were inside the chunk of ice were now turned into statues. They could no longer move like before. After Chen defeated the 12 wolf beasts, the mist that enveloped this place started to become a little less than before. Chapter 460 Against Sirius. Most likely the fog in this forest was created using the strength of the wolf monsters that Chen fought after the death of the 12 wolf beasts. Surely the power used to make this mist lessened. As a result, the mist that was here began to decrease slightly. I see, if I can kill the wolf beast over here, then the mist that covers this place will disappear. Chen now knows how to deal with the mist that is in this place. Chen now only needed to hunt down all the wolf monsters that were in this forest. It's time to hunt. Chen prepared to hunt the monsters in the Eternal Mist Forest. Now that the prey has turned into a hunter, Chen will hunt the monsters in the Eternal Mist Forest. Chen continued his journey towards the southwest to find the whereabouts of Fu Lanling. Whenever Chen met a monster, Chen would immediately kill the monster he encountered. All of the wolf monsters in this forest howled with great despair. They tried to escape from Chen. After hunting down the many wolf monsters in this forest, the mist that covered the Eternal Mist Forest started to become thin. Now Chen could see again quite comfortably. Chen's spirit sense was also beginning to be used a little. Chen used the connections he had to find Fu Lanling and Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. After the mist became thin, Chen could now very clearly feel the existence of Fu Lanling and Xiao Lulu. Good, now that I've found the whereabouts of both of them. Chen has locked the existence of Fu Lanling and Xiao Lulu. Now Chen just walked over to the two of them. First Chen approached Fu Lanling. Chen immediately flew towards where Fu Lanling was currently. In an instant Chen reached where Fu Lanling was. When Chen arrived at Fu Lanling's place, he saw that Fu Lanling had just finished getting rid of some wolf monsters that had ambushed her. Linger, are you okay? Chen descended towards Fu Lanling. Chen asked Fu Lanling's current state. Husband, I'm fine. Fu Lanling looked happy when she saw Chen again. Finally, Fu Lanling was able to reunite with Chen. I'm glad you are fine. Let's go immediately to where Lulu is. We will save Lulu and then leave this place. Chen held Fu Lanling's soft hand. She did this so as not to get separated from Fu Lanling again. Chen invited Fu Lanling to fly towards where Xiao Lulu was. Fu Lanling could only surrender when Chen held his hand. He was carried by Chen to where Xiao Lulu was. After flying for a while, Chen and Fu Lanling arrived in front of an extremely tall and enormous altar. Right above this altar, there was Xiao Lulu, who was currently tied using a chain that had been strengthened. Xiao Lulu's current state was still unconscious. Lulu, Chen and Fu Lanling immediately descended towards the altar. Both of them immediately rushed towards Xiao Lulu, who was currently tied up on the altar. Clang. When Chen and Fu Lanling wanted to get closer and see Xiao Lulu's condition, suddenly a barrier appeared out of nowhere and blocked Chen and Fu Lanling's path. How dare you two lowly humans come and create chaos in my territory? The two of you have also killed my people a lot. I won't let both of you leave this place. An extremely hoarse voice rang behind Chen and Fu Lanling. Chen and Fu Lanling, who heard this voice, immediately turned around. The two of them wanted to see who had just spoken. Right after the sound was heard, behind Chen and Fu Lanling currently there was a thick mist that had reappeared. Within this thick mist, Chen and Fu Lanling felt an extremely powerful force. At least the power of the beings in this mist was on par with cultivators at the highest peak of the 10th level of the Overlord realm, or perhaps already comparable to cultivators who were half-step towards Divine Realm. Husband, the creature in the fog is very strong. We have to be careful when fighting it. Fu Lanling warned Chen that the creature in the mist was extremely strong. The strength of the being that resided in the mist, this was definitely no weaker than Fu Lanling's own. Chen also understood that the creature in the mist were extremely powerful. Obviously this was God Sirius, who was the ruler of this place. Linger, you take Lulu away from here. Let me handle this creature. Chen wanted Fu Lanling to take Xiao Lulu away from this place. It would be very dangerous if Xiao Lulu continued to exist in a place like this. Are you sure? Fu Lanling is a little worried about Chen wanting to fight God Sirius alone. You don't need to worry, trust me, I'm sure you can beat him, said Chen to Fu Lanling. Chen wanted Fu Lanling to believe in him. Fine, I believe in you. After being convinced by Chen, Fu Lanling finally believed in Chen. Fu Lanling turned around. She used her phoenix flames to break through the barrier in front of her. Clank! The barrier God Sirius created was easily broken by Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling immediately went to Xiao Lulu. She freed Xiao Lulu by destroying the chains on Xiao Lulu's body. After freeing Xiao Lulu, Fu Lanling took Xiao Lulu away from the altar. Fu Lanling intended to take Xiao Lulu out of the Dark Legacy territory. I won't let you guys run away that easily. Sirius wouldn't let Fu Lanling and Xiao Lulu go this easy. Sirius intended to attack Fu Lanling, who was trying to take his offering away. I won't let you. Breaking meteor blow. Chen attacked Sirius. Sirius, who wanted to attack Fu Lanling, immediately stopped. Sirius immediately turned his attention to the attacks that were directed at him. Bam! Breaking meteor blow was completely blocked by Sirius. Chen and Sirius both took a few steps back. The The strength that both of them has seems to be equal, both Yi Chen and Sirius have the same strength. Fu Lanling took advantage of the opportunity given by Yi Chen. She immediately took Xiao Lulu away from the battlefield. Damn, my offering is running away. Sirius was furious when he found out that his offering was taken away by Fu Lanling. Sirius looked at Yi Chen with a hostile gaze. You lowly human, you have made this god angry, now feel my anger. An extremely powerful force emanated from Sirius's body. This power could shake the heavens and the earth. Lightning began to strike everywhere. The ground under Yi Chen began to crack wide enough when Sirius showed the strength he had. The temperature in this place also started to get very cold. The whole place was covered by thick ice. From Yi Chen's body also began to come out a strength that was no weaker than Sirius's. This time, Yi Chen was really serious. When fighting Sirius in front of him, Yi Chen took all the strength he had to fight the creature in front of him. The heavenly silver flame began to melt the ice that covered this place. The heavenly silver flame was too hot. The ice that Sirius had just created was unable to withstand the heat generated by the heavenly silver flame. Seeing the power that he had being suppressed by humans with great ease, Sirius began to use the full power he had. The power that Sirius released was now 3 times stronger than before. When the immense power possessed by Yi Chen and Sirius met, a strange phenomenon began to envelop this battlefield. The battle scene was engulfed by countless lightning strikes. 100,000 fire swords. Yi Chen returned to using this technique. 100 silver-colored fire flying swords appeared behind Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen immediately aimed this flying sword towards the mist currently enveloping Sirius's body. Yi Chen's 100 fire swords immediately shot flying towards where Sirius was currently. Yi Chen's fire sword entered into the thick mist that enveloped Sirius. Clang, 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 clang. An impact sound occurred. It seemed like Yi Chen's flying sword had hit something so hard that it made a sound like that. A roar sounded from within the mist. After the roar occurred, all of Yi Chen's flying swords were blown away from the thick mist. TCH doesn't work. Yi Chen saw that his flying fire sword was not working against Sirius. You wanna fight this god with that kind of power? You really make me laugh. Sirius laughed at Yi Chen's flying fire sword, who had previously tried to attack him. You always say god and god. With your current strength you still don't deserve a nickname like that. According to Yi Chen, Sirius is still not worthy of being called god. Sirius is currently too weak to be called god. So you don't believe in this god's power? Then let me show you what kind of power I have. Sirius would show Yi Chen the strength he had. The mist that covered Sirius's body began to dissipate. Now that Sirius's mysterious appearance was seen by Yi Chen saw Sirius's true form. Sirius's true appearance was a white wolf, just like the one Yi Chen had previously fought. Sirius had a body that was about 8 meters long and about 4 meters high. Sirius's body was really enormous. It was several times bigger than the wolf beast that Yi Chen had previously fought. There is one thing that Yi Chen thinks is quite strange in Sirius's appearance. Yi Chen saw that Sirius's ears were very similar to dogs. Yi Chen started to wonder if Sirius was a wolf or a dog. Are you actually a wolf or a dog? Yi Chen wants to know if Sirius is a wolf or a dog. Sirius's form was too strange for Yi Chen. Sirius looked like a mix between a wolf and a dog. Sirius looked angry when Yi Chen mentioned his abnormal appearance. Shut up, lowly human. Soon you will die in the hands of this god. No one will ever live after seeing my true appearance. Sirius told Yi Chen that no one has ever lived after seeing his true appearance. I see, now I understand why you used mist like before. It turns out you just want to hide your ugly appearance. Yi Chen now understands why Sirius was covered in thick mist earlier. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Sirius used the mist earlier to hide the strange appearance he had. Gare. Sirius looked even more angry as Yi Chen continued to tease his strange appearance. Sirius hated it the most when anyone dared to insult the appearance he had. I'll kill you. Sirius advanced towards Yi Chen. Sirius advanced towards Yi Chen. Sirius towards Yi Chen with an incredibly fast speed. Godbreaker's claws. Sirius took out the claws he had. Sirius intended to use these claws to crush Yi Chen into pieces. Yi Chen immediately summoned his fire sword to make a shield. Yi Chen's flames immediately fused and formed a shield that could be used to deflect all attacks aimed at him. Boom! Sirius's claw strike hit the blade of the blade, causing a fairly powerful explosion. Yi Chen was forced back dozens of steps while holding back the attack made by Sirius. Strong enough. Yi Chen didn't expect Sirius's attack to be this strong. Sirius didn't give Yi Chen a moment's pause. He returned to attacking Yi Chen. Sirius returned to using Godbreaker's claws to attack Yi Chen. The battle was inevitable. Yi Chen had to fight Sirius, who was approaching him. Chapter 461 was found by person from God realm. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam. Yi Chen and Sirius exchanged attacks several hundred times. In the exchange of attacks that Yi Chen and Sirius did, Chen was slightly suppressed by the attacks carried out by Sirius. Humans, now you know how strong I am, do you still doubt if I am called God by my followers? Sirius boasted of the strength he had. I told you that you are still not worthy of a nickname like that. Chen still hasn't admitted that Sirius has the power equal to God. God is a powerful existence. If indeed Sirius had God-level power, then Chen would have been defeated earlier. You lowly human, you still don't admit it, then die. Sirius attacked Chen again. Boom! Chen was forced back again by the attack carried out by Sirius. If it continued like this, then Chen wouldn't be able to win against Sirius. Maybe this is the right time to open the Sage God's flaming veins. This was the time for Chen to use the Sage God's flaming veins. Chen opened the Sage God's flaming veins. After opening the Sage God's fire vein, Chen's current strength was explosive. Chen immediately used 9 shadow steps to move towards Sirius's side. Sirius didn't see the 9 shadow steps used by Chen when he realized that Chen was right beside him. Breaking meteor blow, Chen immediately launched a sneak attack towards Sirius. Sirius did not have time to avoid the attack launched by Chen. Bam! As a result, Sirius was hit by Chen's attack. Several of Sirius's sharp teeth fell out when he was hit by Chen's breaking meteor blow. Sirius was also forced back hundreds of meters by Chen's attack. Sirius was quite surprised when he saw the strength possessed by Chen suddenly increase so much. Chen was now several times stronger than before. After opening the Sage God's flaming veins, Chen was now even stronger than Sirius. Now it was Chen's turn to have the upper hand. Sirius started to get up from the ground. He looked a little troubled when he got up from the ground. This was the first time a creature could injure him. No wonder you dare to doubt that I am a god. It turns out that you are hiding such a great power. Now Sirius understands why Chen doesn't admit that he is a god. It turns out that Chen has that great power. So now you understand why you are not worthy to become god. With your current strength you are still very far away from being called god. Chen told Sirius that he was still far from being god. Haha, interesting. Then I'll also show you my true strength. Sirius will show Chen his true strength. Sirius started to burn the wolf god blood that was within his body. When Sirius burned the wolf god blood that was in his body, Sirius's body started to get bigger and bigger. Sirius's white fur also turned red like blood. Sirius's wounds completely healed immediately after he burned the wolf god blood on his body. Sirius returned to where he was before he was injured by Chen's breaking meteor blow. Apart from physical changes, Sirius's strength has also grown even stronger. Let's continue the previous battle. This time I'll make sure that I will win. Sirius immediately disappeared from where he was currently standing. Sirius reappeared behind Chen. This time it was Sirius's turn to launch a sneak attack towards Chen. Boom! Sirius's attack struck right where Chen was standing, so you can dodge my attacks just now. Not bad. Sirius already knew that Chen could dodge the attack he just did. Sirius also knew that Chen was currently behind him. So you decided to use the inheritance of blood that you have against me, said Chen to Sirius. If I don't use it now, I will lose in your hands. Sirius was forced to use the legacy he had against Chen. If he didn't use this matter, Sirius would currently have already lost to Chen. Chen became curious about where Sirius got such an inheritance from, whether in this western continent there was also an inheritance left by God's beings. Human, why are you just silent? Come on, fight me. Sirius challenged Chen to immediately fight with him. Chen immediately forgot about this. Right now he had to fight Sirius. 100,000 fire swords, 1,000 silver flaming swords appeared behind Chen. After opening the Sage God's flaming veins, Chen was now able to show the third tier of the 100,000 fire swords. Chen directly controlled the 1,000 flaming swords behind him towards Sirius. The Hell prison of 1,000 flaming swords instantly created a prison that locked Sirius. Sirius was currently locked up by Chen's 1,000 flaming swords. Bang! Sirius tried to destroy the sword prison that was currently enclosing him. The attack carried out by Sirius was unable to destroy Chen's sword prison. Super Ice Blast. Sirius started shooting several ice balls towards the fire sword prison that was enclosing him. The flaming sword prison began to waver a little when Sirius used this attack. Super Ice Blast, Super Ice Blast, Super Ice Blast. Sirius repeatedly used this technique to attack the fire sword prison. As a result, Chen's fire sword prison began to collapse. Seeing this, Chen pulled back the flying fire sword that he had. It seemed like it was impossible to lock up Sirius, who had such destructive power. God Fire Sword. The 1,000 flaming swords began to gather and merge. This made a sword even stronger. After 1,000 flaming swords were combined into one, now the power of this fire sword became very devastating. Go on. The God Fire Sword shot straight at Sirius. Super Ice Blast. Sirius tried to shoot the God Fire Sword, which was currently aiming towards him. The ice ball that Sirius fired instantly melted before it even touched the God Fire Sword. Slash, slash. The god fire sword sliced off 2 of Sirius's 4 legs. Arg! Sirius growled in pain as 2 of his legs were cut off by Yi Chen's god fire sword. Seeing Sirius unable to move for a while, Yi Chen didn't waste this opportunity. He intended to end this fight right away. The god fire sword rose to the sky. The god fire sword began to enlarge and expand. The god fire sword was now hundreds of meters long. The temperature around this place started to get very high. The forests and rocks that were here started to melt because the heat was too high. Sirius, who was right under the god fire sword, felt that his body was so hot right now. He felt that he could melt because of the heat released by the god fire sword. Sirius felt a dangerous feeling from the god fire sword that Yi Chen was currently showing. Sirius wanted to get as far away from the god fire sword as possible. Unfortunately, at this time Sirius was still unable to move because Yi Chen had cut the 2 legs he had. Sirius's 2 legs were also long enough to regenerate. At this time Sirius couldn't avoid leaving the attack that was about to be carried out by Yi Chen. Everything's over here, shoot. The god fire sword locked onto Sirius. The god fire sword gathered strength. The god fire sword fired a silver-colored flame laser towards Sirius. Cracked when the god fire sword was about to shoot a fire laser at Sirius. Suddenly Yi Chen's god fire sword shattered into pieces. Yi Chen immediately vomited blood when the technique he was using was destroyed. Yi Chen did not understand how his god fire sword could be destroyed. Who was the one capable of destroying the god fire sword this easily? Finally, after searching for a long time, we found the source of the heavenly silver flame. From above the sky appeared 2 people wearing ancient clothes. The 2 of them looked at Yi Chen and Sirius, who was below. Yi Chen immediately looked up to see who the person had just arrived here. When Yi Chen looked up, he saw 2 people in traditional suits hovering above the sky. Yi Chen did not know these 2 people. He was very foreign to the 2 people who had just appeared above the sky. Just now Yi Chen listened to these 2 people's words. Yi Chen heard that these 2 people clearly mentioned the heavenly silver flame. It seems that the arrival of these 2 people concerns the heavenly silver flame that is in Yi Chen's body. Master, you better run quickly now. The strength of these 2 people is very strong. You are no match for the 2 of them. Shu Yuechan firmly warned Yi Chen to immediately run away from the 2 people who had just arrived at this place. The cultivation possessed by these 2 people was terrifying. Yi Chen was definitely not the opponent of these 2. Yi Chen is not a coward. He will not run away from battle. Yi Chen got up from the ground. He took a healing pill from the fairy gate storage room. Yi Chen immediately took a healing pill. After Yi Chen's condition started to improve, Yi Chen looked at the 2 people who had just come with extremely hostile gazes. It was clear that these 2 people had previously destroyed his god fire sword. The heavenly silver flame started to come out of Yi Chen's body. The heavenly silver flame covered Yi Chen's entire body. Looks like the heavenly silver flame has merged with this person. How are we going to explain this to Mr. Suijin? The 2 people in the sky saw that the heavenly silver flame had completely fused with Yi Chen's body. We just bring this person back. About what will be done to this person, let Mr. Suijin decide. These 2 people intend to bring Yi Chen back to their master. That's a good idea. Then let's take this person. One of the people went towards Yi Chen. This person intended to take Yi Chen to Suijin. Desolate Palm's second finger. Yi Chen immediately used the second finger. Desolate Palms, a giant palm with an ancient aura appeared from behind the clouds. This palm had 2 fingers open. This giant palm was ready to hit the person who was heading towards Yi Chen. The person who was going towards Yi Chen immediately stopped. He looked at the direction where the ancient palm had appeared. This person waved his hand. Instantly the giant palm shattered into particles. What? Yi Chen doesn't believe that desolate palms can be destroyed this easily. Interesting technique. It seems you have some abilities. People from God Realm praised Yi Chen's desolate palms technique. If only the current Yi Chen was as strong as he was, then the current situation would probably be different from the current one. Master, I told you that these 2 people are very strong. Why didn't you run away earlier? Shu Yuechan scolded Yi Chen, who did not immediately run away when he had the opportunity. At this time, Yi Chen was too late to escape from the 2 people from God Realm. The person from the God Realm headed towards Yi Chen. He prepared to take Yi Chen to be brought to where Suijin was. Just before the hands belonging to person from God Realm could touch Yi Chen's body, an ice barrier enveloped Yi Chen. Clink! A person's hand from God Realm immediately turned into ice when it touched this barrier. Person from God Realm immediately retreated as far as possible from Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know where this barrier came from. He was very grateful for the ice barrier protecting him. Suddenly around this place began to appear a lot of snow butterflies. When this snow butterfly appeared, the temperature in this place began to drop dramatically. The temperature in this place became very cold. A woman descending in a white ancient dress began to descend from the sky. This woman descended right in front of Yi Chen. Chapter 462. Meet with again Dongfang Xiao. The woman who arrived in front of Yi Chen wore a veil and had snow-white hair. Even though this woman's face was covered by a veil, it still can't cover up the beauty that this woman has. This beautiful woman can dazzle any man who sees her. Yi Chen looked at the beautiful woman who had just descended right in front of him. Yi Chen saw that this woman had long, snow-white hair. Just from looking at the hair that belonged to a beautiful woman, Yi Chen could tell who this beautiful woman was. Dongfang Xiu? If this is true, then the beautiful woman in front of Yi Chen right now must be Goddess Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen didn't understand how Goddess Dongfang Xiu would come and save himself. After Yi Chen's treatment at that time, Goddess Dongfang Xiu must have had a grudge with Yi Chen. Wow, look who this came. We didn't expect that a cold goddess would voluntarily show herself. The two people who came from God Realm looked happy when they found out that Dongfang Xiu had shown herself. So far they have been searching for Dongfang Xiu's whereabouts for a very long time. Dongfang Xiu is very skilled at hiding herself. The people who belong to Sui Jin are having a hard time finding the whereabouts of Dongfang Xiu. It was unexpected that this time Dongfang Xiu would instead show herself voluntarily like this in front of them. You should go right now. The life that belongs to this person is mine. So don't you dare to touch him. Dongfang Xiu spoke in a very cold voice. Yi Chen felt goosebumps when he heard Dongfang Xiu's voice. Goddess Dongfang Xiu's cold voice was completely similar to the woman Yi Chen had previously hit while lost in the mist. So the soft thing that Yi Chen had previously touched was Dongfang Xiu's double peak. No wonder Yi Chen felt familiar with the sensation of the soft object he had previously touched. Yi Chen immediately remembered the words that Dongfang Xiu just said. This made Yi Chen start to break out in cold sweat. It's over, this beautiful goddess will definitely want to kill me too. It was clear from the words that previously came out of Dongfang Xiu. Dongfang Xiu wanted Yi Chen's life. This is a very difficult situation for Yi Chen. Both parties are currently eyeing Yi Chen's life. Yi Chen really looks like an item that both parties are fighting for. It's so funny. We came here on purpose to target you. How could we possibly go after finding you? People who come from God Realm don't want to leave this place. Their initial objective was to capture Dongfang Xiu and take the heavenly silver flame that Dongfang Xiu had. Now it is different. The heavenly silver flame has now merged with Yi Chen, so the two of them now only need to take Dongfang Xiu and Yi Chen to the place where Sui Jin is. Dongfang Xiu emitted an extremely powerful killing aura towards the two people from the God Realm. Apart from giving off an extremely powerful killing aura, Dongfang Xiu also started to show her power. When Dongfang Xiu showed her power, all the things and living things around here turned into ice. Even the current Sirius had been turned into ice by the power that Dongfang Xiu exuded. The two people from the God Realm felt the killing aura emanating from Dongfang Xiu. Don't waste any more time, let's immediately catch this woman and bring her to the boss. The two men who came from God Realm went to Dongfang Xiu's collar. They took out the weapons they had. Both of them charged towards Dongfang Xiu. All the snow butterflies around here started to head towards the two people from God Realm. Snow butterflies began to envelop the two people from God Realm. The two people from the God Realm used their profound firepower to repel the snow butterflies that were around them. Feel this, they both attacked the snow butterfly that was around them. Both, clinked before the two of them were able to attack the snow butterflies that enveloped their bodies. The two people who came from God Realm were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the snow butterflies. The two of them didn't have time to put up a fight. They were instantly turned into a chunk of ice by Dongfang Xiu. Crack, the two people who came from God Realm broke. They both became shards of ice that flew in all directions. What Dongfang Xiu did was both beautiful and terrifying. Yi Chen did not expect that Dongfang Xiu would become this strong. Even the two people from God Realm were defeated by Dongfang Xiu in a matter of seconds. From the start, Dongfang Xiu was indeed stronger than the two people from God Realm. The two people just now were overconfident because they both thought that currently Dongfang Xiu was still injured. So they had the extra courage to fight Dongfang Xiu, who they thought was injured. It was unexpected that Dongfang Xiu had fully recovered and was currently at the peak of the strength she had. Dongfang Xiu didn't say anything more after that. She turned around and looked at where Yi Chen was. Dongfang Xiu looked at Yi Chen with the crystal clear eyes she had. Yi Chen felt goosebumps when he felt the gaze emanating from Dongfang Xiu. Dongfang Xiu started walking towards where Yi Chen was. At the moment, seeing Dongfang Xiu walking towards this direction, Yi Chen started walking backwards. Too bad that behind Yi Chen there was an ice barrier created by Dongfang Xiu, so Yi Chen couldn't retreat any further then. Dongfang Xiu kept getting closer to Yi Chen. Every step taken by Dongfang Xiu made Yi Chen's heart beat very fast. Dongfang Xiu stood right in front of Yi Chen. She began to stretch out her hand towards Yi Chen's face. The current Yi Chen couldn't move. Dongfang Xiu's hands made Yi Chen unable to move the body he had. It's over, this woman definitely intends to kill me. Yi Chen closed his eyes and prepared to accept the worst that he would get. Suddenly Yi Chen felt a very cold hand pulling his ear very strongly. Ouch, it hurts. Yi Chen felt pain when his ear was pulled very hard. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he saw that Dongfang Xiu was the one who had pulled his ear very hard. "Thief boy, do you still remember me?" Dongfang Xiu called Yi Chen in a very soft voice. Yi Chen felt like his bones were going to melt when he heard this extremely gentle goddess Dongfang Xiu voice. Dongfang Xiu had now turned back into the young woman Yi Chen had first met. All the chills that Dongfang Xiu had previously had instantly vanished. "Beautiful goddess Dongfang Xiu, please let go of my ear. It hurts so much." Yi Chen asked Dongfang Xiu to remove her hand from his ear. Dongfang Xiu didn't want to let go of Yi Chen's ear. She tugged on Yi Chen's ear even more forcefully. Ow. Ow. Yi Chen felt even more pain when Dongfang Xiu tugged on his ear even more. Chapter 463 Battle between cultivators who were at the Divine Realm stage. After a while, finally Dongfang Xiu wanted to let go of Yi Chen's ears. Dongfang Xiu turned around and turned her back on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's ears turned very red from being pulled by Dongfang Xiu for too long. Yi Chen rubbed his ear, which was currently burning. Dongfang Xiu actually tugged at his ear very hard. "That, goddess Dongfang Xiu, why did you save me?" Yi Chen wanted to know why Dongfang Xiu suddenly saved himself. Even though Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu should have their own enmity, so Yi Chen wanted to know why Dongfang Xiu took the initiative to help him. "You misunderstood. I didn't save you, I saved the heavenly silver flame from falling into the wrong hands." Dongfang Xiu didn't want to admit that he saved Yi Chen because of her own will. "Oh, so, it's like that?" Yi Chen scratched his head a little confusedly. "Oh yeah, goddess Dongfang Xiu, who were those people? Are they your enemy?" Yi Chen wanted to know if the previous people were the enemies of Dongfang Xiu. "Not enemies, to be precise, they are bandits from God Realm. The name of the bandit group earlier is Fire Embers. They are a very dangerous group. They like to loot the belongings of weak cultivators." Dongfang Xiu explained who the people were. He just killed. The people that Dongfang Xiu had just killed turned out to be bandits from the God Realm. "Is the target they are looking for is you?" Yi Chen wanted to know if the target of the bandits earlier was Dongfang Xiu. "They are not completely targeting me. What they are aiming for is the heavenly silver flame that is in your body." Dongfang Xiu told Yi Chen that these bandits were aiming for the heavenly silver flame in Yi Chen's body. "Targeting the heavenly silver flame in my body? Isn't the heavenly silver flame completely fused with my body, so they should no longer be able to take it," said Yi Chen to Dongfang Xiu. "You're too naive. Even though they can't take the heavenly silver flame out of your body, they still have a lot of means that can be used to control the heavenly silver flame in your body. For example, you can be turned into a puppet so they can control you at will." Dongfang Xiu told Yi Chen what the bandits could do to him. What Dongfang Xiu said was true. The bandits could make themselves into puppets that they could control at will. In the past, Gu Xian had also told Yi Chen to never expose the legacy of the sage god because of things like this. Gu Xian also didn't want Yi Chen to be made into a puppet by evil people in God Realm. It seemed that from now on Yi Chen had to be careful not to expose too much of the inheritance he had. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, while Yi Chen was talking privately with Dongfang Xiu, he suddenly heard a roar approaching them. "Looks like that person came." Dongfang Xiu muttered. Dongfang Xiu knew that Sui Jin had found her whereabouts. "Thief brat. You better stay inside that barrier, if you leave then you will die." Dongfang Xiu warned Yi Chen to stay within the barrier he created. "I'm not a thief boy, my name is Yi Chen." Yi Chen didn't like to be called that way by goddess Dongfang Xiu. "I don't care, you are a kid thief to me." Dongfang Xiu's tone turned cold again. "Did I just make a mistake? Why is this goddess turning cold to me?" Yi Chen said in his heart. Yi Chen got goosebumps again when he heard the cold voice that Dongfang Xiu had. To be honest, Yi Chen preferred Dongfang Xiu's voice before. It was better than the cold voice that Dongfang Xiu used today. The roar became louder and closer. Suddenly a profound arc appeared from behind the clouds. The profound arc that appeared from behind the clouds was 1/3 the size of the arc that Nangong Xiang had. The profound arc began to descend and land on the expanse of ice that Dongfang Xiu had made. On top of the arc stood a man wearing ancient clothes. At this time the man who was on the profound arc was looking at Nangong Xiang. "Ha, I finally found you are also a beautiful goddess. Quickly give the heavenly silver flame back to me, otherwise don't blame me for doing something bad to you." Sui Jin immediately asked his heavenly silver flame back to Dongfang Xiu. "I will not give the heavenly silver flame to you. From the start it was not yours, and you also do not deserve to have the heavenly silver flame." Dongfang Xiu did not want to hand over the heavenly silver flame to Sui Jin. Sui Jin became furious when Dongfang Xiu refused to hand over the heavenly silver flame to him. "Do you know? I always get whatever I want. even if it has to steal the heavenly silver flame from you. Sui Jin intended to seize the heavenly silver flame from Dongfang Shou's hands. Sui Jin currently doesn't know that the heavenly silver flame has fused with Yi Chen's body. All he knows is that the heavenly silver flame is still in Dongfang Shou's hands. Sui Jin began to exert a tremendous amount of pressure. An extremely violent earthquake and terrifying phenomena began to hit around this place. Behind Sui Jin's back began to form a bird wing made of profound flames. The width of these wings was approximately 1 kilometer, when Sui Jin flew his wings of fire. The trees, mountains and rocks in the forest were immediately swept away by Sui Jin's flutter of affection. Nearly 1/8 of what was inside the eternal mist forest was swept away by Sui Jin's fluttering wings. If only Yi Chen was not currently in this barrier, then he would definitely be swept away by Sui Jin's fluttering wings. Beautiful goddess, are you ready for a second defeat? Sui Jin is very confident that he can win back from Dongfang Xiu. The current Dongfang Xiu looked very calm. Not a single ripple could be seen in him, only a killing aura that was strong enough was directed towards Sui Jin. Dongfang Xiu took out a very thin sword from her storage ring. The thin racer that Dongfang Xiu just took was called the Snow Butterfly Sword. Even though this sword looked very thin, its sharpness was beyond doubt. It could cut through several mountains with just one slash. Sui Jin didn't want to lose. He took out a two-handed sword from the storage room ring he had. Sui Jin pointed the two-handed sword in his hand towards Dongfang Xiu. Let's continue the battle at that time. After saying this, Sui Jin flew towards Dongfang Xiu. Dongfang Xiu did the same. She flew towards Sui Jin. The two of them used the weapons in their hands to attack each other. Bang! The snow butterfly sword clashed with the sword that Sui Jin had. The impact that had just happened swept away everything around this forest. The forest that was here now became a vast expanse of empty land. Chapter 464 Dongfang Xiu Sacrifice. All the plants and living things that were here evaporated into thin air. Dongfang Xiu and Sui Jin continued to exchange several attacks. Every time they exchanged attacks, this place became more and more destroyed. The impact of the strength of the two of them was too terrifying. If anyone got close to the battle that Dongfang Xiu and Sui Jin were doing, it was certain that they would immediately disappear like the forest that was here before. Yi Chen was fortunate enough to be inside this barrier. If he had not previously been inside the barrier set up by Dongfang Xiu, then maybe Yi Chen will disappear like the forest that is here. Is this a battle between cultivators at the Divine Realm stage? This was the first time Yi Chen had seen a battle being fought by cultivators at the Divine Realm stage. That goddess Dongfang Xiu is so great. Even though she has a cultivation much lower than her enemy, she can still keep up with her enemies. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen, "Hey Yuechan, what level of cultivation do these two people have?" Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan about the level of cultivation that Dongfang Xiu and Sui Jin had. That woman is currently at the second stage of the Divine Preceptor realm, while that man is in the 7th stage of the Divine Preceptor realm. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen the level of Dongfang Xiu and Sui Jin. Isn't the difference in level that goddess Dongfang Xiu has so much when compared to the enemy she fights? Yi Chen said to Chu Yuechan, from the start that woman has an excellent foundation, plus she has an inheritance of high rank making her able to compete with the enemies she faces. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen why Dongfang Xiu was able to fight an enemy who had a power far above the strength possessed by Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen understood. It was not strange that Dongfang Xiu had a very good foundation, considering that Dongfang Xiu came from Sacred Heaven Star Realm. It was not strange that he had a very good foundation. Sacred Heaven Star Realm was one of the strongest stars in God Realm. They couldn't possibly be stingy with Dongfang Xiu when it came to calm resources. Certainly since childhood Dongfang Xiu had obtained a lot of the best medicine in God Realm, so she had an excellent foundation. Boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang. In the sky Dongfang Xiu and Sui Jin still exchanged a few strikes. The longer the two of them fought, Dongfang Xiu seemed to be experiencing pressure from Sui Jin. It seemed like Dongfang Xiu was getting tired from fighting an enemy that was much stronger than herself. How interesting. You've become stronger now since we last fought. Sui Jin had to admit that Dongfang Xiu had gotten stronger since the last time they met. Even he was currently having a little trouble defeating Dongfang Xiu. Dongfang Xiu didn't respond to Sui Jin. She didn't seem willing to waste her words for Sui Jin. Let's finish this child play. I can't wait to get back the heavenly silver flame. Sui Jin couldn't wait to get the heavenly silver flame from Dongfang Xiu's hand. Sui Jin raised his two-handed sword to the sky. Flames began to envelop Sui Jin's two-handed sword. These flames made a very large and very high pillar in the sky. The length of this pillar of fire is at least 10 kilometers. If you look closely, this is not a pillar of fire, but a very long and enormous fire sword. great fire sword. Suijin slashed this great sword down. A very long and large fire sword started to descend towards Dongfang Xiu and Yi Chen. Dongfang Xiu couldn't stay still as she saw a terrifying force coming his way. Dongfang Xiu started to close her eyes. When Dongfang Xiu closed the eyes she had, behind Dongfang Xiu's body suddenly appeared a snow butterfly with a very large size, immortal. Blizzard, the snow butterfly that was behind Dongfang Xiu noble flapped the wings that he belonged to. As the snow butterflies flapped their wings, a blizzard began to envelop the entire territory of the Dark Legacy faction. Everything in the Dark Legacy faction's territory turned into ice, be it plants, monsters, demi-humans or others, instantly turned into ice. In this place, what could not be turned into ice by the blizzard was only Suijin's large fire sword. Suijin's large fire sword could no longer move downwards. The large fire sword was resisted by the immortal blizzard created by Dongfang Xiu. When the great fire sword scattered with the blizzard, it created a friction that caused the heavens and earth to shake violently. This is a crazy battle. Yi Chen, who was below, felt that the battle currently being fought by Dongfang Xiu and Suijin was simply insane. Yagahai Suijin used all the strength he had to break through the blizzard created by Dongfang Xiu. The great fire sword began to move down again towards Dongfang Xiu and Yi Chen, who were below. The current Dongfang Xiu was at the limit she had. He was no longer able to use any more force than this. It's useless. I'm still not this person's opponent. Dongfang Xiu felt that she was currently not an opponent for Suijin. The great fire sword was getting closer to Dongfang Xiu and Yi Chen. Seeing the great fire sword approaching, Dongfang Xiu used the huge butterfly behind her to deflect the large and long fire sword. Boom. The great fire sword Dongfang Xiu's huge butterfly then hit the ground. Boom. An enormous explosion occurred when the huge flaming sword hit the ground. This huge explosion is equivalent to thousands of atomic bombs exploding simultaneously. The territory of the Dark Legacy faction that was previously covered in ice was now blown away by the huge explosion caused by the great fire sword. All the monsters and demi-humans that were in the Dark Legacy faction were now gone without the slightest trace. The strength of a divine preceptor realm is indeed terrifying. This kind of power is truly capable of destroying a large country and its contents. Cough, cough. Yi Chen coughed so painfully. Yi Chen thought he had died after being hit by such a powerful attack. Yi Chen felt that his body felt very heavy. When he opened his eyes, Yi Chen saw that Dongfang Xiu was currently on top of his body. Dongfang Xiu hugged Yi Chen's body very tightly. There was a little blood seeping from Dongfang Xiu's mouth. It seemed that Dongfang Xiu was quite badly injured from receiving the attack just now. Yi Chen started to remember what happened before. When the great fire sword was about to hit him, he did see that before that happened Dongfang Xiu was hugging him. It seemed Dongfang Xiu protected Yi Chen from the great fire sword attack. Yi Chen didn't expect that Dongfang Xiu would sacrifice herself to protect himself like this. Yi Chen immediately saw how Dongfang Xiu was in his arms. Ha, beautiful goddess, I told you that you are currently not a match for me. Suijin laughed at Dongfang Xiu's state in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen looked at Suijin with an extremely hostile gaze. Chapter 465, Forced to Flee from the Earth. Hey weak man, why do you look at me with a look like that? Do you want to die? Suijin doesn't like the way Yi Chen looks at him. I really want to kill you. Yi Chen is currently eager to kill Suijin. Unfortunately at this time Yi Chen was not an opponent for Suijin. If Yi Chen forced him to fight then Yi Chen would immediately lose before he could touch Suijin. In addition, at this time Yi Chen could not back down. Inevitably Yi Chen had to fight against Suijin. Huh? You who are so weak like that want to kill me? You make me laugh. Suijin laughed at Yi Chen, who wanted to kill himself. For Suijin at this time Yi Chen was very weak. One finger belonging to Suijin could easily beat Yi Chen. Dongfang Xiu, who was in Yi Chen's arms, started to wake up a little. Dongfang Xiu stretched out her hand towards the necklace on her neck. When Dongfang Xiu's hand touched the necklace on her neck, the necklace on Dongfang Xiu's neck began to give off a dazzling light. Suijin's gaze turned white when he saw this dazzling light. This blissful light began to wrap around Yi Chen's body and Dongfang Xiu's body. This bright light flew towards the sky. Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu were carried flying away from the earth by this light. Damn, you want to run again? I won't let you escape that easily. Suijin wouldn't let Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu escape that easily. Whatever happens, Suijin must catch Dongfang Xiu. Suijin pursued the direction where a bright light carried Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu away. Suijin used the profound arc he had to catch up with Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu. Currently Yi Chen and Dongfang Xiu were in a profound arc that was extremely shiny. The light that had previously enveloped him and Dongfang Xiu turned out to be a profound arc. This profound arc flew at high speed leaving planet Earth. Cough, cough. Dongfang Xiu, who was in Yi Chen's arms, spat out blood from her mouth. Dongfang Shou's internal organs were badly injured from receiving the fire sword strike from Sui Jin. Seeing Dongfang Shou's bad condition, Chen immediately stretched out his hand towards Dongfang Shou's chest. Chen started to give the profound energy he had to help the wounds Dongfang Shou had suffered from getting worse. Even though Chen had given the profound energy he had to help ease the wounds that Dongfang Shou was currently suffering from, the condition of Dongfang Shou seemed to be getting worse every time. Dongfang Shou's injuries were too severe so that the usual way could not relieve the injuries suffered by Dongfang Shou. Chen stopped giving the profound energy he had to Dongfang Shou. Chen took out a set of gold needles from within the storage room of the leaving gate. Chen intended to do treatment for Dongfang Shou right now. Sorry, but I have to do this. Chen first apologized to Dongfang Shou. After that, Chen laid Dongfang Shou on the floor of the profound arc. The floor in this profound arc is very clean and shiny, so it should be very clean to take a nap. LOL. Chen started to take off the white ancient dress that Dongfang Shou was wearing. After the white ancient dress worn by Dongfang Shou was removed, Dongfang Shou's half-naked body was now visible to Chen. Chen did not have time to admire goddess Dongfang Shou's beautiful body. Currently, Chen was too focused on saving Dongfang Shou, whose condition was getting worse every second. Chen started doing treatment for Dongfang Shou. Chen used gold needles on several acupuncture points that were related to internal organs. Chen returned to using the profound energy he had to heal Dongfang Shou's internal organs. 6 hours had passed. Chen continued to provide treatment for Dongfang Shou. Chen's profound energy was almost depleted because it was used too much to heal Dongfang Shou's internal organs. The wounds that Dongfang Shou was suffering from are now getting better. Fortunately, Dongfang Shou's situation is getting better so that the profound energy released by Chen does not go to waste. After Dongfang Shou's condition had improved, Chen stopped doing treatment for Dongfang Shou. Sigh, it's finally over, I'm so tired. Chen was relieved that Dongfang Shou's situation had improved. Even though Dongfang Shou's condition was getting better, Dongfang Shou was currently still unconscious. Chen decided to take Dongfang Shou to the room that was in this profound arc. When Chen saw Dongfang Shou, who was half naked, Chen was almost nosebleed. Chen could see Dongfang Shou's very perfect body. Although this was not the first time Chen had seen Dongfang Shou's naked body, to Chen this was still very amazing. Who is the man who would stand to see one of the 4 beautiful goddesses in God realm naked like this? Chen was sure that there would be no man who could stand to see a beautiful goddess like Dongfang Shou in this state. Nangong Xiang was probably a woman of comparable beauty to Dongfang Shou. Unfortunately, Chen had never seen Nangong Xiang's naked body. Chen's relationship was still just touching and kissing. Dongfang Shou's double peak was so perfect. Chen unconsciously stretched out his hand and touched the softest thing in the entire universe. The feeling of touching this object is so extraordinary. Chen is very grateful to be able to touch this for the 3rd time. Giggle, master, if you can't stand it, just bring the beautiful goddess in front of you to the bed. Shu-Yuan giggled at Chen. Shu-Yuan suggested Chen to take Dongfang Shou to go to bed. Hearing Shu-Yuan's voice, Chen finally regained consciousness. He immediately pulled back his hand from Dongfang Shou's soft peak. Yuan, I owe my life to this beautiful goddess, so I can't possibly do something like that to the woman who helped me. Chen coughed lightly at Shu-Yuan. You still don't learn from your past mistakes. If this woman wakes up again, maybe she will take your life. Shu-Yuan said sarcastically to Chen, that won't happen. I really believe that this beautiful goddess won't do anything bad to me. Chen firmly believed that Dongfang Shou wouldn't do bad things to him. It's up to you. Shu-Yuan didn't seem to care anymore about Chen. Chen carried Dongfang Shou towards one of the rooms in this profound arc. When Chen entered one of the rooms in this profound arc, Chen was quite surprised. The room inside this arc was extremely luxurious. It was even more luxurious than Nangong Xiang's profound arc. Chen put Dongfang Shou on the soft bed in this room. After putting Dongfang Shou on the bed, Chen took Dongfang Shou's veil, which was currently covered in blood. Dongfang Shou's real face at the moment was right in front of Chen. Dongfang Shou was very beautiful. Chen couldn't help observing Dongfang Shou's beautiful face. Chapter 466, Mysterious Star. Master, the man who previously started approaching us. When Chen was observing Dongfang Shou's beautiful face, suddenly Shu-Yuan told Chen that Sui Jin was currently catching up with this profound arc. What? Chen didn't expect that Sui Jin could catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc, even though Dongfang Shou's profound arc looked quite splendid, so it should have had a very fast flying speed. I feel that this profound arc is getting slower and slower. Shu-Yuan told Chen that this profound arc was getting slower and slower. if the profound arc continued to move at this rate, sooner or later Sui Jin could catch up with the profound arc that Dongfang Shou had. Is it possible that this arc ran out of energy? Yi Chen began to suspect that this profound arc ran out of energy. To move a profound arc needed a source of pure energy. This pure energy source can be found in various profound crystals in this world, so apart from being used to increase cultivation, profound crystals could also be used to operate a profound arc. Apart from profound crystals, there are also several objects that can be used to replace them. As long as pure energy is stored inside it, it can be used to move a profound arc. The faster and bigger the deep arc, the more energy consumption will be. That might happen, you better see it right now. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to see if it was true that this profound arc ran out of energy. Yi Chen understood. He immediately left this room. Yi Chen headed to the place where the room to control this profound arc was. Yi Chen could easily find the room where to control this profound arc. Looks like this is the place. Yi Chen looked around to find where to fill the energy belonging to this profound arc. Yi Chen found a place where there was a purple profound crystal. This was definitely a purple profound crystal. There are several kinds, each type has a different color and energy purity. Here are the profound crystal levels: green profound crystal, blue profound crystal, yellow profound crystal, purple profound crystal, divine red crystal, and finally the divine rainbow crystal, which is the rarest profound crystal in the entire world. The lowest was the green crystal, while the highest was the divine rainbow crystal. Why doesn't a profound arc this good use the purple profound crystal? Yi Chen saw that a profound arc this good was only moved by using the pure energy contained within the purple profound crystal. Well, maybe this is just to cut operational costs. Even though the goddess who owns this profound arc is very rich, they won't want to use the divine rainbow crystal to operate a profound arc. They might prefer to use the divine rainbow crystal on their own. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that the divine rainbow crystal is an extremely rare item. The people of God Realm could not possibly use something that good to operate a profound arc. Unless the profound arc itself required a divine rainbow crystal to operate. Usually such a profound arc was about the size of a star, so it took a lot of energy to run. I never thought that people from God Realm who were rich would be stingy like this. Yi Chen did not expect that people from God Realm would be stingy like this. Yi Chen took out several divine rainbow crystals from the fairy gate storage room, after which he replaced the purple profound crystal with the few divine rainbow crystals he had. Yi Chen has a lot of divine rainbow crystals in his body. The divine rainbow crystals that he got from the ancient heritage place are still so numerous that Yi Chen and his women have a hard time to finish off the divine rainbow crystals that Yi Chen has. Straight face, Chu Yuechan didn't know what to say in a situation like this. She didn't believe that Yi Chen would use several precious divine rainbow crystals for something like this, even though one divine rainbow crystal seed was enough to move this profound arc for one whole month. Who in the world would use that many divine rainbow crystals just to operate a profound arc like this? Maybe in this world Yi Chen was the only one who could do something like that, after being replaced by several divine rainbow crystals. This profound arc began to shake slightly and let out a rumble. The profound arc started to get faster and more faster. The speed that the profound arc showed was now hundreds of times faster than before. Ha 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 ha, where are you going to run away? You won't be able to escape from me. Sui Jin laughed when he saw Dongfang Shou's profound arc getting closer to the profound arc he had. Soon Sui Jin would be able to catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc. In order to catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc, Sui Jin used all the purple profound crystals he had to speed up this profound arc. If Sui Jin didn't do this, then the profound arc he possessed wouldn't be able to catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc this fast. Sui Jin had paid an exorbitant price to catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc. If he was unable to catch up with Dongfang Shou's profound arc, then Sui Jin would incur an enormous loss. As Sui Jin's profound arc got closer to Dongfang Shou's profound arc, suddenly Dongfang Shou's profound arc that was in front of him rumbled very loudly. Dongfang Shou's profound arc started to get even faster and more faster. In just an instant, Dongfang Shou's profound arc drew further distance from the profound arc that belonged to Sui Jin. Dongfang Shou's profound arc began to get very far away for Sui Jin. Dongfang Shou's profound arc became smaller and smaller and disappeared from Sui Jin's sight. Sui Jin could only dumbfounded when he saw this. Dongfang's profound arc had left him far behind. Damn, what just happened? Sui Jin didn't understand what just happened. Looks like we've left that person far behind. Yi Chen was relieved to have left the person who was chasing him far behind. Of course, it would be weird if you couldn't leave that person behind after using such a large number of divine rainbow crystals. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen, "Where do you think is a suitable place to hide for a while?" Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan for advice. Yi Chen is still a little unfamiliar with the places in outer space. Just keep going forward. far ahead you will find a star that you can use to hide there for a while. Shuyu-chan advised Yi Chen to hide in a star far in front of them. Okay. Yi Chen understood. He was trying to control this profound arc towards the star that Shuyu-chan said. In order to cover the tracks from Sui Jin, Yi Chen twirled slightly at the few stars he passed. After traveling for about 10 hours, finally Yi Chen arrived at the mysterious star that Shuyu-chan mentioned. Is this the star you said earlier? Yi Chen asked Shuyu-chan. Chapter 467. Dongfang Shou woke up. Yes, this is the star I meant earlier. Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen that this was the star she was talking about. Are you sure this star can be inhabited? Just look from here, all parts of it are covered by snow. Yi Chen doubted that this star could be inhabited by himself and Dongfang Shou. From this profound arc, Yi Chen could see that the entire star was covered in snow and ice. The size of this star is about 100x larger than Earth, so this star is really very large. You don't need to worry, you can hide in this star for a while. Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen not to worry. Although this place was indeed covered in snow and ice, this place was very suitable for hiding. The climate and temperature that existed here was no match for Sui Jin, who had previously chased after Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. The high mountains and ravines in this star can easily be used to hide from enemies. It's fine if this is the most suitable place in your opinion to hide from that person. Yi Chen started moving this profound arc towards the mysterious star in front of him. Yi Chen finally entered the mysterious star covered in snow and ice. The temperature in this star is very low. Ordinary humans cannot possibly survive if they have to live in extreme temperatures like this. Luckily, Yi Chen has already inherited the Sage God, so Yi Chen won't be affected by the cold temperature in this star. Along the way, Yi Chen only saw a stretch of snow and ice that stretched far away before his eyes. Hey Yu-chan, are we currently in the God Realm equals? Yi Chen asked if this star had entered the realm of God Realm. This star still hasn't entered the God Realm equals. The God Realm is still far ahead of us. Chu Yukin told Yi Chen that the God Realm was still far ahead of us, so God Realm is still far ahead of us? Yi Chen didn't expect that God Realm would still be far ahead of us. Yi Chen was looking for a very safe place to put this profound treasure so that Sui Jin wouldn't find him. Finally, after finding the right place, Yi Chen finally felt relieved. He hoped that after this Sui Jin would never find him again. Now everything is safe. It's time for me to see the situation of Dongfang Shou. After making sure everything was under control, Yi Chen intended to see the situation of Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen left the profound arc control room. He went towards the room where Dongfang Shou was. When Yi Chen returned to the room where Dongfang Shou was, Yi Chen saw that Dongfang Shou was currently still unconscious. Looks like he's still not awake, Yi Chen said in his heart. Dongfang Shou still didn't wake up. He was currently sleeping very soundly. Yi Chen approached Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen wanted to see how Dongfang Shou's current condition was. After checking the situation of Dongfang Shou, Yi Chen concluded that Dongfang Shou had gotten even better. Maybe in the next few hours Dongfang Shou would wake up. When Yi Chen saw Dongfang Shou, Yi Chen found that Dongfang Shou's clothes were still not very well worn. Yi Chen could see Dongfang Shou's half-naked body. Seeing this, Yi Chen decided to tidy up Dongfang Shou's clothes. If Dongfang Shou woke up and found himself in this state, maybe he would try to kill Yi Chen again. Yi Chen very deftly tidied Dongfang Shou's clothes back to the way they were before. After Yi Chen tidied up Dongfang Shou's clothes, Yi Chen slept beside Dongfang Shou's body. This mattress was so comfortable. Yi Chen really felt that his thoughts became very relaxed when he lay on this bed. What should I do now? I can't go back to Earth. If I force my way back to Earth now, then I will endanger Zhao Yanyan and the others. Yi Chen started to think how he could get out of this kind of situation. Sigh. Yi Chen sighed. It seems like it will be very difficult to get out of this kind of situation. Unconsciously Yi Chen fell asleep on this comfortable bed. Yi Chen was really tired. He needed a little time to rest for a while. Time passed. Both Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou slept very peacefully. Dongfang Shou's lashes started to tremble. She looked like she had started to regain consciousness. Yi Chen's guess was right that Dongfang Shou was now conscious. When Dongfang Shou opened her eyes, she saw the handsome face Yi Chen had. Dongfang Shou was still a little confused by what was happening right now. Dongfang Shou still doesn't know what's going on here. Why is Yi Chen currently sleeping beside herself? When Dongfang Shou felt her hand, she felt that she was holding something very large and warm. Out of intense curiosity, Dongfang Shou began to look down. When Dongfang Shou looked down, she saw that right now her gentle hands were holding big brother Yi Chen downstairs. Ah! Dongfang Shou unconsciously shouted and squeezed Yi Chen's large object very hard. Yi Chen, who was currently dreaming of beautiful things, suddenly felt that his younger brother who was under was squeezed very strongly. Yi Chen groaned in pain. At this time Yi Chen was in tremendous pain. Yi Chen tried to let go of Dongfang Shou's hand that was on his younger brother. After successfully letting go of Dongfang Shou's hand, Yi Chen rolled on the bed while holding his object, which was in a lot of pain. Are you okay? Seeing that Yi Chen looked so bad, Dongfang Shou immediately asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen was speechless. This pain made Yi Chen want to cry, seeing Yi Chen not answering herself. Dongfang Shou became very worried. Dongfang Shou felt a little guilty. It seemed like what he did previously hurt Yi Chen a lot. After about 15 minutes of enduring the pain finally started to subside. Yi Chen started to look at Dongfang Shou with a hostile gaze. This beautiful goddess really almost made him lose his source of life. Dongfang Shou turned her face to the side. At this time, Dongfang Shou didn't dare to look at Yi Chen anymore. Where are we now? Dongfang Shou's tone turned very cold towards Yi Chen. How do I know? Why don't you see it yourself? Yi Chen spoke indifferently to Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen was still angry with what Dongfang Shou had previously done to his younger brother who was downstairs. Dongfang Shou with exquisite movements started to get off the bed. She went outside to see where they were right now. After Dongfang Shou left the room, only Yi Chen was left in this room. Damn, just watch out you Dongfang Shou, I will definitely get back at this. Yi Chen vowed to repay what Dongfang Shou did to him. If something happened to his belongings below, then how could Jia Yanyan and the other women Yi Chen be? They would definitely be sad for the rest of their lives. Yi Chen could only pray that nothing would happen to his thing below. Chapter 468. Stuck with the cold goddess. After feeling better, Yi Chen decided to head outside. Yi Chen wanted to see what Dongfang Shou was doing. When Yi Chen came out, he saw Dongfang Shou on the profound arc. Dongfang Shou was currently looking at the vast expanse of snow and ice. Yi Chen approached the direction where Dongfang Shou was. So do you know where we are right now? Yi Chen asked Dongfang Shou where they are currently. If I'm not mistaken, right now we are in a snowpolar star. It should be near the border with God Realm. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen that they were currently in a star called snowpolar. The current Dongfang Shou was still the same as before. The tone of voice that Dongfang Shou showed to Yi Chen was very cold. The reason this star is called the snowpolar because all parts of this star are covered by snow and ice that never melts. You look familiar with this star, have you ever come here? Yi Chen saw that Dongfang Shou was familiar with a star called the snowpolar. You're so right, I came here a long time ago. I never thought that I would come back to this place again. Dongfang Shou felt a little nostalgic for the snowpolar star. Get down quickly. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to get off this profound arc. I don't want, I'll just stay here. You just get off by yourself. Yi Chen refused to get off the profound arc. He wanted to be inside this profound arc. Here is more comfortable than down there. Dongfang Shou got off from her profound arc. After Dongfang Shou got off from the profound arc she owned, the profound arc suddenly gave off a dazzling light. The profound arc began to disappear and turned back into the necklace that was currently on Dongfang Shou's neck. Yi Chen, who was on top of the profound arc, was immediately kicked out of the profound arc, resulting in Yi Chen falling into the snow below. Damn, this woman must have done it on purpose. Yi Chen felt that Dongfang Shou was deliberately doing this to himself. You must be doing this on purpose, right? Yi Chen looked very dissatisfied when he said this to Dongfang Shou. Didn't I already tell you to get off the profound arc? You don't want to listen to me. Dongfang Shou didn't seem to have a fault with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, straight face, just wait, one day I'll definitely reply to this, Yi Chen muttered in his heart. Yi Chen would definitely repay what beautiful goddess Dongfang Shou had done to him. Let's go. Dongfang Shou invited Yi Chen to go find the safest hiding place in the snowpolar star. Dongfang Shou knows where the safest place is in the snowpolar star. Without waiting for an answer from Yi Chen, Dongfang Shou flew towards the south. Yi Chen stood up from the snow. Inevitably, Yi Chen had to follow Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen currently still needed Dongfang Shou to get out of this situation. Yi Chen caught up with Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou flew towards the south. Yi Chen didn't know where Dongfang Shou would take himself to. Where are we going? Yi Chen asked where Dongfang Shou was going. Don't ask too many questions, just follow me. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen not to ask too many questions. Yi Chen became more and more annoyed with Dongfang Shou. This woman was really too indifferent and cold to himself. Yi Chen felt quite confused about how Dongfang Shou could have this temperament. Sometimes Dongfang Shou would be cold and sometimes Dongfang Shou would turn into an arrogant young lady who had a temper that didn't make any sense at all. This matter is still a mystery for Yi Chen. On the way, either Yi Chen or Dongfang Shou were silent. Both of them were unwilling to say a word, until something strange happened to Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou suddenly lost her balance and fell down. Dongfang Shou fell on top of the vast expanse of snow. Yi Chen, who saw this, immediately went to see how Dongfang Shou was doing. Are you okay? Yi Chen asked the state of Dongfang Shou. My head just feels a little dizzy. Dongfang Shou answered Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou currently felt that her head was very dizzy. It seemed like Dongfang Shou was pushing herself too much. Dongfang Shou's state had not fully recovered. She was too careless to force herself to travel like this when her condition had not fully recovered. You're pushing yourself too much. We better find a place to rest. Yi Chen told Dongfang Shou that she was pushing herself too much. I'm fine, let's continue our journey. Dongfang Shou insisted on continuing this journey. When Dongfang Shou tried to stand up, she felt very weak. As a result, Dongfang Shou fell back into the snow. Yichen shook his head. This goddess is too stubborn. Even though her current condition is not good, Dongfang Shou tried to stay strong in front of Yichen. She didn't want to be seen as a weak woman in front of Yichen. Yichen walked in front of Dongfang Shou. He took Dongfang Shou's body. Yichen carried Dongfang Shou like carrying a princess. What are you doing? Hurry up and put me down. With a cold voice, Dongfang Shou told Yichen to put down herself. You just shut up and don't do anything troublesome for me. Yichen told Dongfang Shou to obey himself. Yichen took Dongfang Shou to fly. Yichen intended to find a safe place for himself and Dongfang Shou. The current Dongfang Shou was very obedient. She was huddled in Yichen's arms. For some reason she felt a very comfortable feeling when she was in Yichen's arms. This was a very comfortable feeling for Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou began to remember the past when she was a little girl. When Dongfang Shou was a child, she used to ask her mother for a hug. Now that Dongfang Shou is an adult, she would never ask her mother for something like that. Dongfang Shou closed her eyes. She continued to enjoy this feeling. Yichen is currently looking for a suitable place to live in for a while. After traveling around for a long time, Yichen finally found a cave that he could live in for a while. Yichen brought Dongfang Shou into this cave. After entering the cave, Yichen saw that this cave was very clean. It was suitable to be used as a place to live for a while. Are you okay if we stay in this place for a while? Yichen asked Dongfang Shou, who was in his arms. Dongfang Shou opened her eyes and started looking around. She saw that this cave was quite suitable to be used as a place to live for a while. It's up to you. Dongfang Shou answered Yichen indifferently. After being with Dongfang Shou for a while, Yichen was getting used to Dongfang Shou's coldness. Yichen took out a bed from the ferry gate storage room. After taking a bed from the ferry gate storage room, Yichen put Dongfang Shou on the bed. You rest here, I'll go look around this place. Yichen told Dongfang Shou to rest here. Dongfang Shou did not answer Yichen's words. She was currently closing her eyes and trying to recover. Yichen was so helpless. How could he be stuck with a woman like this? If only Yichen didn't need Dongfang Shou to get out of this kind of situation. Yichen would have left this woman a long time ago. Chapter 469, Goddess of Life and Mercy. Yichen decided to go take a look around this place. Wait a minute. When Yichen wanted to go look around this place, Dongfang Shou suddenly stopped himself. What is wrong? Yichen asked Dongfang Shou. Make sure not to use the heavenly silver flame that you have anymore. Dongfang Shou warned Yichen not to use the heavenly silver flame, so that Sui Jin would not find the two of them. I already know that without having to tell Dongfang Shou. Yichen already knows this. He won't use the heavenly silver flame carelessly anymore. It's good when you understand, Dongfang Shou said to Yichen. After saying this to Yichen, Dongfang Shou closed her eyes again. She was currently starting to heal herself. Yichen left Dongfang Shou alone. Yichen started to explore this cave. He went deeper and deeper into this cave. Yichen moved as far away from Dongfang Shou as possible. Hey Yuechan, where is the whereabouts of the treasure you said earlier? Yichen immediately asked where the treasure that Chu Yuechan had previously said was located. The treasure is deep in the depths of this cave, you just keep going. Chu Yuechan told Yichen that deep in this cave there is a treasure that might increase Yichen's strength. Yichen currently really needs strength. He now knows that he is currently very weak and requires a lot of resources to increase the strength he has. Yichen purposely didn't tell Dongfang Shou that there was a hidden treasure here. Yichen was still a little dissatisfied with the treatment that Dongfang Shou had done to his belongings downstairs. It would be better for Yichen to manipulate this treasure for himself. Yichen went to the inside of this cave. It was unexpected that this cave was so deep. After walking for about 30 minutes, Yichen still had not found the end of this cave. Hey Yuechan, is it still far? Yichen wants to know whether the place where the treasure is still far away or not. Be patient, you will arrive at that place soon. Chu Yuechan told Yichen to be more patient. Okay. Yichen understood. He continued to go deeper into this cave. A few moments later, Yichen arrived in front of a gate made of ice which was very thick and very sturdy. This gate made of ice had several inscriptions that were quite strange. Yichen began to read the writing engraved inside this gate. On this ice gate was engraved a word that reads, even eternal light can lose its light if its core is destroyed. Everything in this world can change over time. Time will continue to change everything. No one can prevent that from happening. What do these words mean? Yichen is confused by the words engraved on this ice gate. Master, can you read this language? Quite surprised, Chu Yuechan asked Yichen. Of course I can read it. Can't you read the engravings of this writing? Asked Yichen to Chu Yuechan. Chu Yuechan, _. This is an ancient language before the existence of gods. I never thought that you could read an ancient language like this. Where did you learn a language like this? Shu Yuechan asked Yi Chen where did he learn a language like this. Even Shu Yuechan herself did not understand this language. I don't know, these words just crossed my head, replied Yi Chen to Shu Yuechan, straight face. Shu Yuechan didn't know what to say to Yi Chen anymore. I will try to open this gate. Yi Chen will try to open this gate. When Yi Chen touched the ice gate using the fingers he had, the ice gate suddenly started to give off a blue light, after which the gate started to rumble and began to open. Shu Yuechan was quite surprised when he saw this. Unexpectedly, with just one touch that Yi Chen did, the ice gate opened by itself. After the ice gate opened, Yi Chen saw that inside this gate stood a statue of a very beautiful woman. Even though it is only a statue, the beauty that this statue shows is extraordinary. This is the first time Yi Chen has seen a beauty that is beyond his imagination. Even Shu Yuechan, who according to Yi Chen is the most beautiful, still loses when compared to a figure engraved in this statue. Wow, it's so beautiful. Who is the woman who is engraved on this statue? Yi Chen was quite surprised by the beauty engraved on this statue. Master, stop being surprised like that. It's just a statue. There's no need to be surprised just seeing a statue like this. Shu Yuechan looked displeased when Yi Chen praised the figure of beauty engraved on this statue. For the first time, Shu Yuechan felt that she was so inferior to the figure engraved on this statue. This made Shu Yuechan feel very annoyed. Shu Yuechan did not think that she would lose to a statue. So why? I'm only talking that the woman who was engraved in this statue is very beautiful. Even though it is only a statue, the beauty that is engraved on this statue is very, very beautiful. If a statue alone could be this beautiful, then what about the real figure? Wouldn't she be a goddess of beauty that is peerless? Hemp. Shu Yuechan snorted coldly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored Shu Yuechan, who looked annoyed. He went closer to the goddess statue that was standing in front of him. When Yi Chen got closer, he saw an inscription that wasn't much different from the one engraved on the ice gate. Written here, the goddess of life and mercy, Shen Yang. So this beautiful woman's name is Shen Yang. Now Yi Chen knows the name of the woman engraved on this statue. What, Shen Yang, master, are you sure? Shu Yuechan was shocked again when Yi Chen said that this woman was Shen Yang. Indeed, it is written like that here, replied Yi Chen to Shu Yuechan. Do you know anything about this woman's name? Asked Yi Chen to Shu Yuechan. Master, how can you not know Shen Yang's name? She is one of the true gods, just like the sage god, Shu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen. Oh yeah, I just remembered that Shen Yang is one of the true gods who has the nickname the goddess of life and mercy. Yi Chen just remembered this. Why is your reaction only like this? In front of you is the figure of the most beautiful legendary woman ever recorded in the god realm, Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Shu Yuechan now understood why she could lose to the figure in this statue. It turned out that this woman's statue was the first beauty ever to exist in god realm, didn't you? Just tell yourself that this is just a statue, so there's no need to be surprised like that when you see something like this. Yi Chen returned the words Shu Yuechan previously used to himself. Straight face, Shu Yuechan was speechless. It was unexpected that Yi Chen would say the words she previously used. Chapter 470 Void Abyss. Yi Chen continued to observe the goddess Shen Yang statue. Yi Chen did not find anything special about the statue of the goddess of life and mercy, Shen Yang. There is nothing special about this statue. Yi Chen felt that there was nothing special about the statue of the goddess Shen Yang. This made Yi Chen a little disappointed, because there was nothing special about this statue. Yi Chen decided to move forward. When Yi Chen stepped forward, he found a small pool that contained an extremely pure energy. Such pure energy had never been seen by Yi Chen. Yi Chen approached the pool. Yi Chen saw that this pool was very shallow. When he tried to touch the water in this pool, when Yi Chen touched the water in this pool, he felt that an extremely pure energy had rushed into his body. This pure energy was too much for Yi Chen to absorb right now. The result was a lot of pure energy leaking out of Yi Chen's body. Master, stop. This water has too much energy for you. If you force it to absorb it, then the pure energy will be wasted. Shu Yuechan warned Yi Chen that the pure energy contained in this water was too heavy for Yi Chen to absorb at this time. Then how do I absorb this pure energy? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan how to absorb the pure energy in this pool. Unfortunately, there is no technique as powerful as that which can allow you to fully absorb the pure energy in this pool of water. Unless you have a cultivation comparable to Dongfang Xiao, you will not be able to fully absorb the pure energy contained in this water. Shu Yuechan explained. If Yi Chen's cultivation was the reason he couldn't absorb the energy contained in this pool, if Yi Chen insisted on absorbing this very pure energy, then a lot of very pure energy would be wasted. Damn, again because I'm weak. Again, the strength factor made Yi Chen unable to absorb the pure energy contained in this pool of water. The level of a cultivator is one of the determinants of their capacity to absorb pure energy. The higher the level of cultivation they have, the more pure energy capacity they can absorb. This is why Yi Chen can only absorb a little of the pure energy contained in this water. The rest is wasted because Yi Chen's capacity is lacking. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep this thing to yourself in the future, or are you going to give this thing to Dongfang Xiu? Chu Yuechan asked Yi Chen. Why do I have to give something valuable like that to that woman? I better save this for future use. It would be better if Yi Chen kept this for himself in the future. Yi Chen felt a little disappointed because he couldn't take advantage of a treasure in front of him. Don't be too disappointed like that. Up ahead there is still a treasure more valuable than this pool. Shu Yuechan tried to comfort Yi Chen. You're right, let's just continue on our journey. Since Yi Chen couldn't take advantage of this pool of water for now, Yi Chen decided to continue the journey. Yi Chen went to the inside of this cave. When Yi Chen continued to explore the inside of this cave, he felt a very familiar feeling calling out to him. This feeling was the same as when Yi Chen was in the frozen ice sect. He currently felt something like this when he discovered the existence of the Sage God's water crystal. Could it be that there is a Sage God crystal in front? Yi Chen muttered in his heart. Yi Chen became a little excited when he knew this. Just a few tens of meters in front of him, Yi Chen saw an extremely dense darkness. This darkness seemed to have no end. Seeing this strange thing in front of him, Yi Chen immediately stopped. What's that in front? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan about the weirdness that was right in front of him. Isn't this the void abyss? Shu Yuechan was shocked again when she saw a void abyss in front of Yi Chen. Void abyss? Isn't that only in myth? In the past, Yi Chen studied the void abyss. Void abyss is a null dimension where every object or anything that enters it will be immediately transformed into nothing. Master, you are absolutely right. I never thought that I could see the void abyss in a place like this. Shu Yuechan herself saw the void abyss for the first time in her life. The void abyss was something that cultivators in this world could rarely see and find. Void abyss is created when a dimension collapses. Everything in life in this world occupies a dimension. When the dimension that is occupied by objects in life collapses, there is a void abyss. How can we get past this void abyss? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. Maybe Chu Yuechan knows how to get past the void abyss in front of them. The only way to get past the void abyss is to create a new dimension within the void abyss itself. But that is something that is absolutely impossible to do. The dimensional principle is something that is very difficult to learn. In the history of God realm, the only person who can understand the principle of dimension is the Sage God. Shu Yuechan explained the only way one could pass the void abyss, so the only way is to learn dimensional principles. Yi Chen now understood that if he wanted to pass the void abyss, he had to be able to understand the dimensional principle. You are the heir of the Sage God, so in the future you should be able to use dimensional principles. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the heir of the Sage God, so Yi Chen should be able to learn dimensional principles like Sage God. So if I want to pass through the void abyss, then I have to inherit the dimensional principles from Sage God. If Yi Chen wants to pass the void abyss, then he has to get the inheritance of the dimensional principles left by the Sage God. Yes, that's very true. If you want to pass through the void abyss, you have to get the inheritance of the dimensional principle from the Sage God. If you can get the dimensional principles, then you will be able to obtain the immense treasure that is behind this void abyss. Chu Yuechan tell Yi Chen what he will get behind this void abyss. Yi Chen was quite tempted by the words of treasure that Chu Yuechan said. Unfortunately, at this time Yi Chen still had not obtained the inheritance of the Sage God dimensional principle. Even Yi Chen did not know the existence of that inheritance. After all, the legacy of the Sage God was scattered all over the world, so Yi Chen could only rely on the luck he had to find the legacy that the Sage God left behind. This trip was wasted. I didn't get anything from this place. Yi Chen felt that this trip was really a waste of time. Yi Chen had traveled quite far. It was unexpected that Yi Chen didn't get anything from this place. With a feeling of disappointment, Yi Chen returned to the place where Dongfang Xiu was. Giggle. Shu Yuechan giggled at the sight of this kind of Yi Chen. Chapter 471. Dongfang Xiu gentle groaned. Yi Chen returned to the place where Dongfang Xiu was. When Yi Chen arrived at where Dongfang Xiu was, he saw that currently Dongfang Xiu was still in the process of recovering herself. Yi Chen approached where Dongfang Xiu was. Yi Chen got on the bed. Yi Chen sat cross-legged beside Dongfang Xiu. He began to close his eyes and cultivate. What do you find? Dongfang Xiu asked. What did Yi Chen find after exploring this cave? There is nothing. Interesting, you better recover quickly so we can get out of this problem as soon as possible. Yi Chen did not tell Dongfang Xiu about what he had just found in this cave. Dongfang Xiu didn't ask any further. She closed her eyes and regained the strength she had. 2 more days have passed. Yi Chen feels very bored if he has to stay in this cave any longer. Usually Yi Chen wouldn't be bored when he was with a beautiful goddess like Dongfang Xiu. But this time Yi Chen was really bored. Dongfang Xiu was too quiet and cold. Even after 2 days together, she didn't speak a word to Yi Chen. Hey goddess Dongfang Xiu, don't you have a way so that we can get out of this kind of situation? I can't stand Having to keep hiding like this. Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore. Yi Chen wanted Dongfang Shou to find a solution so that the two of them could get out of the situation. Why are you so fussy? It's only been 2 days. If you really don't like it, you can leave here, Dongfang Shou said to Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou's tone was no longer cold. She was currently turning into an absurd young woman. For Dongfang Shou, 2 days was a very short time, so she didn't feel that 2 days was a very long time. May I ask something about you? Yi Chen wanted to ask something about Dongfang Shou. What is that? Dongfang Shou replied to Yi Chen, what's your ideal man like? Yi Chen wants to know what kind of man a goddess Dongfang Shou likes. Why do you ask things like this? Dongfang Shou started to question Yi Chen. Well, I just want to know, who knows if I fall into the category of your ideal type? To overcome this boredom, Yi Chen decided to tease Dongfang Shou a little. Seeing that the current Dongfang Shou didn't show a cold temper like before, Yi Chen now dared to tease Dongfang Shou. Hemph, it's definitely not like you. Dongfang Shou sniffed at Yi Chen. Come on, just tell me what type you like. Yi Chen became curious about the man who was Dongfang Shou's favorite type. Well, if you insist, I will say a man who is worthy of being my husband. First, he must be smart. Second, he must be great than me. And third, he must be the strongest person in God realm. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen what kind of man is worthy of her. Yi Chen, straight face. The conditions that Dongfang Shou said were too unreasonable. It was an extremely difficult thing for most people in the entire God realm to do. Even Yi Chen doubted that anyone could fulfill all of the conditions that Dongfang Shou said at this time. How do you understand? If you want to chase me, then you have to fulfill all the conditions I said earlier, said Dongfang Shou to Yi Chen. Well, it seems I don't have a chance to pursue a beautiful goddess like you. Yi Chen felt that Dongfang Shou's conditions were too much. You give up too quickly. Do you dare to call yourself a man with your character like that? Dongfang Shou sneered at Yi Chen. Who are you saying not man? I am a big man. Yi Chen was dissatisfied when Dongfang Shou doubted that he was not a man. Then show me that you really are man, said Dongfang Shou to face Yi Chen. Okay, I will show you who I am. Yi Chen will show who he is to Dongfang Shou. This is the right time for Yi Chen to take revenge for what Dongfang Shou did to his younger brother. Yi Chen started extending his hand towards Dongfang Shou. He used the king's heart technique to make Dongfang Shou excited. What do you want to do? Dongfang Shou started to feel hot and weak when Yi Chen's hand touched her. You pervert. What do you want to do to me? Dongfang Shou asked Yi Chen while enduring the discomfort in her body. Isn't it obvious? Show you that I am a man. Yi Chen began to stretch out his hand towards the white ancient dress that was worn by Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen deftly took off the white ancient dress that was worn by Dongfang Shou. Because he was very familiar with it, now Yi Chen could easily take off the white ancient dress that Dongfang Shou was wearing. You shameless perverted criminal, I will definitely kill you. Dongfang Shou shouted at Yi Chen with the various nicknames of a pervert. Dongfang Shou even threatened to kill Yi Chen. If only Dongfang Shou's strength was present, she would have killed Yi Chen with just one clap. Yi Chen no longer cared about the threats that Dongfang Shou said. His pride as a man was at stake here, so he couldn't back down anymore. Yi Chen had finished removing all the ancient dresses that Dongfang Shou wore. Dongfang Shou's entire naked body was currently displayed right in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen could even see Dongfang Shou's secret garden, which was very, very beautiful. Dongfang Shou's secret garden was very clean. Not a single grass grew at the bottom of Dongfang Shou's. A woman with the nickname White Tiger is indeed different. No matter how many times Yi Chen sees this, he never gets tired of seeing Dongfang Shou's secret garden. Yi Chen started stretching out his fingers to play with Dongfang Shou's secret garden. Stop. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to stop. She could not stand the stimulation by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was not satisfied just playing on Dongfang Shou's courtyard. Yi Chen's fingers began to try to enter the honey cave that no one in the entire world had ever explored. Dongfang Shou groaned in a very, very soft voice. Her body moved extremely violently when Yi Chen's fingers entered a place that no one had ever visited in her life. Yi Chen's bones melted just from hearing the soft moaning sound that Dongfang Shou let out. Unexpectedly, when the beautiful goddess Dongfang Shou was stimulated, he would make a groaning sound that could make every man in this world melt because of a very soft voice. Wow, this is so scandalous. Yi Chen felt that his fingers were pinched very tightly by the very soft walls of Dongfang Shou's honey cave, plus a very strong suction kept pulling Yi Chen's fingers deeper. Yi Chen began to imagine what it would be like if his younger brother entered Dongfang Shou's honey cave. Wouldn't it be amazing if you were in there? Chapter 472, I will do whatever you want. Yi Chen continued to use the fingers he had to make Dongfang Shou feel even better. Stop it, I beg you to stop. Dongfang Shou could no longer stand Yi Chen's fingers stimulating her. Dongfang Shou's body couldn't help but feel the pleasure emanating from Yi Chen's fingers. Strangely, even though Dongfang Shou tried to reject Yi Chen, she didn't even try to push Yi Chen away. Her body seemed to be enjoying this. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction when he saw that Dongfang Shou had started to sink into this pleasure.
Do you now believe that I am a man?
Yi Chen said to Dongfang Shou, yes.
Yes, I believe, please let me go right now.
Dongfang Shou immediately nodded to Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou only hoped to get out of this situation. She didn't care if she had to lie in front of Yi Chen. I feel that your words are completely insincere, then I will let you know how good I am. Yi Chen started to get serious this time. He put all the power he had to make Dongfang Shou feel a pleasure that is incomparable in the world. In the past, Chan once said that women from God realm cannot be obtained by normal means. To be able to get women from God realm, you must be able to dominate them so that they can be conquered. Goddess, you are so beautiful, it would be very dear to me if your beauty was not respected wholeheartedly. Yi Chen started whispering sweet words to Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou's body trembled when she heard Yi Chen's words that were so sweet. Dongfang Xiu had never heard such sweet words from a man. Yi Chen suddenly bit Dongfang Shou's ear. Stop, don't bite me. Dongfang Shou groaned when Yi Chen bit her ear. This stimulation made Dongfang Shou's mind very confused. She felt that her mind would really be overpowered by the pleasure that Yi Chen gave. Goddess, don't fight anymore. Be my woman. I will definitely make you the happiest woman in this world, okay? Yi Chen whispered sweet words to Dongfang Shou. Every whisper from Yi Chen was like a demonic whisper that was drowning herself in lust. Dongfang Shou had to admit that this was the most joyful thing she had ever experienced in this life. Dongfang Shou's body and mind began to completely sink into Yi Chen's technique. Seeing Dongfang Shou not answering himself, Yi Chen decided to pull back his hand. He pushed Dongfang Shou away. Dongfang Shou was surprised when she saw Yi Chen stop. Even though she was just about to reach the peak of happiness, Yi Chen went away from Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen returned to the side of the bed he previously occupied. Yi Chen acted like nothing had happened. Dongfang Shou felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling in her body. This uncomfortable feeling was very disturbing to Dongfang Shou. Why did he stop? Even though I was just about to reach the top in her heart, Dongfang Shou complained to Yi Chen, who suddenly stopped at such an important moment. Dongfang Shou rubbed her body uncomfortably. Now Dongfang Shou felt that there were hundreds of thousands of ants crawling on her body. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Dongfang Shou needed Yi Chen to get rid of this discomfort. Yi Chen was deliberately making Dongfang Shou uncomfortable. It would not be called revenge if Yi Chen couldn't make Dongfang Shou feel such discomfort. Now that Yi Chen only needed to wait for Dongfang Shou to beg himself, it would be an extraordinary thing when a beautiful goddess like Dongfang Shou begged him to do that. Just imagining this made Yi Chen both very happy and proud. Time passed, neither Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou wanted to say a word. Yi Chen's current situation was very good. He was currently sitting lazily with his back to Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou herself was in quite a bad state. She was currently heaving her breath as she tried to endure the uncomfortable feeling in her body. This woman is strong enough to endure it. It was unexpected that Dongfang Shou was strong enough to endure such feelings for such a long time. When Yi Chen thought about this, he suddenly felt a soft hand hugging him from behind. When Yi Chen looked back, he saw that Dongfang Shou was the one hugging him. Why are you hugging me? Didn't you say to stay away from you? Yi Chen tried to push Dongfang Shou away from him. Dongfang Shou didn't want to leave Yi Chen's side. She hugged Yi Chen's neck very tightly. I'm sorry for that. I beg you to please get rid of this uncomfortable feeling. Dongfang Shou was really begging and asked Yi Chen to continue what the two of them had previously done. Dongfang Shou had already reached her limit. Right now she really needed Yi Chen to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling in her body. Yi Chen's plan finally worked. Dongfang Shou finally asked himself to do what they had previously done. If this was discovered by the people of the God realm, it would definitely be an extraordinary commotion. One of the four beautiful goddesses of the western region actually asked a man to do that. No, I don't want to. Yi Chen immediately rejected Dongfang Shou's request. If there were people who saw what Yi Chen was doing right now, then it was certain that they would yell at Yi Chen stupidly. How could a man refuse the invitation of a beautiful goddess like Dongfang Shou? Yi Chen would not be that easy to do what Dongfang Shou wanted. He had to make Dongfang Shou pay for what she had done to himself. Goddess cold Dongfang Shou really couldn't take it anymore. Right now she really needed Yi Chen to overcome the discomfort in her body. I beg of you, I will do whatever you want. Dongfang Shou spat out the words that Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen smiled wickedly when he heard this. Finally what he had been waiting for came out of Dongfang Shou's mouth. Dongfang Shou really promised to do whatever Yi Chen wanted. Are you serious? Asked Yi Chen to Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou immediately nodded to Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen could get rid of this extremely uncomfortable feeling, Dongfang Shou would do whatever Yi Chen wanted. To prove your words, I want you to call me a good husband. Quickly say to prove that Dongfang Shou really has sincere intentions. Yi Chen wanted to test it with very simple things. Good husband. Dongfang Shou called Yi Chen in a very soft voice. Dongfang Shou really did what Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen was very excited when he heard this. It was unexpected that the goddess Dongfang Shou would call him a good husband. This is what every man in God realm wants. A cold goddess actually calls himself a good husband. Very good. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Now that he knows how to make the best use of the king's heart technique, even a cold goddess like Dongfang Shou turned into like under the king's heart technique he had. This morning, do you still remember what you did to me before? Yi Chen asked Dongfang Shou about the incident that happened this morning. Dongfang Shou certainly still remembers the incident that happened this morning when she injured Yi Chen's younger brother who was below. Chapter 473 Cold Goddess couldn't be honest with her feelings. I want you to take responsibility and heal it for me. If you can do it well, then I will give you a gift. Yi Chen immediately said what he wanted. At this moment, Yi Chen's large thing below had raised the spear very high. Okay, Dongfang Shou nodded obediently as he started to go in front of Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou started to take off the pants that Yi Chen was wearing. Dongfang Shou clumsily enough tried to take off Yi Chen's pants. After a little more effort, Dongfang Shou finally took off Yi Chen's pants. An immense object appeared right before Dongfang Shou's eyes. Dongfang Shou's eyes were filled with love when she saw Yi Chen's large object for the second time. Dongfang Shou still clearly remembered the taste of tasting this large object. It was truly extraordinary to taste this large object. Dongfang Shou stretched her hand towards the large object in front of her. When Dongfang Shou touched this thing, she felt that it was very hot and very hard. Gulp. Dongfang Shou started to gulp her saliva when she touched this large object. What should I do now? Dongfang Shou asked Yi Chen what she should do with this time. Just do it like that time. Let your little mouth heal it for me. Yi Chen told Dongfang Shou to serve the younger brother who was downstairs. Dongfang Shou was a little scared when Yi Chen told herself to put this big thing into her mouth. This thing was much bigger than what Dongfang Shou remembered. Dongfang Shou started to open her cherry lips to wrap Yi Chen's big thing. Yi Chen's big thing was wrapped in something moist, soft, and very comfortable. This feeling was very pleasant for Yi Chen. One of the Western region's 4 beautiful goddesses was actually volunteering to give Yi Chen a service like this. Yi Chen certainly enjoyed this very much. This was something he could not imagine in this life. Slurp, slurp. Slurp. Dongfang Shou started to suck on Yi Chen's big thing like eating a huge lolly candy. Don't use your teeth. Yi Chen told Dongfang Shou not to use the teeth she had so as not to scratch him. Dongfang Shou immediately understood. She no longer used her teeth so as not to injure Yi Chen's. Yi Chen started guiding Dongfang Shou even further to satisfy himself. Well, this is amazing. Yi Chen stroked Dongfang Shou's snow-white hair which was extremely soft. Yi Chen felt that this was extraordinary. Dongfang Shou was very genius. In just a very short time Dongfang Shou could learn what Yi Chen said. Dongfang Shou is really addicted to eating this big thing. It's really very delicious for Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen didn't want to stay still. Now it was his turn to make Dongfang Shou feel comfortable. Rotate your body 180 degrees. Let me make you feel comfortable, Yi Chen told Dongfang Shou to rotate her body 180 degrees. But Dongfang Shou vomited the large object in her mouth. She started to rotate her body position 180 degrees. Right now Dongfang Shou's secret area was in front of Yi Chen's face. After turning her body, Dongfang Shou continued serving Yi Chen's large object. Yi Chen also started to serve Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou's body suddenly shook as Yi Chen's tongue played in his forbidden place. Dongfang Shou finally regained the feeling she had lost before. She was very happy with this feeling. The two of them continued to serve each other. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou were immersed in the pleasure of this love. All the dissatisfaction in Yi Chen's heart began to dissipate. He now quite liked this kind of Dongfang Shou. According to Yi Chen, this was better than cold Dongfang Shou. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen felt that he was going to come out. Dongfang Shou's technique was very good. Yi Chen felt that he would take out all the burdens he had. Dongfang Shou also felt the same way. He felt that from within her something would come out that he could no longer endure. My goddess will come out, Yi Chen shouted to warn Dongfang Shou. I also something will come out. Dongfang Shou also shouted at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shot a lot of his Yanqi essence into Dongfang Shou's mouth. Dongfang Shou's mouth immediately bulged when she received the hot Yanqi essence from Yi Chen. Glup, glup, glup. Dongfang Shou started to swallow up all of Yi Chen's essence. Dongfang Shou did not feel disgusted by this. She simply enjoyed the taste of Yi Chen's essence, which was very delicious. This was the most extraordinary taste that Dongfang Shou had ever tasted. Dongfang Shou also put a lot of Yanqi on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen did not waste time and absorbed the Yanqi that Dongfang Shou just put out. Chew. Dongfang Shou cleaned Yi Chen's thing. She didn't let a single drop of Yi Chen's essence go to waste. Yi Chen was currently enjoying the services provided by Dongfang Shou. When Yi Chen was enjoying the services of Dongfang Shou, suddenly Dongfang Shou bit his big object. Ouch! Yi Chen groaned a little when Dongfang Shou bit into his large object. As Yi Chen looked down, he saw Dongfang Shou's angry gaze. Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Dongfang Shou's angry gaze. After receiving the essence from Yi Chen, Dongfang Shou started to become aware. She was no longer under the influence of Yi Chen's King Heart technique. After Dongfang Shou realized, the first thing Dongfang Shou did was bite Yi Chen's younger brother. Luckily, Dongfang Shou's bite wasn't too heavy. If Dongfang Shou meant it, then the current Yi Chen's younger brother could break up. From the start, Dongfang Shou didn't want to hurt Yi Chen. She just wanted to teach the big pervert Yi Chen a little lesson for daring to tease herself like that. To be honest, Dongfang Shou had difficulty leaving Yi Chen after experiencing things like before. She really liked what she had just done together with Yi Chen. Beautiful goddess, please release your bite. Yi Chen tried to persuade Dongfang Shou to want to let go of his younger brother who was below. If Dongfang Shou bites him, then Yi Chen will no longer be a man. Dongfang Shou still didn't want to let go of Yi Chen's things. She kept looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen really needed to find a way for Dongfang Shou to release her bite. Good wife, we can talk about this carefully. Yi Chen tried to seduce the beautiful goddess Dongfang Shou. After being seduced by Yi Chen, finally Dongfang Shou wanted to release her bite at Yi Chen's large object. Who wants to be your wife, you pervert? Dongfang Shou turned her face to the side. Dongfang Shou really couldn't be honest with her own feelings for Yi Chen. After being released by Dongfang Shou, Yi Chen immediately sought his younger brother. Fortunately, nothing happened to his belongings. He felt very relieved. It seemed that from the start Dongfang Shou didn't want to hurt Yi Chen. Yi Chen was quite happy when he saw Dongfang Shou not injure him. It seemed that this woman was not as bad as she thought. Chapter 474, Hiding Location. Was found by Sui Jin. Seeing that Dongfang Shou was not that angry with him, Yi Chen stepped towards Dongfang Shou. He started to hug Dongfang Shou's beautiful body. Dongfang Shou was quite surprised by Yi Chen's courage. This pervert still dared to play with herself. Dongfang Shou started to fight back. She started pushing Yi Chen away. Goddess, you are so beautiful. Yi Chen whispered sweet words in Dongfang Shou's ear. Dongfang Shou stopped fighting when she heard Yi Chen's sweet words. Dongfang Shou couldn't stand Yi Chen's very sweet words. Somehow every time Yi Chen praised herself as being beautiful, Dongfang Shou felt that her heart was very sweet. In her life, today Dongfang Shou felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Dongfang Shou had never felt this sweet feeling in her life. After all, in God realm, it was almost impossible for anyone to move Dongfang Shou's heart. Apart from her very high status, Dongfang Shou was known to be extremely cold, so no one dared to cause trouble for Dongfang Shou. Stop seducing me, it won't work on me. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to stop saying such sweet words to herself. Really? Then why is your face slightly flushed? Yi Chen smiled when he saw Dongfang Shou's face, which turned slightly red. Wherever Yi Chen's sweet words worked on Dongfang Shou, it's because it's a bit hot in here. Dongfang Shou still had some way of making excuses. It's hot? It's cold in here, how can you feel hot? This is a snow polar star whose entire surface is covered with snow and ice, so the temperature in this place is never high. The reasoning made by Dongfang Shou was easily broken by Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou became embarrassed when the excuse she made herself sink deeper into the hole she had made. Dongfang Shou was completely cornered by Yi Chen. Now she doesn't know how to reply to Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen felt attracted when he saw goddess Dongfang Shou become embarrassed like this. Maybe this was a scene that people who came from God realm had never seen. Yi Chen immediately pounced Dongfang Shou onto the bed. Dongfang Shou, who was not ready, was shocked by what Yi Chen was doing. Big pervert, what do you want to do? Dongfang Shou immediately rebelled. She tried to get away from Yi Chen. What's more? Of course I want you. Yi Chen really wanted Dongfang Shou. He wanted to do this together with Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou blushed when she heard this. This man in front of her was really very brave to say something like that. Yi Chen was completely different from every man Dongfang Shou met. Usually every man that Dongfang Shou meets will be very respectful and always try to please herself so that he can be close to her. Whereas Yi Chen didn't respect or please Dongfang Shou at all. All this man wanted was her. Yi Chen started caressing Dongfang Shou's beautiful body. Yi Chen was already ready to do that with Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou started to groan when her body was being caressed by Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou felt strange about herself, even though she knew that at this time she was being harassed by Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou had no intention of expelling Yi Chen, who was on top of her body. Dongfang Shou seemed to accept what Yi Chen was going to do to her. Beautiful goddess, are you ready to become my woman? Yi Chen whispered in Dongfang Shou's ear. Dongfang Shou's face immediately turned red. She immediately turned her face to the side. Dongfang Shou did not dare to look Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen thought that Dongfang Shou agreed. If Dongfang Shou rejected him, Dongfang Shou would have thrown Yi Chen away a long time ago. I finally found you. You will no longer be able to escape from me. When Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou were about to do this, suddenly heard Sui Jin's voice outside. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou were immediately shocked when they heard Sui Jin's voice outside this cave. Dongfang Shou immediately pushed Yi Chen away. She immediately took the ancient dress that was beside her. Dongfang Shou quickly put on the ancient dress she just took. Yi Chen also did the same. He immediately put his pants back on. Yi Chen was very annoyed when Sui Jin came and interfered, even though the previous situation was very good to get goddess Dongfang Shou. Unexpectedly at such an important moment Sui Jin would come and disturb him and Dongfang Shou. How can this man find out where we are? Yi Chen started to wonder how Sui Jin could find their hidden existence. Maybe he used a special method to find our whereabouts. Dongfang Shou started to suspect that Sui Jin used a special method to find existence. What are you going to do? Can you fight? Yi Chen asked Dongfang Shou. The strength that I have still hasn't recovered. At best the strength I have is still around 60%. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen that currently the strength she has is still not fully recovered. Moreover, at this time their escape route was blocked by Sui Jin, so they couldn't run from Sui Jin. Now that Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou were completely cornered, the two of them could no longer run from Sui Jin's palms. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou could hear that Sui Jin started to enter this place. Sui Jin quickly went towards Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. There is no time, let's go to this part of the cave. Yi Chen pulled Dongfang Shou's hand. He invited Dongfang Shou to fly towards the deeper part of this cave. Dongfang Shou didn't fight Yi Chen at all. She followed Yi Chen to the deeper part of this cave. Sui Jin didn't let Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou escape that easily. He went after Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou, who were currently heading towards the inside of this cave. During these 2 days Sui Jin had almost gone crazy looking for the whereabouts of Dongfang Shou and Yi Chen. Sui Jin used various methods and resources at his disposal to search for the whereabouts of Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. After consuming a lot of resources and time, Sui Jin finally discovered the whereabouts of Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. Whatever happens, Sui Jin will not let go of these two people who have made him use up all the resources he has. Yi Chen brought Dongfang Shou to the inside of this cave. Because Yi Chen had already explored this place, he could easily find a way to the inside of this cave. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived in front of the ice gate with a strange carving. When she saw this strange carving, Dongfang Shou felt curious. She had never seen the language engraved on this ice gate. Let's go inside. Yi Chen immediately ordered Dongfang Shou to come inside. Dongfang Shou followed Yi Chen into the ice gate. After the two of them entered, Yi Chen tried to close the ice gate. After trying for a while, Yi Chen was unable to close the ice gate. Let me help. Seeing Yi Chen struggling to close the ice gate, Dongfang Shou took the initiative to help Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou teamed up to close the ice gate. Chapter 475, Hopeless Situation. Even though Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou had teamed up to push through this ice gate, the ice gate still didn't want to move an inch. Hey Yue-chan, do you know how to close this gate? Seeing the normal way doesn't work, Yi Chen immediately asked Chu Yue-chan how to close this gate. Sorry, I also don't know how to close the ice gate. Chu Yue-chan also didn't know how to close the ice gate. To Chu Yue-chan, the mechanism of the ice gate door was still very foreign to her. If Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou couldn't close this ice gate, then they would not have survived Sui Jin's pursuit. Where are you going to run? Sui Jin finally caught up with Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. Sui Jin looked at Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou with very angry eyes. Seeing that Sui Jin had caught up with them, Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou became very alert. They immediately retreated a few meters. Finally, after 2 days of searching, I managed to find the whereabouts of both of you. Haha, Sui Jin laughed quite creepily. Sui Jin was quite satisfied when he saw Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. Bitch, hurry and give the heavenly silver flame. Otherwise I will make both of you die very, very painful. Sui Jin asked Dongfang Shou for the heavenly silver flame. I will never hand over the heavenly silver flame to you, even if I have to die even. Dongfang Shou still insisted on not giving Sui Jin the heavenly silver flame. Dongfang Shou's attitude turned cold towards Sui Jin. Even though Dongfang Shou gave Sui Jin the heavenly silver flame, Sui Jin would definitely kill herself and Yi Chen. Sui Jin couldn't help but have to kill Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou to cover up this problem. If Sui Jin let the two of them escape, there would definitely be problems in the future. Sui Jin didn't want that to happen. He had to kill Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou so that no one would know that the heavenly silver flame he got was from Dongfang Shou. If only Dongfang Shou was a woman from an ordinary family, Sui Jin might still be able to sell her to a slave seller. With the beauty that Dongfang Shou has, there will definitely be many people who pay a very high price to get a beauty like a goddess. Unfortunately, none of the silly sellers were willing to accommodate Dongfang Shou. They didn't want to find a problem because of a small profit. Sacred Heaven Star Realm is an immense power in God Realm. There is no fool who wants to find trouble with Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Well, if that's what you want, before I kill you, I will make sure that I will torture you until you beg me to kill you. Sui Jin said what he did to Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen, take this. Dongfang Shou handed the necklace around her neck to Yi Chen. Yi Chen received Dongfang Shou's necklace. Why are you giving me this? Yi Chen asked. Why did Dongfang Shou give himself the profound arc that she had? You can use the profound arc that I have to escape from here. I will open a path for you. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to escape from here. Instead of the two of them dying in this place, it would be better if either of them could escape from this place. Because of this, Dongfang Shou wanted Yi Chen to leave this place. From the start, it was Dongfang Shou who had dragged Yi Chen into the trouble she had. I won't leave you alone in a place like this. Yi Chen didn't want to leave Dongfang Shou here alone. There is no time to argue about this matter. I will immediately open an escape route for you, so prepare yourself. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to get ready. She would pave the way for Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou took his snow butterfly sword from the storage room ring. A thin sword appeared in Dongfang Shou's hand. Dongfang Shou did not waste any more time. She rushed towards Sui Jin, who was in front of her. Sui Jin immediately took his two-handed large sword. He immediately fought Dongfang Shou. Clang, clang, clang. Dongfang Shou's weapon collided with Sui Jin's weapon. In this exchange, Dongfang Shou was very, very depressed by Sui Jin. When Dongfang Shou was fighting Sui Jin, Yi Chen was still in his place. Hurry and go, don't waste any more time. Seeing Yi Chen still standing on the spot with a dazed expression, Dongfang Shou immediately scolded Yi Chen to leave this place. If Yi Chen didn't leave right away, then Dongfang Shou wouldn't be able to hold Sui Jin any longer. Master, don't waste your time, hurry up and go now. That woman has sacrificed herself for you, don't let that woman's sacrifice go to waste. Chu Yuechan immediately told Yi Chen to leave this place. For Chu Yuechan, Yi Chen's life was more important than anything in this world. If Yi Chen died, then Chu Yuechan would have a hard time finding a better substitute than Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart at this time was very chaotic. On the one hand, he wanted to stay here to help Dongfang Shou. On the other hand, Yi Chen felt that he was afraid of death. For the first time, Yi Chen was afraid of death. Get out of here right now, Dongfang Shou shouted at Yi Chen in a very loud voice. Master, quickly leave. Chu Yuechan also shouted at Yi Chen to quickly leave this place. Due to the insistence of Dongfang Shou and Chu Yuechan, Yi Chen left carrying Dongfang Shou's pendant necklace. Dongfang Shou felt relieved when Yi Chen had left this place. At least what she was currently doing was not in vain. Dongfang Shou only hoped that in the future Yi Chen could make the best use of the heavenly silver flame in order to become a great cultivator. You stupid woman, you sacrificed yourself for that weak man. Is such a weak man worth that you sacrificed yourself? Sui Jin did not understand the line of thought that Dongfang Shou had. Shut up, you don't deserve to say that. Dongfang Shou was annoyed when Sui Jin said bad things about Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou started attacking very aggressively at Sui Jin. You stupid woman, feel this. Sui Jin didn't want to fight Dongfang Shou for too long. He wanted to end this battle immediately. Sui Jin launched a deadly attack on Dongfang Shou. Bang! Sui Jin's great sword hit Dongfang Shou's body. Dongfang Shou was flown and crashed into this cave wall. Dongfang Shou immediately spat out a large amount of blood. Dongfang Shou felt her entire internal organs spinning when she received an attack from Sui Jin. The current condition of Dongfang Shou was very bad. Dongfang Shou was really in a desperate situation. It's a very rare sight to see one of the four beautiful goddesses in such a desperate situation. Sui Jin walked towards Dongfang Shou. Sui Jin was standing right in front of Dongfang Shou. Sui Jin grabbed Dongfang Shou's beautiful white hair. Bitch, quickly tell me where you kept the heavenly silver flame. Sui Jin asked where Dongfang Shou kept the heavenly silver flame. You will never find the heavenly silver flame that you were looking for. Dongfang Shou didn't want to tell Sui Jin anything about the heavenly silver flame. Chapter 476. Yi Chen regained courage. You bitch, you really want to die. Sui Jin threw Dongfang Shou against the wall. Dongfang Shou hit the wall again. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongfang Shou's condition became even worse than before. Dongfang Shou's gaze started to become blurry. It seemed like Dongfang Shou would not be able to endure any longer. Tap it, tap it, tap. Sui Jin walked closer to Dongfang Shou. I asked you once where you hid the heavenly silver flame. Otherwise I will start tormenting you even more. Sui Jin asked Dongfang Shou one last time. If the answer given by Dongfang Shou was still the same as before, then Sui Jin would start torturing Dongfang Shou even more. Even if I die, I will never tell the heavenly silver flame to someone like you. Dongfang Shou would rather die than tell Sui Jin about the existence of the heavenly silver flame that had fused with Yi Chen's body. You bitch, get ready. Sui Jin raised one of his hands, preparing to torture Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou closed her eyes. She was already prepared to accept the consequences of this. Stop, the heavenly silver flame you were looking for is on me. When Sui Jin was preparing to torture Dongfang Shou, Yi Chen came and stopped Sui Jin. Sui Jin and Dongfang Shou immediately looked at Yi Chen. Both of them did not believe that Yi Chen would come back to this place again. You stupid. Dongfang Shou didn't believe that Yi Chen would come back to this place again. even though she had been bothering to buy time to hold Sui Jin in this place, not expecting Yi Chen to come back to this dangerous place again. Dongfang Shou had already reached her limit. Dongfang Shou's consciousness disappeared. The current Dongfang Shou was completely unconscious. Earlier, when Yi Chen had fled from this place, he had felt in his heart a feeling of guilt and discomfort. The feeling of fear made him forget who he really was. A cultivator should not be afraid of death. If indeed a cultivator was afraid of death, then it was useless to set foot in the cultivator world full of battles and risks. After getting his identity back, Yi Chen decided to return to the place where Dongfang Shou was. He couldn't let Dongfang Shou die because of him. Shu Yuechan was really angry with Yi Chen's reckless decision. If Yi Chen returned to that place, then it was certain that he would die at the hands of Sui Jin. No matter how many aces Yi Chen brought out, he definitely wouldn't be able to win against Sui Jin. The strength of the two of them was already in a completely different world, like an ant challenging a giant dragon. Yi Chen paid no heed to Chu Yuechan's opinion. Yi Chen had his own plans to fight Sui Jin. Yi Chen knew that he couldn't possibly win against Sui Jin using strength. Therefore Yi Chen would rely on his brain to fight against Sui Jin. Sui Jin turned his attention to Yi Chen. So the heavenly silver flame is in your hands. That's great. Quickly give the heavenly silver flame to me. If you give the heavenly silver flame to me, then I will let you go alive. Sui Jin promised to let Yi Chen go if Yi Chen wanted to give himself the heavenly silver flame. If I give you the heavenly silver flame, will you let that woman go too? Asked Yi Chen to Sui Jin. Of course, as long as you give me the heavenly silver flame, then I'll let you two go. Sui Jin smiled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not believe in this person at all. It was clear that this person would not let go of himself even if he had obtained the heavenly silver flame. Currently the heavenly silver flame is fused into Yi Chen's body, so Sui Jin could not possibly get the heavenly silver flame he wanted. Yi Chen used 9 shadow steps to sneak up behind Sui Jin. If you really want the heavenly silver flame, then chase after me, Yi Chen said to Sui Jin. Yi Chen returned to using 9 shadow steps to go to the interior of this cave. You weak ant, don't know yourself. How dare you challenge me? You will definitely feel the consequences, Sui Jin muttered in his heart. Sui Jin did not immediately use the full speed he had to catch up with Yi Chen. He only used normal speed to catch up with Yi Chen. A few moments later Yi Chen arrived in front of the void abyss. Yi Chen was already trapped. He had no way to go forward. Ha! Why did you stop? Don't you have the strength to run away from me? Sui Jin has caught up with Yi Chen. Even though he was only using his normal speed, Sui Jin could easily catch up with Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned around. He looked at Sui Jin, who was in front of him. Yi Chen immediately summoned the divine yin-yang sword. He prepared to fight against Sui Jin. Oi! 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 Do you seriously want to fight with me with your kindness? Sui Jin laughed at Yi Chen, who wanted to fight himself with very weak strength. This was a joke that was very funny for Sui Jin. Sui Jin did not expect that someone who had not even reached the divine realm stage would dare to challenge himself like this. But no problem, Sui Jin would play with this man for a while. He felt that it was quite fun to play with weak people like Yi Chen. You are so strong. If I don't dare to fight you, then I won't be able to protect what is precious I have. Yi Chen said to Sui Jin. If Yi Chen was afraid of something like this, how could he protect the precious thing he had? In order to protect the precious thing he had, Yi Chen had to dare to do everything. Even though he had to challenge a god once. How interesting. Let's see if the words you have are comparable to the strength you have. Sui Jin immediately rushed towards Yi Chen. From Yi Chen's body immediately came out of the heavenly silver flame and profound ice. The two elements of fire and ice began to coalesce around Yi Chen's body. Ice and fire truly merged into one terrifying unity. Sui Jin, who saw this, was quite shocked. He had never seen anyone who could combine ice and fire into one like that. The thing that made Sui Jin the most shocked was the heavenly silver flame that was brought out by Yi Chen. Damn, so you've successfully combined the heavenly silver flame with yourself. Sui Jin looked very angry when he found out about this. No wonder Dongfang Shou said that he would never find the heavenly silver flame he was looking for. It turned out that the heavenly silver flame had fused with Yi Chen's body, which he considered very weak. Sui Jin now also knows why Dongfang Shou insists on protecting Yi Chen. It turns out that Yi Chen is the person who holds the heavenly silver flame. Chapter 477, Unbalanced Fight. You stupid bitch. How can she give the heavenly silver flame to a weak person like this person? Sui Jin grumbled in his heart. He was constantly chiding Dongfang Shou's stupidity, who had given something very precious to a weak person like Yi Chen. Good. Because I can't get back the heavenly silver flame that I have, then I will make you a loyal puppet that will obey every command I give. Because Sui Jin could no longer get the heavenly silver flame he wanted, Sui Jin could only turn Yi Chen into a loyal puppet that would serve him for life. Sui Jin headed straight for Yi Chen. He stretched out his hand to grab Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen immediately raised the divine yin-yang sword. The divine yin-yang sword began to be enveloped by the fusion of the heavenly silver flame and profound ice. Slash. Yi Chen immediately cut towards the arrival of Sui Jin, who was currently heading here. Clang! Sui Jin's and Divine Yin Yang sword's hands clashed, as he collided with the Divine Yin Yang sword that had been enveloped by the fusion of the heavenly silver flame and profound ice. Sui Jin felt a tingling sensation just from touching it. Knowing this, Sui Jin immediately took a few meters back. When Sui Jin looked at his hand, he saw that his hand was slightly scratched. This was the most absurd thing Sui Jin had ever seen. What are you using it for? Sui Jin wants to know what technique Yi Chen is using. Don't you see it yourself? This is the power of the heavenly silver flame. Yi Chen told Sui Jin what this was. Yi Chen didn't tell Sui Jin about his sage god ability. Yi Chen wasn't that stupid to tell this to his enemy. Bastard, I'm teasing me. Do you think the heavenly silver flame has such terrifying power in your hands? Sui Jin doesn't believe that this is the power of the heavenly silver flame. The heavenly silver flame would be very frightening if it was in the right hands, but if it was in the hands of a weak person, the heavenly silver flame would not be a terrifying weapon. Do you think I am weaker than you? Yi Chen immediately used the reiterant pendant necklace he had to hide the cultivation he had from Sui Jin. Now Sui Jin couldn't tell what level of strength Yi Chen had. Sui Jin was very shocked when suddenly Yi Chen's strength could not be found out. There were two possibilities if he could not know the opposing party's strength. The first was that the person was much stronger than himself, and the second was that the opponent was hiding his strength using a special artifact. In the case of Yi Chen, using an artifact was impossible, because an artifact could not possibly cover the power that had been released. Seeing Sui Jin starting to hesitate while fighting himself, Yi Chen immediately took this opportunity to sneak up on Sui Jin. Yi Chen took the pill plug and started to swallow it. He also immediately opened the Sage God Flame vein. The strength that Yi Chen had immediately increased hundreds of times. 9 Shadow Step. Yi Chen used 9 Shadow Step. Yi Chen went straight behind Sui Jin. Feel this. Yi Chen slashed at Sui Jin using all the full strength he had. Sui Jin did not realize that Yi Chen was currently behind him. He did not have time to avoid Yi Chen's attack. Because of that, Sui Jin could only cross his arms to ward off Yi Chen's slash. Bang! Sui Jin was forced to take 2 steps back when he received this attack. Damn, it's still not strong. The attack that Yi Chen did was still not strong enough to take Sui Jin away. What Yi Chen is currently doing is extremely extraordinary. He is actually able to make a person at the Divine Preceptor realm stage take 2 steps back. This is an extraordinary thing for a cultivator at the stage to do it. Overlord realm, bastard, how dare you do this to me? I don't care anymore if you die, this time I'll be serious. Sui Jin looked very angry when Yi Chen made a sneak attack on him. Sui Jin immediately used the full strength he had, and immense pressure directly pressed against Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen had a little trouble moving when Sui Jin brought out the strength he had. Die, you bastard. The profound flames started to envelop this place. Yi Chen was also surrounded by the profound flames that Sui Jin released. Sui Jin's profound flames charged towards Yi Chen. Profound flames wanted to burn Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's body was immediately engulfed by the profound flames that were burning extremely hot. Ha ha ha. Sui Jin laughed when he saw Yi Chen locked in the profound flame that he had. In a moment he would surely hear a scream of despair that would be very pleasant to hear. 30 seconds have passed. Until now Sui Jin has not heard Yi Chen's scream of despair. This is very strange for Sui Jin. What happened? Why didn't he scream at all? Sui Jin felt strange when he didn't hear Yi Chen's scream of despair. Huss. Yi Chen used his finger to pinch the profound flames that enveloped him. The profound flames that enveloped him immediately dispersed when Yi Chen did this. What? Sui Jin couldn't believe that Yi Chen could destroy the profound flames he had so easily. This is the power of the Sage God that can subdue all kinds of elements in this world. No matter how strong the fire is, he will not be able to injure Yi Chen, even if it is a type of heavenly flame. Seeing this, Yi Chen became more and more confident, the more he was sure that he had a chance to beat this person. Get ready. Yi Chen attacked Sui Jin again using the Divine Yin Yang sword that had been strengthened by using the heavenly silver flame and profound ice. Damn, I won't let you win. Sui Jin took his two-handed sword. He used his two-handed sword to fight Yi Chen. Clang Divine Yin Yang sword collided with Sui Jin's two-handed sword. In this exchange, Yi Chen was forced back several tens of steps, while Sui Jin still remained in his original position. Damn. Very strong. After feeling the exchange, Yi Chen understood how strong Sui Jin really was. Yi Chen's hand felt very numb when he exchanged attacks with Sui Jin. Yi Chen's hand that was used to hold the Divine Yin Yang sword trembled due to the effect from the previous exchange. Yi Chen used his other hand to hold his trembling hand. Now Yi Chen's hands were holding the Divine Yin Yang sword using both of his hands. Sui Jin moved back towards Yi Chen. He was told to attack Yi Chen. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Chen made another exchange with Sui Jin. In every exchange, Yi Chen was forced to dig several tens of steps back. The battle this time was clearly unbalanced. Where the power you had before, quickly show it back to me. Seeing Yi Chen was cornered like this, Sui Jin became very happy. Chapter 478 Tough Win. Yi Chen was really in a very bad state. Every inch of Yi Chen's body really hurt so badly. Every muscle he had ached when he exchanged attacks with Sui Jin. Yi Chen's body really was no longer able to fight, but Yi Chen still forced his body to fight against Sui Jin. Ha ha ha, feel this. Sui Jin continued to attack Yi Chen. He didn't allow Yi Chen to breathe for a moment. Yi Chen didn't want to give up. He kept trying to attack Sui Jin, even though Yi Chen knew that he was less powerful than Sui Jin. Yi Chen did not give up. He believed that he could beat Sui Jin. Yi Chen's profound energy was running low because he had used up such an enormous amount. Yi Chen had no choice but to open the Sage God Water Vein. After Yi Chen used the Sage God Water Vein, an enormous amount of profound energy flowed through his body. Yi Chen felt that the profound energy he had was limitless. 100,000 fire swords. Yi Chen summoned 1,000 flaming flying swords to help himself against Sui Jin. Whether Yi Chen's feelings or this was true, the 100,000 fire swords now looked much stronger than they had originally been. With this, Yi Chen firmly believed that this technique could help him against Sui Jin. 1,000 flaming swords started attacking Sui Jin. 1,000 flames simultaneously aimed at Sui Jin's body. You idiot! What are you doing right now is useless. Feel this. Sui Jin started swinging the two-handed sword in his hand. Sui Jin's two-handed sword slash swept away all the flaming blades that were coming his way. The 1,000 flying swords that Yi Chen just made disappeared instantly. The power of Sui Jin's slashes was truly terrifying. Damn. It's useless. Yi Chen's attacks were completely pointless when dealing with Sui Jin. Sui Jin was really too strong for Yi Chen to fight. Even after Yi Chen used all the aces he had, Yi Chen was still unable to fight Sui Jin. Yi Chen will not be able to win if this continues. He must immediately go to the direction the Void Abyss are in. This is Yi Chen's last hope. He hopes that this plan will work out very well. Sui Jin attacked Yi Chen with very strong power. Yi Chen immediately avoided Sui Jin's attack, which was very powerful. Yi Chen ran towards the Void Abyss. He used the strength he had to run towards the Void Abyss. Where are you going to run? I will not let you run away after what you have done to me. Sui Jin chased after Yi Chen, who was heading towards the Void Abyss. Yi Chen continued to run towards the Void Abyss. Only a few more steps, Yi Chen arrived in front of the Void Abyss. Bam! From behind, someone hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen immediately fell to the ground when receiving this blow. Yi Chen immediately turned around and saw that Sui Jin was right in front of him. Sui Jin pointed the two-handed sword he had at Yi Chen's chest. Do you have any last words before dying? Sui Jin asked Yi Chen if he had one last word before he killed him. He, maybe I just said that to you. Yi Chen chuckled at Sui Jin. Huh? Are you too scared to become stupid and can't think clearly? Sui Jin started to think Yi Chen was stupid when he heard Yi Chen's digressing words. I told you that you are the fool for underestimating your enemy. Yi Chen is currently behind Sui Jin. Yi Chen used 9 shadow steps to sneak behind Sui Jin. Sui Jin was completely unaware that what he was seeing was only Yi Chen's shadow. Azure Dragon Domain. Yi Chen didn't waste this opportunity. He immediately opened a domain. Finally, Yi Chen showed the Azure Dragon inheritance he got. Around where Yi Chen had started to get dark, an Azure Dragon shadow projection appeared right behind Yi Chen. Roar. This shadow projection began to roar towards Sui Jin. An extremely strong ancient pressure began to envelop Sui Jin's body. Sui Jin was rendered immobile when the dragon shadow projection in front of Yi Chen roared. What's this? Sui Jin didn't know what was going on. Suddenly his body couldn't move at all. Sui Jin felt very depressed when he heard the roar of the dragon projection behind Yi Chen's body. This is one of the greatness that Yi Chen got when he got the inheritance from the Azure Dragon. When this domain is opened, a very strong pressure will appear. Everyone in this domain will not be able to move for a while. The pressure within this domain was terrifying. No matter how strong Sui Jin was, he would definitely not be able to move for a while. To open this domain required immense amounts of profound energy. If only Yi Chen didn't use the Sage God Water Vein, then he wouldn't be able to maintain this domain for a long time. At most, without the Sage God Water Vein, Yi Chen could only maintain this domain for a few seconds. Seeing that Sui Jin was no longer able to move for a while, it was time for Yi Chen to carry out the plan he had. I hope this is successful. Yi Chen just hopes that this plan can go very well. From Yi Chen's chest appeared several specks of light. Within each of these specks of light contained quite a strong force. Light began to gather in front of Yi Chen. The light began to condense into a ball the size of an adult male fist. Yi Chen pointed this ball of light at Sui Jin. Get ready to accept your death. Yi Chen said to Sui Jin, who was currently unable to move. Shoot ball of light were fired at Sui Jin. Boom! The ball of light exploded right in front of Suijin. Suijin immediately took a few steps backwards upon receiving this powerful explosion. After Yi Chen shot a ball of light at Suijin, he immediately fell to the floor of the cave. Yi Chen was at his limit, he was no longer able to defend the domain and Sage God water vein that he opened. After Yi Chen fell, the Azure Dragon domain disappeared immediately. After the Azure Dragon domain disappeared, Suijin could naturally move back. Suijin did not expect that his previous strength was strong enough to make him take a few steps back. Suijin felt very strange, he suddenly lost his footing on the cave floor underneath. When Suijin looked down, he saw that the floor below him had turned completely dark. This was clearly different from the floor that was several meters ahead of him. It was not only under his feet that darkened, the surroundings of Suijin also darkened. Suijin tried to get out of the void abyss. When he tried to move the legs he had, Suijin felt that his legs couldn't be moved. When Suijin looked down, he saw that his legs were starting to disappear in the darkness that was around him. Arg, what happened to me? Suijin really doesn't know what happened to him, he feels that his body is being swallowed up by this darkness. Help me. Suijin is trying to ask anyone who was here to save himself. Unfortunately, no one other than Yi Chen was in this place. Even Yi Chen would not want to save Suijin, who previously wanted to kill himself. Arg. Suijin kept screaming for help. Suijin's voice gradually started to become very small. Suijin was completely swallowed up by the void abyss. Suijin's body completely disappeared from this world. Yi Chen smiled very satisfied when he saw this. It was unexpected that his plan would succeed to defeat Suijin. Thank God it worked. Yi Chen held the Reiterin pendant necklace around his neck. Thanks to the Reiterin pendant necklace, Yi Chen was able to win against Suijin. The ball of light that Yi Chen previously released was the power accumulated in the Reiterin pendant necklace. This is one of the special abilities possessed by the Reiterin pendant necklace. This ability is very useful for helping Yi Chen in this condition. Yi Chen is currently very tired, both body and mentally. His eyes are too heavy to open. He has never felt tired like this. Yi Chen was not strong anymore. He started to close his eyes and fell asleep. Yi Chen fainted right in front of the void abyss. Suddenly, a light wrapped Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen disappeared from in front of the void abyss. Yi Chen currently appeared again on a very extraordinary expanse of grass. Right behind Yi Chen's head currently was the beautiful fairy Chuyuechan. Chuyuechan lent her the lap of her thigh to rest on Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen, you really deserve to be my master. I never thought you managed to win against someone who has such a high cultivation base. Chuyuechan said to Yi Chen, who was currently unconscious. Chuyuechan had seen how the fight between Yi Chen and Suijin was going. Chuyuechan saw Yi Chen's persistence when fighting against someone who was much stronger than himself. The determination that Yi Chen had was extraordinary. Even though Yi Chen knew that he was not Suijin's opponent, Yi Chen still did not want to give up fighting against Suijin. Yi Chen used his intelligence to fight against Suijin, who had a much stronger power than himself. This is something that cannot be done by everyone in this world. Chuyuechan smiled at Yi Chen. She brought her face closer to Yi Chen, who was below her. Good night. Chuyuechan kissed Yi Chen's lips. She said good night to Yi Chen. This was Chuyuechan's first kiss. Chapter 479 Dongfang shows breakthrough. Several days had passed. Yi Chen was currently sleeping on Chuyuechan's lap very peacefully. Chuyuechan's lap was very comfortable. This made Yi Chen very comfortable. When he fell asleep, Yi Chen's lashes started to tremble slightly. It seemed like Yi Chen was about to come to his senses. Sure enough, Yi Chen opened his eyes. What Yi Chen saw first was Chuyuechan's double peak towering before his eyes. Yi Chen himself still doesn't know whose double peak this is. It is certain that this double peak is so perfect. Master, you are awake. From behind this double peak, Chuyuechan peeked down at Yi Chen. Yuechan, where am I? Yi Chen immediately asked Chuyuechan where this was. Where else? Of course you are inside the fairy gate. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen where they were right now. Yi Chen started to get up from Chuyuechan's lap. When Yi Chen got up, he felt that his head was still very dizzy. Yi Chen immediately grabbed his head, which was still very dizzy. Master, are you okay? You better rest a little longer. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen to rest a little longer to recover. It's okay, I'm fine. Yi Chen is fine, he just feels a little dizzy. Hey Yuechan, how long have I been unconscious? Yi Chen wants to know how long he has been unconscious. Maybe around 3 days. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen that he had been unconscious for approximately 72 hours. What? Yi Chen didn't expect that he would pass out for 72 hours. How is Goddess Dongfang Xiu's situation? Is she alright? The first thing Yi Chen asked Yi Chen was the state of Dongfang Xiu. I don't know, after bringing you in here, I don't know what's going on out there. Chuyuechan didn't know the current state of Dongfang Xiu. I'll go out and take a look. Yi Chen decided to go out and see how Dongfang Shou was doing, if he had been unconscious for 3 days inside the fairy gate. It meant that it was almost a little over 14 hours outside. Chu Yuechan didn't stop Yi Chen, she let Yi Chen do what he wanted. Yi Chen immediately came out of the fairy gate. Yi Chen appeared again in front of the void abyss. Yi Chen saw the void abyss in front of him. The void abyss were very frightening, even the very powerful Sui Jin could die if he entered there. Yi Chen really wanted to know what was hidden in this void abyss hall, whether what Chu Yuechan said had any merit if behind. This void abyss was stored in invaluable treasure. Unfortunately for the time being, Yi Chen couldn't do anything about this. If he really wanted to pass the void abyss, then Yi Chen would have to find the inheritance of the dimensional principle from the sage god. Yi Chen himself didn't know when he would find the inheritance. Until he found the inheritance, no one in this world would be able to know about it. Yi Chen turned his attention away from the void abyss. Yi Chen turned around and went towards the place where Dongfang Shou was. When Yi Chen arrived at where Dongfang Shou was, he saw that Dongfang Shou was currently still in a state of unconsciousness. Yi Chen immediately went towards Dongfang Shou to see how Dongfang Shou's current condition was. Yi Chen arrived in front of Dongfang Shou. He immediately checked Dongfang Shou's current condition. When Yi Chen checked Dongfang Shou's condition, he found that Dongfang Shou's current condition was very bad. Dongfang Shou's current condition was even worse than before. This time, not only was Dongfang Shou's internal organs injured, Dongfang Shou's meridian pathway was also seriously injured as well. This is bad. Her condition is really bad. Even if I can save her, she probably won't be able to become a strong cultivator anymore. Yi Chen might have a way to help Dongfang Shou. The biggest problem, Dongfang Shou might not be able to become a great cultivator again in the future. Dongfang Shou will definitely not be able to accept that. If Dongfang Shou loses the strength she has, then the position she has in Sacred Heaven Star Realm will decrease drastically. In God Realm, strength and talent are everything. As long as you have both, then everyone can get the high position they want. Master, if I can give you a suggestion, you can take care of this woman in the pool of water in this place. The pure energy there might help Dongfang Shou become even better. Chu Yuechan gave a suggestion to Yi Chen. Yi Chen started thinking about the suggestion that Chu Yuechan said. The way Chu Yuechan said might be used. Let's just try it. Yi Chen carried Dongfang Shou's body. He brought Dongfang Shou to a pool of water not far from this place. After arriving in front of the water pool, Yi Chen put Dongfang Shou's body into the water pool. Because this pool of water was very shallow, Yi Chen could easily put Dongfang Shou into the water pool. When Yi Chen put Dongfang Shou into the pool of water, something strange started to happen. The pure energy in the pool immediately rushed into Dongfang Shou's body. This pure energy immediately repaired Dongfang Shou's internal organs and meridian pathways. Dongfang Shou recovered at an unbelievably fast speed. What happened? Yi Chen really doesn't understand this. How can this pool heal Dongfang Shou's body so quickly? This is completely absurd. Master seems like besides having very pure energy, the water in this pool also has a healing effect. Chu Yuechan began to suspect what was happening right now. So that's how it was. I didn't expect that this water besides having pure energy also has a healing effect. Yi Chen really didn't expect this pool to have other functions. Well, something like this shouldn't be something strange, considering that there is a statue of goddess Shen Yang who is the goddess of life and mercy here. Chu Yuechan was no longer surprised after finding something like this. After her internal organs and meridian pathways were healed, Dongfang Shou could now open her eyes. Dongfang Shou found herself in a pool filled with very pure energy. The feeling of soaking in this water was very comfortable. Dongfang Shou didn't waste the pure energy that entered her body. She immediately managed the pure energy that entered her body. Boom, 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 boom. Dongfang Shou started to make power breakthroughs continuously. Master, that woman stole the pure energy in the pool of water, won't you stop her? Seeing Dongfang Shou absorb the pure energy in the water pool, Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen, no need, let her do whatever she wants. Yi Chen would not stop Dongfang Shou. Didn't you say before that you would never give this precious resource to that woman, but now why are you volunteering to give that woman something valuable like this? Chu Yuechan started to question Yi Chen. It was before, but now it's different. This beautiful goddess is willing to sacrifice herself for me. I won't be stingy with people who are nice to me. Yi Chen said to Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen was not a cheapskate when it came to people who were kind to him. Chapter 480. I really believe that I can get Dongfang Shou's heart. Your attitude changes very quickly, but if you're not like that, then it's not the master I know. Chu Yuechan giggled at Yi Chen. But is it okay to give that woman a huge increase in strength like that? Chu Yuechan asked Yi Chen. You don't have to worry about that. Sooner or later she will definitely be on our side. Yi Chen chuckled at Chu Yuechan. You are very confident. Are you sure you can make that beautiful woman's heart belong to you? I have said before that women from God realm are difficult to move their hearts. They prefer the secretion of the relationship between men and women. Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen, I really believe that I can get Dongfang Shou's heart, you will see. Now Yi Chen is very confident. He believed that Dongfang Shou had a little feeling for himself. The problem was that this beautiful goddess could not be honest with her own feelings. It was Yi Chen's job as a man to make Dongfang Shou aware of her own feelings. Dongfang Shou continued to make breakthroughs. In an instant, Dongfang Shou had already reached the 4th stage of Divine Overlord realm. It seemed that this was the limit that Dongfang Shou could reach. Dongfang Shou could no longer rise to the next level. After the breakthrough ended, Dongfang Shou started to stabilize the strength that was in her body. The pure energy in the pool had also been used up without being absorbed by Dongfang Shou. Now that this pool was just an ordinary pool filled with water, after stabilizing the breakthrough she made, Dongfang Shou started to open her eyes. Dongfang Shou smiled gently when she saw the strength she possessed greatly increased. Yi Chen was quite excited when he saw Dongfang Shou smile. As this woman smiled, the world around Yi Chen was filled with blooming flowers. Dongfang Shou looked as if she had just been reborn into this world. Congratulations! Yi Chen went towards Dongfang Shou. He congratulated Dongfang Shou for breaking through several levels at once. Thank you very much. For the first time, the cold goddess Dongfang Shou gave Yi Chen a thank you. Before, Dongfang Shou never thanked Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou rose from the water pool. When Dongfang Shou rose from the water pool, the wet dress that Dongfang Shou was wearing became transparent. Yi Chen could see all parts of Dongfang Shou's body under the white dress she was wearing. Yi Chen almost drooled when he saw this. Dongfang Shou's beauty was indeed worthy of being called a goddess. A beauty like this could make every man in this world become enchanted. Dongfang Shou looked okay when Yi Chen saw her body like this. Yi Chen had seen this several times after all, so Dongfang Shou was somewhat used to this. Where is that person? The thing that Dongfang Shou asked was the existence of Sui Jin. Dongfang Shou wanted to take revenge on Sui Jin. Now that Dongfang Shou's strength had greatly increased, he was no longer afraid of going against Sui Jin. That man is dead? Yi Chen told Dongfang Shou that Sui Jin had died. Dead? Who killed him? Dongfang Shou asked Yi Chen who was the person who had killed Sui Jin. Of course I am. Yi Chen pointed at himself very proudly. Huh? Dongfang Shou doesn't believe that Yi Chen can kill Sui Jin, who was much stronger than Yi Chen. How do you beat him? Dongfang Shou asked the method used by Yi Chen to win against Sui Jin. I beat him using the intelligence I have, Yi Chen said to Dongfang Shou. Don't act mysterious, tell me quickly. Dongfang Shou forced Yi Chen to say what happened when she passed out. Alright. Yi Chen began to tell how he defeated Sui Jin. In this story, Yi Chen did not expose the power of the sage god he had, so it's like that. Now Dongfang Shou knows how Yi Chen can beat Sui Jin. Dongfang Shou did not expect that Yi Chen could think of a way like that to defeat Sui Jin. The method used by Yi Chen to defeat Sui Jin could be said to be quite unique. Dongfang Shou saw the new potential that Yi Chen had. Can you turn around for a moment? I want to change clothes. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen to turn around for a bit. She wanted to change into a better dress. The dress that Dongfang Shou was wearing was currently covered with several bloodstains that had dried up and were difficult to remove. Inevitably, Dongfang Shou had to change to one that was even better. No, I want to see it. Yi Chen refused to turn around. He wanted to see Dongfang Shou change clothes. You big pervert. Dongfang Shou immediately called Yi Chen a big pervert. Dongfang Shou looked like she couldn't be angry with Yi Chen anymore. After the previous life and death situation, now Dongfang Shou felt that the relationship she had with Yi Chen had become very close. Dongfang Shou created an ice barrier around herself. She started to take off her dress and change into a new one. Yi Chen couldn't see anything because the ice barrier made by Dongfang Shou was very thick. Yi Chen was very disappointed, even though he wanted to see the goddess Dongfang Shou change clothes directly in front of him. 10 minutes later, Dongfang Shou released the barrier she had created. After the ice barrier disappeared, Yi Chen could see Dongfang Shou, who had finished changing into a nice dress. The current Dongfang Shou was no longer wearing plain white clothes. The clothes that Dongfang Shou was wearing now had some very pretty butterfly motifs. Behind her hair, Dongfang Shou is currently wearing a white butterfly-shaped hairpin that is very compatible with the color of her hair. Dongfang Shou looked so beautiful when she dressed up like this. Yi Chen barely blinked when he saw the beauty radiating from Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou now looked very beautiful. Look, your eyes are almost out of place. Dongfang Shou saw that Yi Chen didn't blink when he looked at herself. This was Dongfang Shou's first time dressing up for a man. She had never done this for a man before. Goddess, you are so beautiful. Yi Chen walked closer to Dongfang Shou. He began to praise the beauty that Dongfang Shou had. Hemp, how many times have I heard this from you? Aren't you tired of saying things like that to me? Dongfang Shou had heard this from Yi Chen many times. This man really kept praising herself as a beauty, which made Dongfang Shou can't stand it. Yi Chen could only chuckle when he heard Dongfang Shou's words, "Let's get out of this place." Dongfang Shou invited Yi Chen to get out of this place. Yi Chen nodded at Dongfang Shou. Before leaving this place, Dongfang Shou took out a veil and put it on her face. Before they left this place, it happened that Dongfang Shou and Yi Chen passed Chen Niang's statue. Dongfang Shou was quite surprised when she saw the beauty engraved on this statue. Even though it was only a statue, the beauty engraved on this statue was very beautiful. Dongfang Shou felt a little inferior when compared to the figure engraved on this statue. This statue is truly beautiful. Dongfang Shou admits that the figure of beauty engraved in this statue is very beautiful. Chapter 481 Hai Ming, I think you're prettier than this statue. Yi Chen suddenly interrupted Dongfang Shou's words. The current Dongfang Shou was prettier than this immovable statue. If Yi Chen had to choose, he would definitely choose Dongfang Shou over a lifeless statue. Dongfang Shou's face behind the veil turned slightly red. For some reason, Dongfang Shou was quite happy when Yi Chen said that she was prettier than this statue figure. Let's get out of this place. Yi Chen took Dongfang Shou's hand. He took Dongfang Shou out of this cave. Dongfang Shou did not rebel when the hand she had was held by Yi Chen. She followed Yi Chen out of this cave, but while later, Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou came out of the cave. The two of them finally able to breathe again the air of freedom. What are you going to do after this? Yi Chen asked what Dongfang Shou would do after this. I don't know. Dongfang Shou didn't know what to do after this. She was still confused about whether to stay on the planet where Yi Chen lived or return to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. How about you stay at my place for a while? Yi Chen tried to persuade Dongfang Shou to stay at his place for a while. Yi Chen would take this opportunity to fully acquire Dongfang Shou's heart. Fine. Dongfang Shou immediately agreed without thinking much. Yi Chen was quite happy to hear this. Now he had the opportunity to get closer to Dongfang Shou. My goddess, I finally found you. When Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou were having a conversation, from above the sky came a male voice calling Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou immediately looked up to see who had just spoken. When Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou looked up, they saw a handsome young man in imperial clothes hovering above them. This young man looked like he was 23-25 years old. This young man called Hai Ming. He was a prince who came from the immortal Profound Sea Realm. Immortal Profound Sea Realm is one of the 5 strongest realm. The strength of the immortal Profound Sea Realm is slightly above Sacred Heaven Star Realm. He looked at Dongfang Shou, who was beside Yi Chen. This young man did not even blink when he saw the beauty of Dongfang Shou. When Hai Ming saw a man holding Dongfang Shou's hand, Hai Ming looked very upset. How dare this man tarnish the beauty of goddess Dongfang Shou in his heart? The current Hai Ming was anxious to step down and give Yi Chen a well-deserved punishment. Hey, do you know this person? Yi Chen asked Dongfang Shou who the man was hovering above them. He is Hai Ming. Hai Ming is a prince who comes from the immortal Profound Sea Realm, which is one of the great powers that exist in the Western God Realm. Dongfang Shou explained to Yi Chen who the young man had just appeared. I hate this man enough, but unfortunately my father tried to betroth me to this man. Dongfang Shou told Yi Chen that Hai Ming was the man her father appointed to be Dongfang Shou's prospective fiancé. Yi Chen was quite surprised when he found out that the man in front of him was Dongfang Shou's future fiancé. That meant that this man would become Yi Chen's rival for Dongfang Shou. Bastard, how dare you touch my goddess's hand? Hai Ming suddenly made a sneak attack on Yi Chen. Bam! Yi Chen was beaten by Hai Ming to bounce several tens kilometer. Yi Chen. Dongfang Shou immediately called out Yi Chen's name. Dongfang Shou was completely unprepared for Hai Ming's sneak attack. As a result, she was unable to protect Yi Chen from Hai Ming's attacks. Hai Ming, what have you done? How dare you hurt the person who helped me? Dongfang Shou became so cold. Dongfang Shou looked very cold when she spoke to Hai Ming. That person really deserves it. Who told him to dare to touch my goddess? Hai Ming answered Dongfang Shou. Hai Ming was already used to the coldness Dongfang Shou had, so he had no problem accepting Dongfang Shou's cold tone. Hai Ming, who did you say your goddess? We currently don't have a relationship, so don't you dare manage me. Dongfang Shou didn't want to be ruled like this by other people who had nothing to do with her. Ha, my goddess, sooner or later you will be mine. My grandfather and your father will sooner or later will match the two of us. Hai Ming is very confident that soon he will be with Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou was very angry with Hai Ming's arrogance. Dongfang Shou now has to look at Yi Chen's situation. She hopes that Yi Chen will be fine. Dongfang Shou went towards where Yi Chen was. When Dongfang Shou was going to where Yi Chen was, someone held her wrist. Wait, where are you going? Hai Ming stopped Dongfang Shou, who wanted to go to where Yi Chen was. No matter where I go, it's none of your business. Dongfang Shou brushed off Hai Ming's hand that was holding her wrist. Of course it will be my business. Soon you will become my woman. I will not let you get close to any other man besides me. Hai Ming will not let Dongfang Shou be close to a man other than himself. Hai Ming blocked Dongfang Shou's path. Anyone who dared to approach Dongfang Shou would have to deal with him. Dongfang Shou was really very angry. For the first time in her life she felt very angry with others. Dongfang Shou stretched out the hand she had to pat Hai Ming, who was trying to block her path. Bam! Hai Ming was forced back several hundred meters when he received an attack from Dongfang Shou. My goddess, you have improved a lot, huh? Hai Ming was very surprised to find out that Dongfang Shou's strength had become very strong. Hai Ming was currently at the 5th level of Divine Overlord realm. He was slightly stronger than Dongfang Shou. Move aside, I don't have time for you. In an extremely cold tone of voice, Dongfang Shou shooed Hai Ming out of her way. My goddess, I am sorry, but I will not step aside. I will take you back to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Hai Ming will take Dongfang Shou back to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. If Hai Ming could bring Dongfang Shou home safely, then a good reputation about him would rise in the eyes of Dongfang Shou's father. I will not return to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. I still have business to do. Dongfang Shou refused to return together with Hai Ming to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Currently Dongfang Shou was more concerned about Yi Chen's predicament than anything else. She was afraid that something really bad might happen to Yi Chen. If you don't want to, then I will force you to come back together with me. Hai Ming will force Dongfang Shou to come back with him. Dual Dragon Water Art. Hai Ming used the technique he had. 2 large dragons made of water appeared around Hai Ming. Get her. Hai Ming ordered the 2 water dragons that had just appeared to catch Dongfang Shou. Chapter 482 Dongfang Shou's departure. 2 water dragons headed towards Dongfang Shou. These 2 water dragons intended to capture Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou waved her hand. Immediately the 2 water dragons that were heading towards her turned into ice statues. Hai Ming was quite surprised when he saw the 2 water dragons he just summoned were turned into ice by Dongfang Shou so easily. It seemed that Dongfang Shou's increased strength was enormous. I told you before to get out of my way. Dongfang Shou warned Hai Ming to get out of her way immediately. My goddess, I told you that you have to come with me back. You must obey the words of your future husband. Hai Ming doesn't want to get out of the way. Whatever happens, he has to bring Dongfang Shou back. Dongfang Shou was not happy when Hai Ming said that she was the woman, until whenever Dongfang Shou would not want to be with this man. You forced me to do this. Dongfang Shou took the snow butterfly sword. Inevitably Dongfang Shou had to beat this person if she wanted to see the state of Yi Chen. Okay, goddess. Then let's have a little fun. Hai Ming looks very happy. He can play with Dongfang Shou. Hai Ming didn't think of this fight as serious. Hai Ming thought that this fight was just a sparring game. Both Hai Ming and Dongfang Shou could not possibly injure each other. If that happened, there would be a deterioration in the relationship between Sacred Heaven Star Realm and Immortal Profound Sea Realm. Hai Ming and Dongfang Shou's status was both high. Both of them were the best of the current generation who were greatly guarded. By each side, the 2 camps could not possibly let anything happen to Hai Ming or Dongfang Shou. Even today, Sacred Heaven Star Realm and Immortal Profound Sea Realm deliberately wanted to have an arranged marriage between Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming in order to have a profitable relationship. In essence, the matchmaking between Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming was used to seek benefits from each other. If there is no benefit, then things like this will never happen or will never be done by Sacred Heaven Star Realm. The point is that without a benefit and an advantage, nothing will happen. Hai Ming took out the weapon he had. Hai Ming's weapon in the form of a stick that was blue like seawater. Clang, 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 clang. In the exchange that Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming just had, the result seemed to be a draw. Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming's strength was evenly matched. How great! You are now much stronger than the last time we met. It seems you have practiced really hard. Hai Ming admitted that Dongfang Shou's current strength was no longer weaker than what he currently has. Dongfang Shou didn't react much when he heard Hai Ming's words of praise. Hai Ming's words only made Dongfang Shou even more disgusted. Dongfang Shou had to hurry up and end this battle. She was even more worried about Yi Chen, who was far away. Dongfang Shou has absolutely no idea what happened to Yi Chen. I hope Yi Chen will be fine. Dongfang Shou started to close her eyes. A giant snow butterfly appeared behind Dongfang Shou's body. The giant snow butterfly now looked much bigger than before. What blizzard! The snow butterfly that was behind Dongfang Shou began to flap the wings she had. As the snow butterfly flaps its wings, a very violent blizzard begins to envelop the star. Lots of ice debris flying everywhere because of this snowstorm. Hai Ming's body began to be enveloped in ice. Hai Ming's body gradually started to freeze. Hai Ming saw that his body was beginning to be enveloped in very cold ice. Hai Ming intended to use the full strength he had to destroy the ice enveloping him. An extremely terrifying force started coming out of Hai Ming's body. When this power came out, 1/6 of the ice in this star started to crack and rose to the sky. This proved how strong Hai Ming's power was. Both Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming were actually using their full strength. This planet was shaken badly by the power released by Dongfang Shou and Hai Ming. You two, stop fighting. When Hai Ming wanted to use the full strength he had, suddenly an old voice stopped Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming, who were fighting. An old man with white hair appeared near the battle area between Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming. The old man who had just arrived looked very fit even though he looked very old. Next to this old man there is a woman who has a very beautiful face. This woman has long black hair with bangs on the front. Currently, the woman with the beautiful face beside the old man is wearing a dress that is very similar to the Cheongsam on earth. The beautiful woman immediately went over to Dongfang Xiu's side. Greetings, great elder. Greetings, great elder Dongfang Jin. Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming greeted the old man who had just come. The old man who had just arrived was a great elder from the sacred heaven star realm. It was because of this that Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming had enough respect for the arrival of this old man. Why are you two fighting in a place like this? Dongfang Jin asked why Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming could fight in a place like this.
Great elder Dongfang Jin, we are just
playing a little game here, correct my goddess? Hai Ming is very quickly looking for an excuse to make him look good in front of Dongfang Jin. Hemp. Dongfang Xiu sniffed coldly at Hai Ming. She looked dissatisfied with Hai Ming. Dongfang Jin could only shake his head when he saw Dongfang Xiu acting like that to Hai Ming. Dongfang Jin saw Dongfang Xiu's current cultivation level. It was unexpected that Dongfang Xiu had reached the 4th stage of Divine Overlord Realm. This was a very extraordinary improvement. Dongfang Xiu, come with me back to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Your father will be very happy when he finds out that your strength has increased a lot. Dongfang Jin invited Dongfang Xiu to return to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Dongfang Jin opened a stream of dimensional hole flow behind him. Come with me. Dongfang Jin invited everyone to return to the Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Great elder, I want to see the person who helped me first. He was just injured by Hai Ming. Dongfang Xiu refused Dongfang Jin's invitation to return to the Sacred Heaven Star Realm. The current Dongfang Xiu was very worried about Yi Chen's situation. You can leave the matter to your maid. Now you come with me back to Sacred Heaven Star Realm with me. Dongfang Jin told Dongfang Xiu to hand over this matter to the maid beside her, but Dongfang Xiu still hesitated to leave this matter to her personal maid. Just do it, we don't have much time. Dongfang Jin didn't have time for this. He had to quickly bring Dongfang Xiu back to Sacred Heaven Star Realm. Dongfang Xiu really couldn't go against the orders from Dongfang Jin. Great elder, I asked for a moment to talk to my maid. Dongfang Xiu asked for a moment to talk to her personal maid. Fine, but hurry. Dongfang Jin allowed Dongfang Xiu to speak privately with the maid. Dongfang Xiu started telling her maid a few things. She asked her personal maid to take care of Yi Chen and not let anything bad happen to Yi Chen. Give this to her too. Dongfang Xiu gave a letter to the beautiful maid in front of her. Yes, miss. The beautiful maid nodded at Dongfang Xiu. She received a letter from Dongfang Xiu. Let's go. Dongfang Jin took Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming away from this remote place. Dongfang Jin and Hai Ming entered first into the dimensional hole flow. Dongfang Xiu followed behind the two of them. Before Dongfang Xiu entered the dimensional hole flow, she looked at where Yi Chen was. She felt reluctant to leave Yi Chen, whose circumstances were unknown. But if he continued to be here, then she would drag Yi Chen into unwanted troubles. Dongfang Xiu didn't want that to happen to Yi Chen. Dongfang Xiu entered into the flow of the dimensional hole. Before Dongfang Xiu entered, a tear fell from Dongfang Xiu's cheek. After everyone entered, the flow of the dimensional hole disappeared. Now in this star there are only beautiful women and Yi Chen alone. Chapter 483 Gusun. Beautiful women have to do the task that has been given by Dongfang Xiu. She went towards Yi Chen to see the situation of Yi Chen. When the beautiful woman reached Yi Chen's body, she saw that Yi Chen's current condition was quite severe. There was a lot of blood coming out of Yi Chen's body. The beautiful woman started to examine Yi Chen's body. She raised her eyebrows when she saw Yi Chen's condition. This guy's wounds are very serious. With this kind of injury, I can't believe that he can still endure like this. The beautiful woman couldn't believe that Yi Chen could still live even though his current situation was so bad. Yi Chen's condition was quite severe. Almost 90% of the bones in Yi Chen's front were crushed, several internal organs were damaged, and there were many more body parts that were severely damaged and difficult to heal. The attacks carried out by Hai Ming were too deadly for Yi Chen, who was only at the Overlord Realm stage. If only Yi Chen didn't have the body strengthening technique and inheritance of the Azure Dragon bone marrow, maybe at this time Yi Chen would have died. What should I do? Am I able to treat this person? The beautiful woman doubted a little that she was able to treat Yi Chen's condition like this. Yi Chen's body was really badly damaged, some internal organs no longer functioned. Beautiful women really find it difficult to describe this terrible thing. Beautiful women have skills and medicinal skills. Even though they have medicinal skills, beautiful women still doubt that she can cure Yi Chen, whose condition is already very difficult to treat. In addition, Dongfang Xiu's order was to make sure that this person was safe. If something happened to Yi Chen, then what should a beautiful woman say to explain to Dongfang Xiu? Cough, cough. Yi Chen coughed while spitting out a large amount of blood. Yi Chen's condition was getting worse and worse all the time. Yi Chen was truly on the brink of death. I should just try it. Beautiful woman intends to try it. For the result, she can only hope that the sky will help Yi Chen. The beautiful woman started to take some medicine and gold needles. She took out everything she had to try to treat Yi Chen. When a beautiful woman wanted to touch Yi Chen's body, suddenly Yi Chen's body glowed with a golden color. This golden beam enveloped Yi Chen's body. The beautiful woman didn't know what was going on at this moment. She could only see a golden glow enveloping Yi Chen's body. The golden rays started to repair Yi Chen's injured body. Yi Chen's bones and organs that had been damaged were immediately repaired by the golden rays. In no time at all, the parts of Yi Chen's body that had been badly damaged were restored to normal. The golden light started to solidify. The current Yi Chen actually looked like a cocoon that was in the shape of a human. Crack, 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 crack. The previously hardened golden rays started to crack and fall out of Yi Chen's body. The wounds that Yi Chen's body had completely disappeared. There were not the slightest scars on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's body now looked much stronger than before. The muscles on Yi Chen's body had also become more perfect than before. The oddity that had happened before was triggered by the body strengthening technique cultivated by Yi Chen called the True God Body Technique. This was a body strengthening technique that was extremely difficult to improve. Even after nearly 2 years of strenuous training with Gu Xian, Yi Chen was only able to reach the third stage of this technique. The way to increase the True God Body Technique can be said to be very difficult. The user must train the body he has very hard to the maximum limit of the user's body. Because of this, Yi Chen's 2 years were only able to raise the True God Body Technique to the third level, and now Yi Chen has successfully ascended to the fourth level of the True God Body Technique stage. The physical strength possessed by Yi Chen will increase tens of times due to the increase of the True God Body Technique. After the strange incident just now, the clothes that were previously worn by Yi Chen disappeared along with the light rays that fell out. The beautiful woman now saw Yi Chen's naked body. The beautiful woman blushed slightly when she saw Yi Chen's naked body. This was the first time a beautiful woman had seen a man's naked body. What attracted beautiful women the most was of course Yi Chen's large size object. This man has a strong enough capital too. Seeing this, a beautiful woman can conclude that this man has a strong enough capital. The knowledge of a beautiful woman about it is not superficial. She certainly knows the relationship between a man and a woman. Beautiful women began to see Yi Chen's condition. After beautiful women saw Yi Chen's condition, he was quite surprised to find that Yi Chen's body had fully recovered. What just happened? The beautiful woman couldn't explain what had just happened to Yi Chen's body. She thought it was very, very mysterious. The beautiful woman took a shirt for Yi Chen. She gave Yi Chen a shirt so that it was easy to take care of Yi Chen. After a while, the beautiful woman finally finished dressing Yi Chen. Yi Chen now looks even more handsome in an ancient suit. The beautiful woman began to observe Yi Chen's face. She somehow felt familiar with Yi Chen. It seems like I've seen this young man's face before. The beautiful woman began to remember where she had seen Yi Chen's face. After remembering for a while, finally the beautiful woman remembered where she had seen Yi Chen's face. The beautiful woman immediately took out an imaging stone from the storage space ring she had. The beautiful woman immediately saw the image on the imaging stone. When she looked at the image that was inside the imaging stone, she found that the image on the imaging stone was very similar to Yi Chen. The difference between the two was only in the hair they have. In the image on the imaging stone has long hair, while Yi Chen who is in front of him has short hair. The image that is on the imaging stone is indeed Yi Chen. This picture seems to be taken when Yi Chen still hasn't cut the hair he has. Out of nowhere this beautiful woman got Yi Chen's picture. So this is the person my father said. The beautiful woman started to look at Yi Chen even more curiously. She wanted to see what kind of young man her father said. The name of this beautiful woman is Gu Sun. She is the daughter of Gu Xian who was tied to Yi Chen. It was unexpected that Gu Sun would meet Yi Chen by chance like this. Maybe this was an inevitable fate. Gu Sun kept looking at Yi Chen who was still unconscious. She was still finding out what was good in this young man, to the extent that her father made this man a student. After searching for a while, Gu Sun still couldn't find anything special about Yi Chen except that this man was so handsome. Yi Chen's current strength is still too weak. This is the main point to judge someone. I better bring this person back to where he is. Gu Sun decided to take Yi Chen to Yi Chen's residence. Chapter 484 Escort Yi Chen back to Earth. Gu Sun would bring Yi Chen to Earth, because previously Gu Sun had been told where the star where Yi Chen lived by Dongfang Xiu. Gu Sun could easily find it. she no longer needed to bother to find the existence of the star where Yi Chen lived. Gu Sun took Yi Chen's flight to the earth. Gu Xian's flying speed was amazing, this was much faster than Dongfang Shou's profound arc. Several hours later Gu Sun appeared above the earth's atmosphere. So, this is the star where this man lives. Gu Sun looked at the little star that was where Yi Chen lived. Gu Sun saw that this star was very small and didn't have too much pure energy. How could Yi Chen live in a place like this? If Gu Sun became Yi Chen, she would go to a place that had pure energy that was richer than earth. Gu Sun came down to earth. She took Yi Chen to the villa where Yi Chen lived. In just a few seconds, Gu Sun arrived atop Yi Chen's villa. Looks like this is where this guy lives. Gu Sun descended towards the villa below her. Gu Sun went to the entrance of Yi Chen's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Sun started knocking at the entrance of the villa. Wait a minute. A few moments later a woman opened the door for Gu Sun. The woman who opened the door was Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was very unfamiliar with the beautiful woman standing at the door. Zhao Yanyan had never met this woman. Zhao Yanyan began to think that this was the new beautiful woman Yi Chen had. Sorry, can I help you? Zhao Yanyan asked Gu Sun. Gu Sun did not answer Zhao Yanyan. At this time Gu Sun looked curiously at Zhao Yanyan in front of him. Gu Sun was a little surprised when he saw a beauty like Zhao Yanyan in a remote place. It was extremely difficult to find a beauty like Zhao Yanyan on a remote place like this. Zhao Yanyan was very young. If a woman like this was given time to grow, she might become a beauty equal to that of Dongfang Xiu. It was because of this that Gu Sun looked at Zhao Yanyan with great curiosity. I came to take someone here. Gu Sun pointed at Yi Chen who was currently hovering behind her husband. Seeing that this person behind Gu Sun was Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan immediately went to Yi Chen's side to see the current Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan immediately saw how the state of Yi Chen was currently unconscious. After examining every inch of Yi Chen's body, Zhao Yanyan did not find any negligence on Yi Chen's body. Zhao Yanyan felt very relieved when she did not find an abnormality in Yi Chen's body. Tell me what happened to Yi Chen? Zhao Yanyan asked Gu Sun what happened to Yi Chen. Nothing happened, he was only slightly injured and was unconscious. Gu Sun didn't tell Zhao Yanyan that Yi Chen had just been so badly injured and nearly died. Gu Sun didn't want Zhao Yanyan to think badly of her. Zhao Yanyan started to be wary of Gu Sun. Zhao Yanyan felt that this beautiful woman's strength was very strong. Who are you and what do you want to come here with Yi Chen? Zhao Yanyan wants to know who this beautiful woman in front of her is. Little sister, you don't need to be vigilant like that. I'm here to only carry out the task my lady gave me. I'll be leaving here soon. Gu Sun told Zhao Yanyan not to be vigilant like that. Who is your lady? Zhao Yanyan became more and more curious about the woman this beautiful woman was serving. You don't need to know who my lady is, for sure she doesn't have any bad intentions for you. Gu Sun refused to tell Zhao Yanyan who the woman she was serving was. So you are the maid of that cold goddess have. When Zhao Yanyan and Gu Sun were talking, suddenly a new woman appeared from the villa. Gu Sun's eyes widened when she saw the new woman who had just emerged from the villa. She couldn't believe that this woman was in this villa either. If previously Gu Sun was quite surprised when she saw Zhao Yanyan's newly bloomed beauty, this time Gu Sun was really shocked when she saw the woman who had just arrived. Empress Sun? Gu Sun didn't expect that she would see a legendary figure in a remote place like this. This was something Gu Sun had never imagined. Shouldn't this woman be in the eternal sun star realm? There was a bit of killing aura released by Gu Sun when she saw Nangong Xing. Zhao Yanyan looked at Dongfang Xiu and Gu Sun. It seemed that they both knew each other. Don't let out a killing aura like that. I'm not your enemy. Nangong Xing told Gu Sun to retract the killing aura she had. Nangong Xiang had never had an enmity with Gu Sun, so she didn't want to fight against Gu Sun. Nangong Xiang was not too surprised when Gu Sun emitted a killing aura on her. After all, Eternal Sun Star Realm had many enemies throughout God Realm. Most likely this woman had a personal grudge with the Eternal Sun Star Realm. Empress Sun, what are you doing in a place like this? Gu Sun tried to calm her emotions, wondering what Nangong Xiang was doing in a place like this. Don't call me Empress Sun, I am no longer an empress in that place. I am now only Nangong Xiang. I no longer have a relationship with Eternal Sun Star Realm. Nangong Xiang did not like it when she was associated with the Eternal Sun Star Realm. Nangong wanted to bury the past she had with the Eternal Sun Star Realm and start a new life together with this family. Gu Sun was quite surprised when she heard this from Nangong Xing. She couldn't believe Empress Nangong Xiang would say that. Gu Sun became curious about what had happened to Nangong Xiang to the point that she said such things about the Eternal Sun Star Realm, since Nangong Xiang said that she had nothing to do with the Eternal Sun Star Realm. Gu Sun had no longer any enmity with Nangong Xiang, so where is that cold goddess now? Nangong Xiang asked the whereabouts of Dongfang Shou. My lady has returned to where she should be. Gusun told Nangong Xiang that Dongfang Shou had returned to the sacred heaven star realm, so that woman has gone back to her comfortable place. Nangong Xiang nodded to Gusun. I have to go right now. My job to escort this man safely is over. If this man wakes up, please give this letter to him. Gusun took out a letter that was previously given by Dongfang Shou to Zhao Yanyan, who was behind her. After handing the letter to Zhao Yanyan, Gusun immediately disappeared from Nangong Xiang and Zhao Yanyan's sight.
Gusun disappeared very quickly. Both Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang did not see Gusun leaving.
Chapter 485, Determination to Become Stronger. Now in this place only Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang are there. Sister Xiang, do you know that beautiful woman earlier? Zhao Yanyan immediately asked Nangong Xiang about the beautiful woman who just brought Yi Chen back to this villa. I don't know either. I only know a little about the lady who was served by that woman. Nangong Xiang really didn't know Gusun. This was the first time that Nangong Xiang had met Gusun. Sister Xiang, who was the lady that the woman meant? Quickly tell me. Zhao Yanyan was very curious about this. Nangong Xiang smiled at Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, younger sister, hurry up and bring Yi Chen inside. Outside here is not good for him.
Later I will explain to you inside.
Nangong Xiang told Zhao Yanyan to take Yi Chen inside. What Nangong Xiang said was right. It would not be good to leave Yi Chen outside in this state. Zhao Yanyan immediately took Yi Chen to the upper floor where Yi Chen's room was. Nangong Xiang followed behind Zhao Yanyan. She had already promised to tell Zhao Yanyan about Dongfang Shou, so she would tell Zhao Yanyan everything. Meanwhile, above the Earth's atmosphere, Gusun was currently watching over the star where Yi Chen was staying. How interesting. I didn't expect that in a remote place like this I would see something like that. Gusun did not expect that he would see such amazing things in a place like before. Gusun's understanding of Yi Chen also began to change. She did not expect that Yi Chen would live with one of the four beautiful goddesses Nangong Xiang. This was something Gusun did not believe in. Father, what kind of disciple did you actually adopt? Why did two of the four goddesses know him like that? Gusun started talking to herself. I hope you can become strong like what father said. Gusun turned around. She opened a dimensional flow hole. Gusun entered into the dimensional flow. She returned to the sacred heaven star realm to report the task she had completed to Dongfang Shou. Meanwhile, inside Yi Chen's villa,
Zhao Yanyan together with Nangong Xiang took Yi Chen to the room upstairs.
After they arrived at Yi Chen's room, they immediately put Yi Chen on the bed. I'll take warm water first. Please take care of Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan intended to take warm water first to wipe Yi Chen's. Please, I'll take care of it for you. Nangong Xiang invited Zhao Yanyan to take warm water. Zhao Yanyan nodded. She immediately went downstairs to get warm water for Yi Chen. Now in this room only Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang remained. Nangong Xiang walked towards Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang sat right on the edge of Yi Chen's bed. Little man, what have you been through these few days with that cold goddess? I am becoming more and more curious about this matter. Nangong Xiang started to caress Yi Chen's face using the very soft hands he had. Nangong Xiang wanted to know what had happened between Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou during these few days. There was no way that nothing would have happened when these two people were left alone. Nangong Xiang really believed Yi Chen's behavior. Something must have happened between Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou. Click, the door opened again. Zhao Yanyan came back with a basin of warm water. Zhao Yanyan walked towards the bed where Yi Chen was. Zhao Yanyan started to wipe Yi Chen's head and body. She looked like a wife who was very devoted to her husband. After finishing wiping Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan sat down beside Nangong Xiang. There were many things Zhao Yanyan wanted to ask Nangong Xiang. Big sister Xiang, can you tell me what you said before? Zhao Yanyan immediately asked Nangong Xiang to tell who exactly the lady that Nangong Xiang had previously said. Nangong Xiang nodded at Zhao Yanyan. She started explaining everything to Zhao Yanyan. Nangong Xiang made it easier to explain what she said so that Zhao Yanyan could immediately understand what she was saying. Zhao Yanyan was still too unfamiliar with God realm, so Nangong Xiang had to slowly explain this to Zhao Yanyan. So the lady who was served by that woman is called Dongfang Shou. That woman named Dongfang Shou has a strong cultivation too? Zhao Yanyan didn't expect that the lady who was referring to earlier had such a strong background in strength. Yes, you can say that. Nangong Xiang nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Sister Xiang, earlier that woman said that you were a former empress. Is that true? Asked Zhao Yanyan to Nangong Xiang. Zhao Yanyan did not think that Nangong Xiang was a former empress. Yes, it is true that I was an empress. Nangong Xiang did not dodge Zhao Yanyan's question. Does Yi Chen know that you were a former empress? Asked Zhao Yanyan again to Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen already knows. He doesn't mind this. Nangong Xiang had told Yi Chen the past she had. Yi Chen didn't seem to mind Nangong Xiang's past. This was one of the things that made Nangong Xiang like Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not care about the past she had, and when Nangong Xiang and Jia Yanyan were chatting, they suddenly heard Yi Chen's voice. Nangong Xiang and Jia Yanyan immediately turned their attention to Yi Chen. It just so happened that when Yi Chen opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling in his room. Yi Chen started to get up from the bed. He started to look around. When Yi Chen looked around, Yi Chen found that Jia Yanyan and Nangong Xiang were in this room. Husband, do you feel an uncomfortable feeling in your body? After Yi Chen woke up, the first thing Jia Yanyan asked was Yi Chen's condition. Jia Yanyan was worried that Yi Chen might experience something uncomfortable in his body. I'm fine. Yi Chen currently feels that his body is very fresh, plus a lot of power flows in Yi Chen's body. Yanyan, why am I here? Yi Chen is quite confused about why he can be here, even though he previously remembered that he was still with Dongfang Xiu. The last thing Yi Chen remembered was that he was attacked very heavily by Hai Ming. After that, Yi Chen did not remember what happened to him. Jia Yanyan began to explain what happened to Yi Chen in great detail. Jia Yanyan began to explain that Yi Chen was brought here by a beautiful woman. Zhao Yanyan also mentioned the characteristics of that woman to Yi Chen. After getting an explanation from Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen now understood what happened. Yi Chen was quite unfamiliar with the traits of the woman Zhao Yanyan mentioned. Yi Chen did not remember meeting that woman before. Then where is that woman? Asked Yi Chen to Zhao Yanyan. She's gone. Before she left, she gave this to you. Zhao Yanyan handed over a letter for Yi Chen. Yi Chen received a letter from Zhao Yanyan's hand. Yi Chen opened the letter in his hand and started to read the letter that came from Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen, I'm sorry for leaving without telling you. Beforehand, I left because I didn't want Hai Ming to do something bad to you. Sooner or later I'll be betrothed to Hai Ming. If you really want to find me, be even stronger. If you don't have the strength, don't be ever looking for me or Hai Ming will kill you. This is the contents of a short letter written by Dongfang Xiu for Yi Chen. The contents of this letter are very brief and very clear. Dongfang Xiu wanted Yi Chen not to look for herself before he became very strong. If Yi Chen still insisted on looking for Dongfang Xiu with the strength he currently had, it would be detrimental to Yi Chen himself. The current Yi Chen was too weak. He was no match for Hai Ming, who was the first genius in God realm. Yi Chen's heart ached when he read this letter, because his lack of strength made Dongfang Xiu have to go away from him. If only Yi Chen had great strength, maybe he could keep Dongfang Xiu by his side. Now that Yi Chen understood that he needed more strength, if he continued like this, then maybe Zhao Yanyan and the others' woman would follow in Dongfang Xiu's footsteps and leave him because of some coercion from the other party. Yi Chen didn't want that to happen. From now on, Yi Chen would try to become even stronger. To protect things that are important to him, Yi Chen needs a very strong power. Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang didn't bother Yi Chen. Both of them let Yi Chen read the letter. That came from Dongfang Xiu. Hai Ming, just wait. Next time I will definitely beat you. Yi Chen vowed to beat Hai Ming and bring Dongfang Xiu back to his side. Master, that is a very good passion. From now on you have to use everything you have to get stronger. You have very strong capital. Now is the time for you to use everything you have to get stronger. Don't have any doubts anymore in your heart. Shu Yuechan gave Yi Chen a motivation to become stronger. So far, Yi Chen has never used what he has to get stronger. Yi Chen is too relaxed about the peace he has. There is no motivation to become stronger than now. Yi Chen has all the things that are extremely rare in this world, from the legacy of the Sage God, the Fairy Gate, the inheritance of the Azure Dragon, the heavenly silver flame. Yi Chen also has women who have extraordinary innate talent, and some have special bodies that are very rarely found in the entire God realm. If Yi Chen could use everything he currently had, then he could create an army that was invincible in the entire God realm. You're right, I will use everything I have to get stronger. I will definitely become the strongest person in the whole world. Yi Chen is truly blessed to be the strongest person in this entire world. Very good, I will definitely always support you. Chu Yuechan was very happy to see the determination possessed by Yi Chen. Finally, after all this time, Chu Yuechan managed to convince Yi Chen to take advantage of what he currently has. During this time, Yi Chen had only made small use of the Fairy Gate and also all the things he had. Now it was time for Yi Chen to use this to get stronger and build the most powerful force in this entire world. Shu Yuechan had to thank that goddess named Dongfang Xiu. Thanks to her that Yi Chen had a determination to become even stronger. Yi Chen got up from the bed. He got up from the bed and walked towards the exit from inside this room. Husband, where are you going? Zhao Yanyan immediately asked Yi Chen. I want to train to increase the strength I have. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan that he wanted to train to become even stronger. After saying that to Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen walked out of his room. Zhao Yanyan was confused by Yi Chen's sudden change like this. What happened to my husband? Why did he suddenly become so excited about practicing to get stronger? Zhao Yanyan was suspicious of Yi Chen's sudden change. Zhao Yanyan knew very well how Yi Chen's habits. Usually Yi Chen would be very lazy to practice, Why suddenly now Yi Chen is so eager to practice like this? Maybe this is the reason. Nangong Xiang raised the letter that Yi Chen had read. Nangong Xiang was quite surprised when she read the letter that Yi Chen had previously left. The letter in Nangong Xiang's hand proved that Yi Chen and Dongfang Shou had a complicated relationship. Let me see. Zhao Yanyan wanted to see the letter in Dongfang Shou's hand. Zhao Yanyan started reading the contents of this letter. Yanyan's younger sister, isn't Yi Chen great? He actually managed to move that cold goddess's heart.
Nangong Xiang really felt that Yi Chen was too great to succeed in moving a cold goddess like Dongfang Shou. Yi Chen is indeed great. Zhao Yanyan smiled at Nangong Xiang. Zhao Yanyan would not doubt Yi Chen in that matter. No matter who the woman was, it would definitely be difficult to face Yi Chen's seduction. Nangong Xiang and Zhao Yanyan smiled at each other. Sister Xiang, I'm going first, I have something to do. Zhao Yanyan said goodbye to Nangong Xiang. He currently has to do something. Nangong Xiang only nodded to Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan left this room. After Zhao Yanyan left, only Nangong Xiang was in this room. Nangong Xiang looked at the letter beside her. Haiming, isn't he the grandson of the Sea Dragon King who was the ruler of the immortal Profound Sea Realm? Did Yi Chen have a conflict with this person before? Nangong Xiang started to say in her heart, if Yi Chen had a conflict against Haiming, then it would be very bad. The immortal Profound Sea Realm was such a terrifying force in the God Realm that even old man Sun Quan would not dare to look for trouble with the immortal Profound Sea Realm. The Sea Dragon King is crowned the most powerful and influential person in the Western God Realm. So far no one has been able to resist the might of the Sea Dragon King. Nangong Xiang was worried that if Yi Chen dealt with the immortal Profound Sea Realm, then Yi Chen would experience some misfortune. Nangong Xiang began to wonder whether she should tell Yi Chen this right now, so that Yi Chen would not find trouble with the immortal Profound Sea Realm. No, if I tell Yi Chen now, he will lose the determination he has. For a while Nangong Xiang would not tell Yi Chen about this. Nangong Xiang would let Yi Chen get stronger before telling him this. For the time being Nangong Xiang would keep this matter to herself. Before that time Nangong Xiang would never tell Yi Chen this. Chapter 486 Sexy Queen. In the Kunlun Holy Land, to be precise in a very magnificent royal palace, currently lying down a sexy woman with a very lazy position. This sexy woman is in a very luxurious room. Every inch of this room is decorated with the best gold in the world. This woman wears a silk cloth that is very thin on her body. This woman's body has developed very well. From the estimated double peak of the F-cup size, very slim hips, very plump buttocks and once very long legs, all parts of this woman's body can make every man who saw her very excited. Besides having a very beautiful body, women are also blessed with a very beautiful face. This woman also has a special charm that can attract every man who sees her. Queen, I have come to bring some important news for you. A woman came and saluted a sexy woman who lay lazily on a luxurious mattress. This woman turned out to be a queen who ruled the kingdom in the Kunlun Holy Land. What is the news? Queen asked the woman who had just come to this place. Queen, I just got news that the Dark Legacy faction has just disappeared from this world. The female servant told the news about the Dark Legacy faction that suddenly disappeared from this world. How could that be? Who did it? Queen immediately asked the complete details of the female servant in front of her. Sorry Queen, I don't know about it, this is still an unsolved mystery. There is no one who knows about who has eliminated the Dark Legacy faction. The female servant doesn't know who the person who destroyed the Dark Legacy faction, so the person who has eliminated the Dark Legacy faction is still unknown? Said the queen to the female servant. Female servant, that's absolutely right. Right now all factions are investigating who did it. Sexy women started to think who could be the one capable of destroying the Dark Legacy faction. Is that woman the culprit? Sexy women begin to suspect that this woman is the culprit. In this world the only one who has such an ability is that woman. Then what news do you have? Queen asked another news to the female servant. Another news that I got is a prophecy from Madame Laura. The female servant started explaining the prophecy that Madame Laura said during a meeting between all factions. That woman always makes such terrifying predictions. Is it possible that the person who has eliminated the Dark Legacy faction is someone who is not from Earth? Queen starts to think that the culprit is the people that Madame Laura said. Then how the reaction of Gates of Eternity sect in Shaolin, asked the queen to the servant woman. The current Shaolin was still not moving, while the Gates of Eternity sect was busy with other business. What is the Gates of Eternity sect doing right now? Asked Queen. The Gates of Eternity sect is currently busy looking for the culprit who killed young Master Hongwon. The female servant told the queen that the Gates of Eternity sect was looking for the killer of young Master Hongwon and giggle. So that young man is dead. Even a few weeks ago he was still making a mess at my place.
Queen chuckled when she heard the news that Hongwon had died. A few weeks ago Hongwon made a mess in her royal territory. Hongwon really dared to kidnap the noble princesses in her territory. Not only that, Hongwon also dared to sneak into this room and wanted to do something bad to the queen. As a result, the queen was forced to teach a lesson and expel Hongwon forcibly. The queen also gave a strong warning to the Gates of Eternity sect not to enter other people's territory without permission. Because of this, the relationship between the royal family and the Gates of Eternity sect became bad. Is that the only news you have? Said the queen to the female servant. I still have one more news, but maybe this will not be too interesting for you, said the female servant to sexy queen who was in front of her. Just say, as long as it is interesting, this queen will hear it. The queen told the female servant to tell her the latest news. Yes, queen, I understand. Female servant understood. She began to tell the last news she had to queen. Queen listens to the story of the female servant carefully. So in the mortal world appears a young man with very strong strength? Asked queen to the female servant. That's very true. Lord Guardian said that this young man has very strong strength. Female servant told the queen that the young man whom Lord Guardian met had very terrible power. Even Lord Guardian was unable to fight face to face with that young man. Do you have a picture of that young man? Queen was very curious about the young man that the female servant was talking about. She wanted to know who the strong young man was capable of defeating Lord Guardian. Of course I have it. Female servant gave the queen an image stone. Queen waved her hand. The image stone that was in the female servant hand immediately flew towards the queen's palm. Queen began to look at the image that was on the imaging stone in her hand. Hemp, a very handsome young man. Queen was very interested when she saw the image of the young man who was in the imaging stone. The youth in the imaging stone was Chen. Lord Guardian secretly took Chen's picture and handed it over to the royal family. Queen, is he your type? Asked the female servant to sexy queen in front of her. Fufufu, you can say it like that. I want to play with him. Queen wants to play with the young man who was in this image stone. The female servant immediately felt sorry for Chen when she heard this. When Queen said she wanted to play around, then that man would definitely experience very bad things. Female servant very well knows how this sexy queen in front of her. Every man whom Queen wants will definitely not live for a long time. The secret has become commonplace among the royal family. Even though Queen is very sexy, no man dares to be too close to Queen. They are afraid of bad things when they are close to Queen. Send someone to investigate this young man. Make sure not to touch this young man even a finger. I will deal with this man myself. Queen ordered the female servant to send a great spy to investigate Chen. Yes, I understand. Female servant understands. She will carry out the order of Queen. Very good. Queen nodded with satisfaction to the female servant in front of her. You all hurry and get clothes for me. Queen ordered the maids who were here to get clothes for herself. The maids here very deftly began to help dress an imperial outfit for Queen. Sexy Queen who wore imperial clothes became so graceful. The aura of Queen she had was radiated very clearly. I will go to meet someone. When I go, I leave the responsibility that is here to you. Queen intends to go to meet someone. She will leave the responsibility that is here to female servant. Fine, I will do the task you are given. The female servant nodded. She would carry out the orders from Queen. Chapter 487. Go to the Cherry Blossom sect. Several days had passed since that incident. Each day Chen wasted much of the time he had on practicing and learning new knowledge. At most, Chen would rest while teasing the wives he had or the women from the Frozen Ice sect who were in this villa. The women from the Frozen Ice sect had now become very close to Chen. There were some women who had even entered Chen's harem. These women could not stand the temptation that came from Chen and finally fell into Chen's arms, while the rest of the women who had not yet entered the harem would sometimes ask Chen for a private massage. Every woman who has experienced Chen's massage will never be able to return to the way before. They are now addicted to Chen's massage technique, which is very great. Chen did not object at all to the requests of the women from the Frozen Ice sect. Chen was actually very happy because he could train the techniques of the king's heart that he had. The level that Chen was learning now has become even higher. Now Chen can get a lot of inchi just from touching a woman. Although it was still inferior to direct dual cultivation, Chen was not too hasty in this matter. Sooner or later he would get all of the Frozen Ice sect, because now Chen's women are quite a lot and have a high level of strength. The fairy gate has also risen to level 15. The energy inside the fairy gate has become even more pure. Apart from that, there are a lot of facilities that are open because of this. The new things that opened up were very useful for Chen and the women, especially the facilities for practicing now were very adequate. Apart from facilities, there were several resources and artifacts that Chen had obtained. Chen didn't keep this to himself. He shared the resources he had with the women. With that, Chen and the women could easily increase the level they had, even in just 10 days of training within the fairy gate. Yi Chen had already reached the beginning of the ninth stage of the Overlord realm. The pure energy, resources and facilities in the fairy gate helped Yi Chen rise very quickly, plus the inchi of the women made Yi Chen move up the ranks very quickly. Husband, are you still practicing? When Yi Chen was practicing, Mu Zhua came to see Yi Chen. Mu Zhua is now no longer ashamed to call Yi Chen a husband. Because now that she has several new sisters who have entered Yi Chen's harem, Mu Zhua is no longer embarrassed to show the relationship she has with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was currently practicing, immediately stopped. Zhua, what's wrong? Asked Yi Chen to Mu Zhua. Husband, today is the day the Cherry Blossom sect will hold a contest to get a female beauty over there. Are you not going to go along with it? Mu Zhua reminded Yi Chen that today is the day the Cherry Blossom sect holds a contest to gain existing beauty in that sect. Yi Chen himself received an invitation directly from Ching Cheng to attend the event. I almost forgot about it. Yi Chen almost forgot about it. He was training so hard that he forgot that today he had an appointment with Ching Cheng to go to the Cherry Blossom sect. Thank you for reminding me. Yi Chen thanked Mu Zhua for reminding himself. You're welcome. Mu Zhua smiled gently at Yi Chen. Mu Zhua knew that Yi Chen must have forgotten this, that's why she came to remind Yi Chen. Mu Zhua is now a very considerate wife. She even reminded Yi Chen about trivial matters like this. Yi Chen stopped practicing. He walked towards Mu Zhua. Yi Chen brought his face closer and started to kiss Mu Zhua. Mu Zhua was quite surprised when Yi Chen kissed herself. In an instant, Mu Zhua was immersed in the kiss he had together with Yi Chen. After a few minutes, Yi Chen finally stopped kissing Mu Zhua. That's a gift for you. Bye. After satisfied kissing Mu Zhua, Yi Chen immediately left the fairy gate. Geez, husband, just be even more courageous. Mu Zhua felt that Yi Chen was just getting bolder. Sister Yue-chan, is it okay to let Yi Chen go to a place like the Cherry Blossom sect? Mu Zhua asked Chu Yukin. You don't need to worry about it. It would instead be a very good place for Yi Chen. Shu Yue-chan appeared beside Mu Zhua. Chu Yukin was the woman who urged Mu Zhua to remind Yi Chen about the Cherry Blossom sex event. Shu Yue-chan's wish was very simple. She wanted Yi Chen to go over there to see if there were any women who could be included in the harem group. That way the fairy gate will be faster to level up. The faster the fairy gate level up, the faster everyone will raise their cultivation. When Yi Chen came out of the fairy gate, right in the living room currently there were Lin Roshi and Lu Yu. The two women seemed to be discussing something. Lin Roshi and Lu Yu immediately turned their attention to Yi Chen, who had just appeared. Husband. Lin Roshi and Lu Yu immediately called Yi Chen. What are you two doing? Yi Chen asked Lin Roshi and Lu Yu. We are currently discussing cultivation issues. Lu Yu answered Yi Chen's question. Right now Lu Yu and Lin Roshi were exchanging their experiences regarding cultivation. Yi Chen, have you finished practicing? Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Roshi told Yi Chen not to train too hard. Dear teacher Roshi, don't worry, I won't force myself. Yi Chen answered Lin Roshi's question. Lin Roshi still looked embarrassed when Yi Chen called her teacher. Even though they were now husband and wife, Yi Chen still often used such embarrassing words to herself. Husband, do you want to go? Lu Yu asked Yi Chen. Yes, I want to go to the Cherry Blossom sect to attend an event. Yi Chen told Lu Yu where he was going. Cherry Blossom sect? Oh, that is where Sister Ching Cheng came from, right? Lu Yu asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded at Lu Yu. Lu Yu immediately smiled softly when she knew this. Then don't forget to bring a new woman when you come home later, said Lu Yu teasingly. Lu Yu already knows what the Cherry Blossom sect is like. There is a sect that cultivates dual cultivation techniques. There must be a lot of beautiful women who are very seductive like Ching Cheng. If Yi Chen went to such a place, he would very quickly become entangled with the new beauty that existed in the Cherry Blossom sect. Yi Chen just smiled shyly at Lu Yu. It seemed Lu Yu had guessed what was in Yi Chen's mind. I'm going first. Bye. Yi Chen immediately left this villa. He immediately rushed to the Cherry Blossom sect. Giggle. Lu Yu and Lin Roshi giggled when they saw Yi Chen leave in such a manner. Chapter 488 Tea Invitation from Qing Yinan. Yi Chen immediately flew towards the Cherry Blossom sect. Yi Chen used full speed to reach the Cherry Blossom sect. Yi Chen was afraid that he was too late, so he used his full speed to fly towards the Cherry Blossom sect. A while later Yi Chen arrived in front of a valley. In this valley there were hundreds of buildings with ancient architectural accents. The area of the entire building is estimated to be the size of a village with a densely populated population. Besides that, here there are lots of beautiful plants that decorate this valley. This valley looks very alive. The energy around here is still quite pure and happening. It is clearly very suitable for cultivation. Yi Chen immediately descended right a few hundred meters in front of the Cherry Blossom sect building wall. Yi Chen walked towards the Cherry Blossom sect entrance. Young master, welcome, can we help you? When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance, he was greeted by several women who were very charming. The smiles of these women are so charming, their charms can easily lure men into their pomegranate skirts. It was clear that these women were using their enchantment techniques to lure Yi Chen. When these women saw Yi Chen, they were immediately attracted to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a very tan man. These women had never seen a handsome man like Yi Chen. The enchantment technique that this woman possessed was still quite weak. They wouldn't be able to lure Yi Chen in this way. Can I go inside? Yi Chen smiled at the woman guarding the Cherry Blossom sect entrance. Do you have an invitation? At our place there is currently an important event. Without an invitation someone will not be able to enter. One of the women told Yi Chen that without an invitation not allowed to enter. I have one here. Yi Chen handed over the invitation that was given by Qing Chang. Sorry to let me see it. One of the women immediately took the invitation that was in Yi Chen's hand. This woman tried to make sure that Yi Chen's invitation wasn't fake. When this woman saw Yi Chen's invitation, she was quite surprised. Yi Chen's invitation was definitely a first-class invitation. There are only a few strong people who get an invitation like this. It is clear that the handsome young man in front of her is so strong that he can get a first-class invitation. The woman who had seen Yi Chen's invitation smiled even more dazzlingly at Yi Chen. Young master, sorry to doubt you, please come with me to go inside. This woman's attitude towards Yi Chen became more respectful. This woman even took the initiative to escort Yi Chen inside. Then please, Yi Chen doesn't mind. He will let this woman guide the way to the place where the event will be held. Yi Chen followed behind this enchanting woman. This woman brought Yi Chen to the interior of the Cherry Blossom sect. Has the event in this sect started? Yi Chen asked whether the event to get beautiful women had started. No, the event will still start tonight. The woman at the front started explaining about the event to be held. She also started explaining the rules about the event to Yi Chen. Yi Chen listened carefully to the explanation that came from the woman in front of him. While on a trip, Yi Chen met several women who were busy preparing for the event tonight. The women that Yi Chen met had a beauty that could enchant every man. Apart from enchanting the women who were here who looked very sassy, sometimes there were some women who winked at Yi Chen. They seemed to be teasing Yi Chen. I never thought that there were still many women here who were still virgins. Chu Yuechan was quite surprised to see that in the Cherry Blossom sect there were still many women who were still virgins. It seems that what Qing Cheng said is true. Here there are indeed many women who are still pure and have no partners. It turned out that Qing Cheng did not lie to Yi Chen. Here there are still quite a few women who are still virgins. This woman led Yi Chen to a courtyard with a building in the middle. This master is a place for you to live for a while. If you need help, you can call the woman who was there to help you. The woman in front told Yi Chen that this courtyard will be Yi Chen's residence for a while. Then I'll excuse me first. This woman said goodbye to return to the place she should have been. Yi Chen nodded at the woman in front of him. Enchanting woman left here. Now was only Yi Chen within this place. Yi Chen decided to enter the building in the middle of the courtyard. Yi Chen would return to cultivation before the event to get a beautiful woman began. When Yi Chen entered the building, he saw that there was a beautiful and enchanting woman sitting there cultivating. When he saw this, Yi Chen immediately stopped stepping into the building. Wait, isn't this a place mine? Why is there a woman inside? Was the previous woman wrong to give me a place? Yi Chen started to suspect that the woman just wrongly gave himself a place. What's wrong with you interfering with my cultivation? A beautiful and charming woman looks dissatisfied when someone is bothering her. Sorry, but this is a recommended place for me. Why are you inside? Yi Chen told the beautiful and charming woman in front of him that this was the courtyard that the woman recommended just now. The woman who was cultivating opened her eyes. When she opened hers, she found that the person standing outside the door wasn't one of the Cherry Blossom sect disciples. Who are you? The woman in the room immediately asked Yi Chen. I am Yi Chen. I am here to attend an event in this sect. Yi Chen told this woman who she was. Since this woman was friendly enough to Yi Chen was also quite friendly when talking to this woman. I see, it looks like our sect's female disciple gave you the wrong place. This woman had guessed that Yi Chen was wrongly given a place by the female disciple who had sent Yi Chen to this courtyard. My name is Qingyinan, I am an elder in this sect. Qingyinan introduced herself to Yi Chen. Yi Chen once felt that he had met this woman when he was at the lodging discussing how to enter the ancient heritage place. It turned out that this woman was one of the elders who had accompanied Qing Cheng by her side while in the ancient heritage site. Sorry to disturb you, Lady Qingyinan, I will go to find a new page to live in. Since this page belongs to Qingyinan, Yi Chen will search a new courtyard for where he lives. Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry? Let's sit down and have tea first. Qingyinan stopped Yi Chen who wanted to leave her courtyard. Qingyinan invited Yi Chen to sit together and have tea. Chapter 489. You are very brave to tease my husband. Fine, I don't mind. Yi Chen didn't reject the good intentions of this beautiful and charming woman. He entered into this woman's building. This was the first time Yi Chen had been invited to drink tea by a woman, so he wanted to try what it is like to drink tea with a beautiful and charming woman. Yi Chen sat right in front of Qing Yinan. It just so happened that in front of Qing Yinan there was a round table that wasn't too big. Qing Yinan started to get up from the floor. She started to take the teapot to brew a tea. Qing Yinan also started lighting an incense stick that was in this room. A very distinctive fragrant aroma began to envelop this room. The aroma chosen by Qing Yinan was very refreshing to breathe. Here comes the tea. After a while, Qing Yinan returned with 2 cups of tea. Thank you. Yi Chen is grateful for the kindness that comes from Qing Yinan. So Yi Chen, what brought you here? Did you come here because you were interested in the event to win a beautiful woman's heart tonight? Asked Qing Yinan to Yi Chen. It's not entirely wrong. I came here just to see what kind of events in this sect. If it's interesting, maybe I'll join. Yi Chen wanted to see what the program was like first. If there really was a woman who attracted him, then Yi Chen will probably participate. Fufufu, you were lucky. This year there are several beautiful virgin girls who will be fought over. That's why there are so many people attending our invitation. You will also be immediately interested when you see that girl. Qing Yinan told Yi Chen that tonight there will be girls who will appear at the event, right? If that's true, maybe I'll come. Yi Chen smiled at Qing Yinan. The woman in front of him is very easy to get along with outsiders. It is not strange that the Cherry Blossom sect has many connections with rich families in the mortal world. Qing Yinan also smiled at Yi Chen. Qing Yinan became more and more attracted to handsome Yi Chen. Don't be shy, let's have a drink. I hope you like the tea I made. Qing Yinan invited Yi Chen to drink the tea she had made. Fine. Yi Chen started drinking the tea in front of himself. When Yi Chen drank the tea made by Qing Yinan, he felt something strange in this tea. What is wrong? Do you not like the tea that I make? Seeing Yi Chen only drink a little, Qing Yinan immediately asked Yi Chen. No, it's delicious. Yi Chen smiled wryly at Qing Yinan. Qing Yinan began to drink the tea that was in the glass in front of her. Qing Yinan did not seem to hesitate at all when he drank the tea in the glass in her hand. Qing Yinan and Yi Chen started to continue their chat. Qing Yinan began to ask about Yi Chen's origins. She also began to wonder about some very sensitive things about Yi Chen. Qing Yinan even took down the pink dress she was wearing to show Yi Chen the flawless skin she had. It was clear that Qing Yinan was currently trying to tease Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Why is this handsome young man not moving towards me? Is this young man not passionate, or maybe he is an eunuch? Qing Yinan began to feel very strange about Yi Chen, even though she had tried to tease and gave stimulant substance to Yi Chen. But somehow Yi Chen didn't move on her. Qing Yinan was very confident in her beauty. She still believed that she could easily attract young men like Yi Chen. Yi Chen would definitely vomit blood when he found out what Qing Yinan was thinking of him. Yi Chen already realized that Qing Yinan was trying to tease him in various ways. Unfortunately, what Qing Yinan did had absolutely no effect on Yi Chen. Seeing that there was no change towards Yi Chen, Qing Yinan was forced to use a charm technique against Yi Chen. Yi Chen, look at me. Qing Yinan started telling Yi Chen to look at him. Yi Chen looked at Qing Yinan. When Yi Chen looked at Qing Yinan, he felt that something was starting to suck up his soul. Yi Chen was absolutely certain that this woman was trying to confuse himself by using the charm technique she cultivated. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt that he wanted to play with Qing Yinan. Yi Chen wanted to see Qing Yinan's intentions for him. Yi Chen pretended that he was under the influence of Qing Yinan's charm technique. Qing Yinan was overjoyed when she saw that Yi Chen was under the influence of her technique. Qing Yinan wanted to make sure that the current Yi Chen was completely put in her charm technique. Yi Chen, what do you think? Am I beautiful? Qing Yinan asked Yi Chen if she was beautiful or not. Of course you are very beautiful. You are like a beautiful goddess in the sky. Yi Chen began to look like a person who was being controlled. Qing Yinan was very happy when she heard sweet words from Yi Chen. Besides being handsome, it turned out that Yi Chen was also very good at seducing women. This made Qing Yinan like Yi Chen. Qing Yinan got up from the floor. She went to the front of Yi Chen. Qing Yinan began to press Yi Chen to the floor below. Qing Yinan started to rise on top of Yi Chen's body. She began to touch Yi Chen's body using the fingers she had. You have very strong muscles, I like this. Qing Yinan likes Yi Chen, who has strong muscles. Apart from touching Yi Chen's body, Qing Yinan also began to grope Yi Chen's younger brother who was below. When Qing Yinan touched Yi Chen's thing below, she was very shocked. This thing was enormous even though it was still trapped in pants. If this thing was taken out of its cage, it might look even bigger. Qing Yinan was happy to know that Yi Chen had such a large object. It would definitely be great to eat. Yi Chen smiled when he saw what Qing Yinan was doing. This woman was very brave. Crack. Suddenly someone opened the door to the room. The person who opened the door was a beautiful woman, sexy and very glamorous. The woman who opened the door was Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng smiled gently when she saw Yi Chen and Qing Yinan in such a very intimate position. Qing Yinan was very surprised when she saw Qing Cheng barging into the building she had. Sec Master, why are you here? Qing Yinan stuttered a bit when she spoke to Qing Chang. "Yinan, you are so brave enough to tease my husband, don't you want to be an elder anymore?" Xing Cheng immediately warned Qing Yinan not to bother Yi Chen. Qing Yinan was very surprised when she heard Sect Master Qing Cheng say that the young man under her had her husband. Qing Yinan did not expect that this handsome young man would have a relationship with a Sect Master. Qing Yinan immediately descended and moved away from Yi Chen's body. Qing Yinan looked like a little girl who had just made a mistake. Chapter 490. Looks like you really enjoyed having fun with Yinan, husband. Looks like you really enjoyed having fun with Yinan. Qing Chen gave Yi Chen a wry smile. Yi Chen got up from the floor. He stood in front of Qing Cheng. "Come on, wife, don't be angry like that, I'm just playing with her." Yi Chen tried to explain what happened to Qing Chang. "Are you satisfied playing with her now?" asked Qing Chen to Yi Chen. He, of course, now my wife is here, so I'll just play with you." Yi Chen started to reach the two peaks of Qing Chang's, which towered very high. Qing Chang's size is indeed very large. It is very comfortable to be held by Yi Chen's two hands. Yi Chen's two hands weren't even able to grasp Qing Chang's huge double peak. "Husband, stop it, Qing Chang started groaning in a very coquettish voice. Qing Chang could not endure the least of the stimulation emanating from Yi Chen's extremely skilled fingers. Every time Yi Chen's fingers touched her body, Qing Chang would feel very excited. The skills that Yi Chen possessed were even more amazing. Qing Chang was rendered helpless in just seconds. "Husband, please let me go. I still have a lot of work to do. I can't give you now." Qing Chang tried to ask Yi Chen for mercy. Qing Chang still had a lot of unfinished work. If she did it together with Yi Chen, she would definitely be so exhausted that she couldn't get out of bed. Qing Chang might have liked the pleasure of doing this with Yi Chen. The problem was that she alone was unable to withstand Yi Chen's overly terrifying fighting strength. Qing Chang needs a sister to help her pack Yi Chen. "Oh, what a shame, I really wanted to." Yi Chen let Qing Chang go. He let Qing Chang go. Qing Chang, who had just escaped Yi Chen's evil claws, immediately tidied up the clothes she had. Qing Chang felt that her bottom was completely wet from the slightest touch of Yi Chen's hand. Qing Chang was currently eager to change into a new one. "Husband, I'll give you tonight, so I hope you can be patient." Qing Chang whispered in Yi Chen's ear. "You promised, just watch out if you run away tonight." Yi Chen hugged Qing Chang's snake waist. "How could I escape from a big wolf like you?" said Qing Chang in a coquettish tone. Qing Yinan was quite surprised when she saw the intimate interactions and conversations that Yi Chen and Sect Master Qing Cheng had. It was unexpected that Qing Chang's sister had such a young man outside the sect. This was something that Qing Yinan had so unexpectedly. During these few years, Qing Yinan had never heard of a scandal about Qing Cheng with a man. It was unexpected that today Qing Yinan would see that Qing Cheng had a relationship with a man who was still very young like Yi Chen. "Ahem, Sect Master, what are you here for?" Qing Yinan coughed lightly at Yi Chen and Qing Cheng, who were teasing each other. Yi Chen and Qing Cheng immediately looked at Qing Yinan. Yi Chen and Qing Cheng were too absorbed in their own world. They both forgot that currently Qing Yinan was still at the side. Qing Cheng moved away from Yi Chen's body. She went straight in front of Qing Yinan. "Yinan, why are you still relaxing in a place like this? Didn't I tell you to help prepare some things for tonight's event?" Qing Cheng looked angry at Qing Yinan, who was lazing around when everyone in this sect was working extremely very hard. Qing Yinan was currently lowering her head. She looked like a little girl who had just made a mistake. "I'm sorry, Sect Master, I didn't mean to sneak away from my duties." Qing Yinan apologized to Qing Cheng. It turned out that all this time Qing Yinan had slipped from the assignment that was given by Qing Cheng. It was only fitting that Qing Yinan was in the courtyard that was reserved for guests. It turned out that from the start she had sneaked into this place to avoid the task assigned to her. "If you don't finish the task I have given you immediately, then you won't get your resources for the next 1 month." Qing Cheng started threatening Qing Yinan. If Qing Yinan did not immediately complete the task she had been given, Qing Yinan would not get the resources for the next 1 month. "Sister Chang, I beg you not to do it. I will immediately do what you tell me to." Qing Yinan looked very scared when Qing Chang would deprive her of resources. "It's good if you understand. Hurry up and do your assignment." Qing Chang told Qing Yinan to immediately go and do the task she should be doing. Qing Yinan nodded. She immediately went out of this building. Qing Yinan looked like a cat that had just stepped on its tail. Before leaving this building, Qing Yinan didn't forget to wink at Yi Chen. After giving Yi Chen a sweet wink, Qing Yinan immediately left the grounds. "Geez, Yinan gave me a headache." Qing Cheng felt a headache when she saw Qing Yinan's behavior like this. Even though Qing Yinan was an elder, unfortunately Qing Yinan's attitude did not reflect that she was an elder. "So that woman was the one who sneaked into this place because she was lazy to do a job. I thought I was the one who got into someone else's sight." Yi Chen now understands what happened. It turns out that from the start she had misunderstood that this place didn't belong to Qing Yinan. It turned out that Qing Yinan was the one who had snuck into this place to avoid the task that Qing Cheng had given her. Yinan is indeed a very lazy woman when it comes to work. but if it is a matter of cultivation, she is the most active and cultivating. Qing Cheng told Yi Chen that Qing Yinan was a woman who was passionate about cultivation, whereas when it came to work, then Qing Yinan would be very lazy. I see, it's only fitting that she cultivates here. Yi Chen nodded at Qing Cheng. Husband, I have to go to do work. Do whatever you want. If you like women from this sect, you are free to pick them up here. Smiley face. Qing Cheng smiled seductively at Yi Chen. Qing Cheng didn't mind at all if Yi Chen wanted a woman he liked in this place. As long as Yi Chen liked her, then Qing Cheng would never mind. Yi Chen only smiled in response to Qing Cheng's words. I'll be here when night falls. We'll go together tonight. Tonight Qing Cheng will come back to Yi Chen to go to the event together. Okay, I'll just stay here until night falls. Yi Chen will be here until night falls. See you later. Qing Cheng turned around. She left the building. Crack. Qing Cheng closed the door to the building that Yi Chen was currently living in. After Qing Cheng left this room, Yi Chen was now alone in this room. In order to wait for nightfall, Yi Chen decided to spend the time he had to study the techniques he had even more. At least this is something Yi Chen can do to wait for nightfall. Chapter 491 Give Lessons to Young Girl. Yi Chen was constantly learning how to deepen the techniques he had. Time went on, without Yi Chen realizing it. It was already evening. Soon it would soon be dark, so Qing Cheng should be back here soon. Yi Chen started to get up from the floor. He intended to relax the muscles he had. When Yi Chen was flexing his muscles, suddenly someone knocked on the door of this room. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, let me enter, a girl voice asked Yi Chen's. Permission to enter, come in. Yi Chen invited the girl who were outside to come inside. Crack. The door to this room is opened. A young girl appeared in front of Yi Chen. It was estimated that this girl was about 140 centimeters tall with a slender body. This young girl came bringing some food for Yi Chen. Young master, I have come to deliver food for you. This young girl came to deliver a meal to Yi Chen. Just put it on the table. Yi Chen told this young girl to put the food on the table. The young girl immediately entered the room where Yi Chen was. She began to put the food she brought on the small table in this room. This girl is very adept at putting food on the table. She arranges the food very neatly. Young master, please enjoy. This girl told Yi Chen to enjoy the food that the cherry blossom sect had prepared. Yi Chen nodded. He began to sit at the table and eat the food that the young girl in front of him had just brought. The young girl suddenly went behind Yi Chen's body. She was standing behind Yi Chen's back. This girl started extending her hand to Yi Chen's shoulder. This girl started massaging Yi Chen's shoulder. What are you doing? Yi Chen asked the girl behind him. That, I am giving you a massage to soothe the body. This is a service I can give you. This girl stuttered a little when she said this to Yi Chen. Looks like this girl was a little embarrassed when doing massage services for Yi Chen. What this girl is doing is a special service that all the guests who come to the cherry blossom sect are getting. All guests who come are entitled to receive the best service from the cherry blossom sect. Yi Chen didn't really care about what this girl was doing. He started to continue eating the food on the table. This girl's skills still looked very clumsy, as if she had just learned to massage someone for a while. While getting massage services from the girl behind him, Yi Chen continued to eat the food that was on the table. 15 minutes later, Yi Chen finished finishing the food on the table. The young girl behind Yi Chen looked very tired. She had been massaging Yi Chen's shoulders for so long that her hands felt numb. This girl must not stop before Yi Chen is satisfied with the massage technique she is doing. Otherwise she will definitely get a scolding from her teacher, who is already very skilled at serving and seducing a man. You can stop if you want. Yi Chen told this girl to stop massaging himself. Yi Chen realized that this young girl was very tired. Yi Chen could feel this girl's fingers trembling while massaging him. The young girl looked relieved when Yi Chen told herself to stop. She was very grateful to Yi Chen. After stopping giving massage services to Yi Chen, the young girl started to pack the food plate that Yi Chen had finished eating. So did you just join this sect? Yi Chen asked the young girl who was cleaning the dishes on the table. The little girl who was clearing dishes was surprised when she heard Yi Chen's words. Young master, what do you mean? Asked the young girl to Yi Chen. Well, I feel that the massage technique that you did earlier was very clumsy. It can be seen that you just studied not long ago, right? Yi Chen told this young girl about the massage service that was not satisfactory. I'm sorry, I just joined this sect, so I'm still inexperienced in this matter. This young girl apologized to Yi Chen because the service she provided was not satisfactory. Yi Chen only smiled when he saw this girl acting like this. This was quite funny for Yi Chen. Young master, please don't tell this to my master. This girl is a little afraid of Yi Chen. She is afraid that Yi Chen will report this to her master. If that happens, she will be very scolded. You don't need to worry, I'm not angry at all with you. Yi Chen told this young girl not to be afraid of himself. The young girl in front of Yi Chen was quite relieved when she heard this. Hey, what's your name? Yi Chen asked. What is the name of the young girl? My name is Nij.
The young girl easily gave Yi Chen the real name she had, Nig, a pretty good name. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded when he heard the name of the young girl in front of him. Nig blushed when praised by Yi Chen. Hey little Nig, would you like to learn a massage technique from me? Yi Chen intends to teach Nig the trick of massaging someone so that they are satisfied, of course. Can big brother Yi Chen teach me? Nig looked very excited when Yi Chen wanted to teach herself massage tricks. Yi Chen was quite happy to see Nig's enthusiasm, very good spirit. Then let's start. First lie down first. Yi Chen told Nig to lie down on the floor. Nig is very obedient. She immediately lies on the floor. Nig is too innocent. She looks like Xiao Lulu, who was very innocent and easy to trick. If Yi Chen wanted to do something bad, maybe Yi Chen could easily do it. I will teach you with hands-on practice. Make sure to remember it, okay? Yi Chen told Nig to remember what he taught this, okay? Nig nodded at Yi Chen. After explaining to Nig, Yi Chen started to put the two palms he had on Nig's back. First you look for the stiff-looking meridian points of the person you want to massage. After getting those stiff meridians, start massaging at that point slowly. Yi Chen started to teach the basics of massage to Nig. Nig nodded her head at Yi Chen. She remembered Yi Chen's words. Well, I'll start getting ready. Yi Chen told Nig to get ready. He would show the technique he had. When Yi Chen's fingers started massaging Nig's back, Nig felt a very comfortable feeling in her body. This feeling was really too comfortable. Nig had never felt this kind of comfortable feeling in her life. Nig unconsciously let out a small groan. This pleasure was too much for little Nig. She couldn't hold back the pleasure from Yi Chen's massage. Chapter 492. This person isn't bullying you, right? Nig continued to groan in a very cute voice. She really enjoyed Yi Chen's massage technique. Hey little Nig. Make sure you remember what I'm doing right now? Yi Chen told little Nig, who was under him, to remember what he was doing right now. Yes. I'll remember it. Little Nig nodded at Yi Chen. Nig actually couldn't think for now. She currently really enjoyed the massage session that Yi Chen gave. The groans that Nig let out were getting bigger and bigger. Several people living around here could hear the groans that came out from Nig. The Cherry Blossom sect did not intentionally put up a sound barrier around their sect. This was to keep the guests who came here from harassing the women within the sect. Occasionally guests would deliberately harass the women in the Cherry Blossom sect. Just because the Cherry Blossom sect was a dual cultivation sect, many people mistakenly thought that the women here were loose women who would do that with anyone, whereas the women from the Cherry Blossom sect would choose a partner they thought was a good fit. They wouldn't do that to random people. They also still had their pride. The women of the Cherry Blossom sect didn't like being forced to do what they didn't want to. The voice that Nig makes can make people who hear it misunderstand. Hey little Nig, are you okay? Seeing that Nig is currently panting and sweating a lot, Yi Chen decided to stop giving Nig massages. Yi Chen only used the few abilities he had, never expected that Nig would become like this. Big brother Yi Chen, I'm fine, please continue with the lesson just now. Nig asked Yi Chen to continue what they had previously done. Nig was eager to experience Yi Chen's extraordinary technique. Nig felt that she was addicted to this. Fine, if you force I will continue. Yi Chen will continue lesson for Nig, crack. When Yi Chen was going to continue the study session for Nig, suddenly the door was forcefully opened by someone. Don't move, give up right now. There were several women who broke into the room occupied by Yi Chen. The women got into battle stances in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Nig were quite surprised to see the arrival of these women. Senior sister, what's wrong with you all coming here? Nig immediately got up and sat on the floor. She asked the women who got inside by force. Nig is currently unable to stand up. She feels that her legs feel very soft and numb. Yi Chen's massage makes her tiny body feel very soft. The women who entered were shocked when they saw that nothing had happened between Yi Chen and Nig. They thought that Yi Chen was bullying little Nig. So they immediately went in to catch the man who dared to bully Nig. To think that if nothing happened in here, the women from the Cherry Blossom sect felt embarrassed because they had forced their way through the important guest room like this. Hey little Nig, what were you doing just now? In order to overcome the shame they have, one of these ladies asked little Nig. Just now I was enjoying the massage that big brother Yi Chen did. Nig told the senior sisters who just entered that she was enjoying the massage that Yi Chen did. The women who entered were dumbfounded when they heard this. They didn't expect that the moaning sound they just heard was Nig's groaning being massaged by Yi Chen. These women really misunderstood what happened before. They thought Yi Chen was bullying Nig. Little Nig, this person isn't bullying you, right? One of the women still can't believe that nothing happened, with Nig just now looking like someone who was having a relationship with the opposite sex. No, big brother Yi Chen doesn't bully me at all.
And Aiji tried to explain to the senior sisters in front of her, then why did you make a groaning sound like that? We all almost misunderstood if something happened to you, the woman just asked Naiji. Naiji's face turned red when she heard this. Previously Naiji was not aware that she was letting out a groan like that. What she remembered was that she enjoyed the massage technique from Chen.
Hey, hurry and answer my question.
The woman in front urged Naiji to answer the question she had previously asked. It's because Big Brother Chen's technique is too great, I couldn't hold back my voice when being impaled by him.
With a red face like an apple, Naiji said to these women in front of her, huh?
These women are again shocked by the words that came out of little Naiji. They all didn't believe that Naiji would let out a groan like that just because of the massage by Chen. How comfortable was it that Naiji made a sound like that? The women became very curious. They also wanted to feel what kind of massage technique that Chen had just said by Naiji. A woman's curiosity is very strong. Sometimes this curiosity can make them enter a path that makes them unable to come back. Is it true? What a coincidence that my waist hurts a lot these days. Can you help me massage it for me? One woman very boldly asked Chen to massage her aching waist. Of course, please lie down here. Chen smiled at this woman. He didn't mind doing it. After all, there was still time until tonight's event started. Next me too. One by one women also want to feel Chen's massage technique. They were all blown away after seeing Chen's extremely handsome smile. Their bodies are quite stiff because they are overworked preparing for the event for tonight. Chen did not expect that all the women who just entered would ask for something like this. Fine, but please one by one according to their turn. Those who haven't had a turn can wait outside for a while. Chen told these women to wait outside. If all the women come inside, then this small place will be crowded. These women nodded. They came out to wait their turn. The entrance to the room is closed to maintain privacy from outsiders who pass by. The woman who previously asked for a massage from Chen immediately lay on the floor. For some reason the position this woman used was very excited. Let's do it quickly. If what Naiji says lies, watch out, this woman told Chen to immediately give her a massage. Chen only smiled when he heard this woman's words. He got closer to the woman's body in front of him. So do you want a light, medium or heavy massage? Before starting the massage, Chen asked the woman in front of him, Hemp, use all the abilities you have, don't hold back. This woman very confidently told Chen to use all the abilities he had. For Chen this was a very interesting challenge. Well, if that's what you want, get ready. Chen told this woman to get ready, he will use all the abilities he has. Chapter 493, a massage technique that cannot be described in words. This woman was waiting for Chen's massage. She really wanted to see if Chen's technique was really that great or just nonsense. When Chen's fingers started massaging her body, she felt an extremely pleasant feeling. This feeling made her body very excited. Subconsciously the woman who was being massaged by Chen groaned in a very coquettish tone. This woman tried to hold back her voice from leaking out. Unfortunately, the enjoyment of Chen's fingers made a moan of hers leak out. This woman's body also started to tremble when Chen massaged her body. Stop, this woman told Chen to stop it. Take it easy, I just started warming up. Chen didn't want to stop. He just started doing a warm-up. The real thing is just about to start. Chen started massaging every inch of the woman's body in front of him. Chen had found this woman's most sensitive point. Now is the time to let this woman know who he is. The woman in front of Chen continued to groan. It seemed that this woman really enjoyed Chen's massage technique. Hey sister, are you okay? The woman outside began to ask about the situation of the woman who was currently receiving a massage from Chen. I am alright. You don't need to worry. In a voice that was not very clear, she informed the woman outside this room. The woman outside was quite worried about the state of their sister who was in the room with Chen. The woman outside did not expect to hear this kind of groaning again. Actually, how great was Chen's technique that it could make the woman inside groan with a voice like that. This woman's face looks very satisfied. She begins to lose the sanity she has. Chen's massage technique was truly amazing. She felt that she was taken to the seventh heaven by Chen's massage. This is even more great than having dual cultivation relationships with the opposite sex. She felt that she wouldn't be able to come back after feeling this kind of feeling. The face of Naiji, who was next to, became so red that she did not expect to see the senior sister she observed in this state by Chen. The senior sister's face was too lustful. She looked like she was having an intimate relationship with a man. 5 minutes later, Chen stopped the massage session for this woman. Chen thought that this was enough. This woman's inchi wasn't very much. Chen couldn't expect more from this woman. The condition of the woman under Chen was very messy, and her body was soaked with sweat, while the skirt she was wearing was soaked with a very sticky liquid. It is clear that this woman has reached the pinnacle of happiness several times in just 5 minutes. the woman in front of Yi Chen felt that. Her body felt very light and at the same time very weak, she even had difficulty moving the fingers she had. It's finished, you can go. Yi Chen invited this woman to come out and change with another woman who was outside. This woman tried to get up from the floor, unfortunately she was too weak to get up from the floor. Senior sister, let me help you. Anaiji decided to help her senior sister who seemed to be in serious trouble. Thank you very much, this woman thanked Anaiji. Fortunately, in this room there is Anaiji. If it is not possible that at this time he will come out crawling. Yi Chen's technique is so terrifying, she has never tried something so amazing like before. Both body, soul and mind that he possessed were very satisfied. She really didn't mind being Yi Chen's servant for life as long as he could feel that way once again. Anaiji took her senior sister outside. When they arrived outside, they were immediately surrounded by women who were waiting outside. Sister, what happened to you? One by one the women outside asked the women who had just finished tasting Yi Chen's massage technique. They saw that the condition of the woman who came out of Yi Chen's room was very messy. Nothing happened, I was just massaged by that man. This woman answered questions from everyone outside. Who is next? If not there I will go back to sleep. Seeing that no woman entered the room, Yi Chen decided to call the woman outside. All the women outside looked at each other. They were a little afraid to go inside after seeing what happened to the woman who was previously massaged by Yi Chen. Get in quickly, don't let you miss this golden opportunity. You will definitely not be disappointed after entering there. She immediately ordered the woman outside to come inside. She wanted to share the joy he felt with the women outside. Let me try it. I want to see what kind of abilities this young man has. A mature woman who looks very sexy and dares to say to all the women who are outside. She said that he wanted to try Yi Chen's technique. She couldn't believe that just a massage could make a sound like that. A sexy adult woman entered the room where Yi Chen was. She very confidently entered the room where Yi Chen was. Sister Phi has really gone inside. That young man will definitely become a toy for Sister Phi. The women who were outside felt sorry for Yi Chen. This woman named Phi is quite famous among female students because her experience and charm ability are quite strong. Every man who confronts this woman named Phi will definitely be controlled men very quickly, because these are women who are beyond pity for Yi Chen. This is amazing, please be stronger. When the woman outside was discussing what would happen to Yi Chen later, suddenly from inside the room where Yi Chen was, there was a woman's groaning voice that was even bolder than before. All the women outside were dumbfounded when they heard that the highly experienced Sister Phi would make such a groan. The women outside became increasingly curious about Yi Chen's massage technique, even a woman who was so experienced that she was forced to let out a groan like this. Hey sister, how great is the massage technique that young man has that Sister Phi makes such a voice? All the women here immediately sought answers to the women who had previously experienced Yi Chen's massage technique. That young man's massage technique can't be described using words, which is definitely more fun than doing dual cultivation. The woman who previously felt Yi Chen's technique smiled with interest. Finally she was able to share what she had felt to the woman who was here. The faces of the women outside the room turned red. Especially those who were still pure virgins who had never felt like doing this with men. They became curious about Yi Chen's massage technique. The women outside could only wait their turn to find out how great Yi Chen's technique was. Chapter 494. What actually happened here? The groans of the woman named Phi continued to echo in this courtyard. This woman's voice was more seductive than the first woman's. Phi sounded like she was having an abusive relationship with Yi Chen. The face of the woman who was here turned red. They did not expect that they would hear a very vulgar moan that came from a woman named Phi. After 5 minutes, finally the sound in the room stopped. The women in the courtyard were relieved when the voice that came from a mature and sexy woman named Phi had finished. A few moments later a woman named Phi came out of the room where Yi Chen lived. This woman came out crawling on the floor. The appearance of a mature and sexy woman was no different from the first woman who received a massage from Yi Chen. In fact, this woman's appearance looked even worse than the first woman who received a massage from Yi Chen. The women who saw this were so shocked. They did not expect that an experienced woman like Phi was made like this by Yi Chen. The women in the courtyard immediately helped Phi to stand up from the floor. Sister Phi, are you alright? Asked one of the women to the woman named Phi. Yes, I'm fine, Phi answered the women around her. Brother Phi, what are you doing inside together with that man? Your voice just now sounded very hot. One woman bravely asked what was being done in the room together with Yi Chen. What's more, of course enjoy the young man's massage technique. The answer that came from a mature and sexy woman was the same as the first woman to experience Yi Chen's massage technique. You all have to try it. That guy's technique is really extraordinary. It's even hundreds of times more enjoyable than doing dual cultivation. Phi told all the women here that Yi Chen's massage technique was just amazing. Phi really enjoyed the massage session done by Yi Chen. Fei just found a new world that she had never seen before. She herself did not think that her massage skills could be that good. It even felt better than doing dual cultivation. The women who had not tried immediately looked at each other. They immediately scrambled to try Yi Chen's massage technique. In an instant, this courtyard became a very chaotic place. Night had fallen. Xing Chang had finished doing all the work for tonight's event. It's all over at last. Xing Chang was finally happy that everything was over. She felt that these few days were the most tiring days in her life. It seems that after everything is over, she will ask Yi Chen to satisfy herself. Doing that together with Yi Chen will definitely be very easy to get rid of this fatigue. Xing Chang decided to immediately take a shower and change into even better clothes. Tonight he would dress up so beautifully for Yi Chen. Xing Chang hopes that Yi Chen will like her when he sees herself dressed up beautifully. Without wasting any more time, Xing Chang immediately took a shower. It took Xing Chang nearly 30 minutes to shower and clean her body. After feeling that her body was completely clean, Xing Chang immediately came out of the bathroom. She immediately took a set of white dresses that looked very beautiful. Xing Chang had already prepared this dress set a few days ago. She knew that Yi Chen liked something plain like this, so she had prepared this dress for Yi Chen. Xing Chang immediately put on this beautiful white dress. She also started wearing some completely inconspicuous jewelry. The current Xing Chang looked like an innocent woman who had never been tainted by anything in this world. This looks really good. I'm sure Yi Chen will definitely like this. Xing Chang couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's reaction. Xing Chang really hoped that Yi Chen would be very surprised when he saw herself dressed up like this on purpose. Xing Chang didn't waste her time. She immediately went towards where Yi Chen was. While on the way to Yi Chen's place, it happened that Xing Chang met Xing Yinan, who had also just finished taking a shower and changed clothes. Xing Yinan was currently wearing a pink dress which was a little tighter. In this outfit, Xing Yinan highlighted some of the body parts she had. Sister Chang, is that you? Xing Yinan looks very surprised when she sees Xing Chang's appearance like this. The current Xing Chang looked like a young girl who had just turned 20 years old. She looked very innocent and pretty deep after the clothes she wore. Xing Yinan felt that this was not the Xing Chang she was used to. It's me, what's wrong? Asked Xing Chang to Xing Yinan. No, it's just that why are you dressed like an innocent young girl? It's not like the you I know. Xing Yinan immediately asked why Xing Chang was dressed like this. Oh this, I dress like this to please Yi Chen. Xing Chang told Xing Yinan that she dressed like this to please Yi Chen. Hey, Sister Chang, do you really have a relationship with that young man? Xing Yinan asked Xing Chang. Of course, he is now my man. Xing Chang immediately nodded at Xing Yinan. The answer that came from Xing Chang was very emphatic. So what makes you attracted to that young man? Xing Yinan wants to know what makes a beautiful woman like Xing Chang attracted to Yi Chen, who was much younger. There are many things that make me like him. He is kind, caring, helpful and good at saying sweet things. There are so many things that made Xing Chang like Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart. Is that all? Asked Xing Yinan to Xing Chang. There is one more thing. Yi Chen's ability in bed is great. If you try it once, I'm sure you won't be able to get away from him. Xing Chang gave a little of Yi Chen's ability on the bed to Xing Yinan. Xing Chang and Xing Yinan were almost like sisters. They had been together for quite a long time, so Xing Chang had a lot of trust in her. Xing Yinan now understood why Xing Chang's skin had become even more beautiful and moisturized. It turned out that all this time she had been moisturized by Yi Chen. Xing Yinan did not expect that Yi Chen had fully acquired Xing Chang. It seemed that Xing Yinan looked down on Yi Chen too much. Xing Yinan thought that Yi Chen was only Xing Chang's white face. It was unexpected that Yi Chen would really have completely won Xing Chang's heart. Then I'll go to Yi Chen's place first. See you later. Xing Chang said goodbye to Xing Yinan. Xing Chang had to hurry to go to Yi Chen's place. Wait, I'm joining. Xing Yinan caught up with Xing Chang. Xing Yinan wanted to see Yi Chen again. Xing Chang and Xing Yinan went to the courtyard where Yi Chen was staying. When Chang Chen and Xing Yinan arrived in front of where Yi Chen was, they saw that there were dozens of women from the cherry blossom sect lined up neatly in front of this courtyard. Xing Chang and Chang Yinan were quite confused when they saw this. What actually happened here? Xing Yinan felt confused when she saw the countless women from the cherry blossom sect lined up in front of the room where Yi Chen was staying. Chapter 495 Rumors of Yi Chen's massaging ability. Xing Chang smiled when she saw this. It seemed like Yi Chen was throwing a tantrum to the point that the ladies from the cherry blossom sect came to this place. Let's see what's going on here. Xing Chang invited Xing Yinan to see what's going on here. Xing Chang and Xing Yinan went to meet the women who were neatly lined up. It looked as if these women were waiting in line for something very precious. What are you all doing here? Xing Chang immediately asked all the women who were neatly lined up in this courtyard. All the women who were lined up immediately looked at Xing Chang and Xing Yinan's arrival. They all immediately paid their respects to Xing Chang and Xing Yinan. Raise your heads. Xing Chang told the women who were here to lift the heads they had. Hearing this order, all the women who were here raised their heads. Hurry up and tell me, what are you all doing here? Xing Cheng asked all the women here again. She wanted to know what they were doing at night at Yi Chen's place. Even though the events held by the Cherry Blossom sect will start soon, usually an events like this will be used by women who don't have a partner to get a partner, even though they won't be able to take part in tonight's event. They still have a chance to find a partner they like or attract them. This was the golden opportunity they had to join the rich and influential family that existed in the mortal world. Usually women who don't have a partner will never miss an opportunity like this. Sect Master, we are currently waiting for our turn to enter. Inside there is a young man who has amazing massage abilities. One of the women told Xing Cheng about what was currently happening. Rumors of Yi Chen's massaging ability were swiftly spread among the woman in the Cherry Blossom sect. The woman in the Cherry Blossom sect immediately flocked to try out what kind of massage technique Yi Chen said was amazing. They had even queued up long enough to be able to try Yi Chen's massage technique. Xing Yinan was very surprised when she heard the answer that came from the woman in front of her. It was unexpected that they would line up at this courtyard just to feel Yi Chen's massage technique. Just how great is Yi Chen's massage technique that there are so many Cherry Blossom sect women who are willing to queue like this? Xing Cheng's reaction was unlike Xing Yinan. Xing Cheng was currently smiling. When she heard this, Xing Cheng herself knew very well how great Yi Chen's massage technique was. In the past she had been made quite embarrassing when she tried Yi Chen's massage technique. Well, that's right there, you're amazing. From inside the room where Yi Chen was, a woman's voice let out a very seductive groan. Xing Yinan became dumbfounded when she heard a voice coming from within the room. It was clear that this sound was made by a woman who was in the peak of happiness. There was no way that just a massage could make a woman make such a lustful voice. Damn, this man is really so brave. I didn't expect him to openly do something like this to a woman from this sect. Xing Yinan muttered in her heart, you all hurry back right now, the sect events are about to start. Xing Cheng ordered all the women who were here to immediately return to where they should be. All of the women who were here felt very disappointed when they heard this. Even though they couldn't try Yi Chen's technique yet, all the women with feelings of disappointment left this yard. Before they left, they didn't forget to look at the building where Yi Chen lived. Xing Yinan saw that there were a few women who were walking a little unsteadily. As a highly experienced cultivator, Xing Yinan naturally knew what could make women walk in such a manner. Sister Chang, isn't your man very brave? He actually dares to play with nearly a quarter of the women in this sect. Xing Yinan said to Cheng Cheng, giggle, if Yi Chen wants all the women here, I have absolutely no means to give it away, replied Xing Cheng to Xing Yinan. Xing Yinan's face turned red when she heard this. It was unexpected that Xing Cheng would say that. I want to see what the husband is doing in there. Xing Cheng wanted to see what Yi Chen was doing in there. Xing Yinan also wanted to see what Yi Chen was up to with the woman inside. Xing Yinan following behind Xing Cheng. Crack. Xing Cheng opened the door to Yi Chen's room. When Xing Cheng opened the door to the room, she and Xing Yinan saw that Yi Chen was currently massaging a woman. This man really only gave a massage. This discovery made Xing Yinan even more surprised. She did not expect that this woman made such a voice because she was given a massage by Yi Chen. Yi Chen and the woman in this room immediately looked towards the arrival of Xing Cheng and Xing Yinan, Sect Master, Elder. The woman in front of Yi Chen panicked a little when she saw the arrival of Xing Cheng and Xing Yinan. I have important business with him, I hope you can leave us all. Xing Cheng told this woman that she had business with Yi Chen. Okay, I'll go. The woman in front of Xing Cheng nodded immediately. She would immediately leave this place. This woman left the room on all fours. She still had a hard time standing up after feeling the satisfaction of Yi Chen's massage technique. Xing Yinan looked at the woman who had just left this room. For some reason this woman reminded Xing Yinan of Xing Cheng, who did things like this while at the inn when they went to the ancient heritage place. Xing Yinan began to suspect that Xing Chen and Yi Chen's relationship originated from that night in. Maybe what the woman's just said was right. Yi Chen's massage technique must be so powerful that it turns a woman into such a state. Xing Yinan became very curious. She felt that she wanted to try it too. Geez, I just left you for a while and you've been playing with the women in this sect. You're really naughty, Xing Cheng said to Yi Chen. They were the ones who came here from the start, so I'm not at all wrong, Yi Chen said defensively. Lie, you must be deliberately trying to touch the women who are here. If you don't want, you must have rejected them all. Xing Cheng didn't believe in Yi Chen's defense. Yi Chen just chuckled at Xing Cheng. Wife, tonight you look very beautiful. Yi Chen praised Xing Cheng, who tonight looks very beautiful. Fu, thank you. Xing Cheng blushed when she heard Yi Chen's praise. Xing Cheng was very happy when she received praise from Yi Chen. All the efforts she had put in were not in vain. Xing Yinan saw the interaction between Yi Chen and Xing Cheng. For some reason she was quite jealous when she saw these two people doing something like this right in front of her. Chapter 496, Go to the Sect Hall. Xing Cheng very boldly embraced Yi Chen's body. She immediately kissed Yi Chen's lips. Xing Cheng was very brave. Even though she was near Qing Yinan, she didn't hesitate to kiss Yi Chen. Qing Yinan looked away. She tried not to see what Yi Chen was doing with Xing Cheng. 5 minutes had passed since they started kissing. Until now neither Cheng Cheng nor Yi Chen showed any signs of ending this. Ahem.
Both of you, can you stop doing that in front of me?
Qing Yinan interrupted Yi Chen and Cheng Cheng, who were kissing. Due to pressure from Qing Yinan, finally Yi Chen and Cheng Cheng wanted to separate. Yi Chen and Cheng Cheng only smiled when they saw Qing Yinan was dissatisfied with the two of them. Husband, let's go right now. The event will start soon. You must be impatient not to see who is a beautiful woman who will follow this event, said Cheng Cheng to Yi Chen. Without waiting for Yi Chen's answer, Cheng Cheng took Yi Chen to the place where the event to get a beautiful woman from the cherry blossom sect was being held. Is this still the Cheng brother I know? Qing Yinan shook her head. Qing Yinan couldn't believe that Cheng Cheng would turn out like this. Qing Yinan could only follow behind Yi Chen and Cheng Cheng. Yi Chen, Cheng Cheng and Cheng Yinan went to the hall of the sect where tonight's event would be held. When Yi Chen, Cheng Cheng and Cheng Yinan arrived at the sect hall, they saw that there were hundreds of people who had already come to this place. The guests who came were dominated by men, while the guests who came were almost 95% cultivators, while the remaining 5% were just ordinary people. On average, the invited guests present at this place have very low cultivation bases. There are only a few people who have cultural bases who are at the Sky Realm stage. You have quite a lot of invited guests too. Yi Chen did not expect that there would be this many invited guests. Fu. Of course there are quite a lot of guests. This event is only held every 2 decades, so there are many men who want to take part in this event to get beautiful, virgin and pure women who have been strictly selected. Xing Cheng explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded at Xing Cheng. It turned out that these people had come here to get the beautiful, virgin and pure woman that the cherry blossom sect had strictly chosen. The reason these people come here is because they are looking for a woman who can be made the perfect wife. The women of the cherry blossom sect are known for their proficient in bed skills, plus the female temperament of the cherry blossom sect is simply dazzling. You could say that this is one of the criteria for the ideal woman of most men in this world. So how do you get the beautiful, virgin and pure woman you said earlier? Yi Chen asked how to get the woman that Xing Cheng said before. Xing Cheng, there are a lot of methods you can use to win over the hearts of women who will be grabbed. First, strength. Second, family influence. Third, talent. These 3 factors you can use to attract the hearts of beautiful women, Xing Cheng explained to Yi Chen. Oh, I see. Yi Chen nodded again at Xing Cheng. Husband, are you interested in participating in this event? Asked Xing Cheng to Yi Chen. Xing Cheng wanted to know whether Yi Chen would participate in the event to win the hearts of women or not. Let's see first. If there is a woman who can make me interested, then I will join, Yi Chen said to Xing Cheng, giggling. I'm sure you will be attracted to the beautiful woman that this sect has chosen very strictly. Xing Cheng giggled at Yi Chen. She was sure that Yi Chen would be attracted to the beautiful and pure women who would appear later. Xing Yinan herself, who was behind, heard the conversation between Yi Chen and Xing Cheng. She did not believe that Xing Cheng would encourage Yi Chen to participate in the event to win the heart of a beautiful, virgin and pure woman who was chosen by Cherry Blossom sect. The women of the Cherry Blossom sect did not like to share their men with other women. The reason was very simple. They wanted to monopolize Yangqi for themselves. Women from the Cherry Blossom sect needed Yangqi from men to manage the dual cultivation techniques they learned. Without Yangqi from a man, they would have taken a very long time to raise their cultivation level. That's why the virgin woman from the Cherry Blossom sect has a relatively low-key cultivation base. Meanwhile, women who have managed dual cultivation will have a higher level of cultivation. It was because of this that the women from the Cherry Blossom sect wanted to quickly find a partner so that they could more quickly raise their cultivation level. I didn't expect one of the top leaders of the Six Door organization to come here. Xing Cheng saw that one of the higher-ups of the Six Door organization had come here. Who? Yi Chen asked Xing Cheng. That man called Jite should be currently at the 9th stage of the Sky Realm. He is now the leader of the Six Door organization. Xing Cheng pointed out a man who has a cultivation level at the Sky Realm. What made a leader of the Six Door organization come? Did that person also want to take part in this event? Asked Yi Chen to Xing Cheng, giggling. Maybe it's not true. The reason Jite came here might be because of Arinan. Xing Cheng told Yi Chen that the reason Jite came here was because of Qing Yinan. Huh? What do you mean? Asked Yi Chen to Cheng Cheng. Xing Cheng looked at Qing Yinan, who was behind. Seeing Xing Cheng's gaze, Qing Yinan immediately turned her face to the side. Qing Yinan seemed to want to avoid this problem. Husband, actually when they were young, Qing Yinan and Jite had met. Jite was once a chaser for Qing Yinan. Unfortunately, Qing Yinan rejected him because Jite was still weak. Unexpected, after decades passed, Jite became a leader at Six Door.
Organization.
Xing Cheng explained to Yi Chen what kind of complicated relationship that Qing Yinan and Jite had. After hearing Xing Cheng's explanation, Yi Chen now understood what had happened. Yinan, now that Jite has become the leader of the six-door organization, will you accept him if he returns to being your chaser? Asked Xing Cheng to Qing Yinan. I told you that I don't like that guy isn't my type at all. Qing Yinan told Xing Cheng that Jite was not the type of guy she liked. Qing Yinan's preferred type was a handsome man. You could say Qing Yinan's type was like Yi Chen. If only Yi Chen didn't belong to Cheng Chang, maybe this time Qing Yinan would try to get him. Ha! Yi Chen and Qing Cheng laughed when they heard Qing Yinan's answer. It seemed that Jite still didn't have a chance to win Qing Yinan's heart. When Yi Chen and Qing Cheng laughed, there was a very beautiful woman who came to the hall of this sect. This woman was very beautiful and also very sexy. Her figure was even more sexy and hotter than Qing Cheng's. Chapter 497. Nanhuatse from Spring Palace. Besides being beautiful and sexy, this woman also has a very gentle temperament. Beautiful and sexy women wearing a rainbow-colored dress that looks very beautiful. This woman has a special charm that can make any man who sees her very excited. Almost all the men who were here looked at the arrival of this beautiful and sexy woman. All the men looked very excited when they saw this woman arrived here. Every movement made by this woman made all the men here feel very excited. Beautiful and sexy woman looking at all the men who are here. She smiled very softly at all the men who are here. All the men here can't stand the charm of a beautiful and very sexy woman. They all feel that their soul is being sucked by this woman. Yi Chen looked at the beautiful and very sexy woman who had just arrived at the sect hall. He did not expect that he would see a woman with a figure much sexier than Qing Cheng. Apart from having a very sexy figure, this woman also had a very high cultivation base. This woman was actually in the 10th stage of the Overlord realm. It was clear that this woman's cultivation was completely abnormal. With such a high cultivation, this woman could not possibly be from the Cherry Blossom sect. If this sexy and beautiful woman were from the Cherry Blossom sect, surely the Cherry Blossom sect could easily become the first sect in the mortal world. Yi Chen was curious about the beautiful and sexy woman who had just come. Wife, do you know who that woman is? Yi Chen asked Qing Cheng about the identity of the woman who had just come. Qing Cheng was currently also looking at the beautiful and sexy woman who had just arrived at this place. For some reason Qing Cheng felt that this woman was too seductive. When compared to the woman from the Cherry Blossom sect, this woman was much more seductive. Husband, this woman is named Nanhuatse. She is from the Spring Palace. Xing Cheng explained to Yi Chen, who was a beautiful and very sexy woman who had just come. Spring Palace. Yi Chen felt that he had heard this name at some point. After remembering for a while, Yi Chen finally remembered about Spring Palace. In the past, Fu Lanling had told Yi Chen about the Spring Palace. If I'm not mistaken, Spring Palace is a quite mysterious place in the Kunlun Holy Land. It is said that there are many beautiful and sexy women living there. Spring Pace is also known as a place that is most feared by male cultivators. The reason is because the women in the Spring Palace cultivate a cultivation technique that can absorb the Yangqi essence of men and steal the Yuanin of men. Yuanin was a cultivator's essential essence. If it got stolen, then the cultivator's strength would decrease. The worst thing was that cultivators could die immediately if they ran out of Yuanin. This method was even more violent than absorbing Yangqi forcibly from someone. It was for this reason that the Spring Palace was the place most feared by every male in the Kunlun Holy Land. They didn't want to get too close for fear of being sucked dry by the women in the Spring Palace. Yi Chen has to be a little careful when dealing with a woman named Nanhuatse. Don't let Yi Chen be fooled by the beautiful and sexy figure this woman has. Husband, you have to be careful of this woman. Don't let this woman suck you up. Even though this woman is beautiful, she can suck you completely dry to bones. Xing Cheng told Yi Chen to be careful of a woman named Nanhuatse. You seem very knowledgeable about the Spring Palace. How do you know about this? Yi Chen wants to know where Qing Cheng found out about the information about the Spring Palace. That's because the first founder of the Cherry Blossom sect was also from the Spring Palace. Xing Cheng said something quite shocking. It was unexpected that the first founder of the Cherry Blossom sect was from the Spring Palace. It meant that the Cherry Blossom sect still had a little distant relationship with the Spring Palace. I didn't expect that this sect would still have a relationship with the Spring Palace from the ancient Holy Lands, said Yi Chen to Qing Cheng. The founder of this sect used to be expelled from the Spring Palace and ended up going to this mortal world, so we don't have a close relationship with the Spring Palace. Xing Cheng told Yi Chen that this sect's relationship with the Spring Palace was not like that. Then do you know what this woman wanted to come here? Yi Chen wants to know the original purpose of this woman coming here. I also don't know about it. All I know is this woman came looking for something. Xing Cheng told Yi Chen that this woman came to the mortal world looking for something. Wife, Can't you read what's on this woman's mind with the inheritance you have? Yi Chen said to Qing Cheng. Yi Chen wanted to know why Qing Cheng didn't use the inheritance she had to find out what this woman had in mind. Husband, Nan Huatsai is so strong, I don't dare to carelessly expose the strength I have in front of this woman. Xing Cheng didn't dare to use her strength to this woman. Xing Chang was afraid that women would destroy the cherry blossom sect if she offended Nan Huatsai. You just used the inheritance of purple butterflies that you have to read this woman's mind. If this woman dares to fight, then I will face it. Yi Chen told Xing Cheng to find out the purpose of this woman. Since Xiao Lulu's kidnapping incident, Yi Chen has been wary of the great power in this world. That's why Yi Chen told Xing Cheng to find out what Nan Huatsai's goal was until she came to the mortal world. It's fine if that's what you want. Xing Cheng understood. She would do what Yi Chen wanted. Xing Cheng immediately tried to get into Nan Huatsai's mind. She wanted to know what was on her mind. Currently Nan Huatsai was so unwary, Xing Cheng could easily enter her mind. Nan Huatsai was not aware of this. She was currently focused on looking at the people in the sect hall. Xing Cheng very quickly found out what Nan Huatsai was doing in the mortal world. After a while Chang Cheng got what she wanted. Xing Cheng immediately withdrew from Nan Huatsai's mind. How? Asked Yi Chen to Cheng Cheng. Xing Cheng began to whisper what she got from Nan Huatsai's mind. In Nan Huatsai's mind, Xing Cheng found that Nan Huatsai had come to the mortal world to look for talented women to join the Spring Palace with. It was most likely that Nan Huatsai came to the Cherry Blossom sect to look for talented women to join the Spring Palace with. I see. Yi Chen now understands what Nan Huatsai wants. It turns out that Nan Huatsai has come to look for a talented woman to be invited to join the Spring Palace. Chapter 498, Cheng Mengyan's true appearance. What husband will you do after this? Xing Cheng asked Yi Chen. For now we let this woman do what she wants. If she does anything suspicious I will stop her. For the time being Yi Chen will let this woman do what she wants. As long as Nan Huatsai didn't do anything to Yi Chen's people, then Yi Chen wouldn't bother to deal with this woman. Yi Chen is currently still busy training to get stronger. He is not bothered by problems like Nan Huatsai. Nan Huatsai felt someone's gaze upon her. When Nan Huatsai found this direction of gaze, she found that the person who was staring at her was Yi Chen. Somehow the gaze from Yi Chen made Nan Huatsai feel a little uneasy in her heart. Who is that man? Why is he fixing me with such a gaze? Nan Huatsai felt that Yi Chen's gaze towards her was a little different from the man who was here. The gazes of the men who were here all admired and wanted Nan Huatsai's figure and beauty, while Yi Chen's gaze was more towards wanting to know about Nan Huatsai. Yi Chen was currently smiling at Nan Huatsai who was looking at him. Nan Huatsai also smiled very gently at Yi Chen. What an attractive man, he is not even affected by the charm I have. Nan Huatsai could tell right away that Yi Chen was not currently under the influence of her charm. Not to be swayed by Nan Huatsai's enchantment requires a very strong mental mind. If that mind is weak, then Nan Huatsai can easily confuse them. A simple example is the invited guests who came to this place, without realizing that they were already under the influence of Nan Huatsai's charm. After exchanging smiles with Nan Huatsai, Yi Chen turned his attention to another place. He looked at the people who were arriving at the sect hall. Yi Chen saw that more and more people were coming to the sect hall. Even the Cherry Blossom sect disciples and elders were starting to arrive one by one. This hall became more and more alive when many people came to this place. The woman Aini Cherry Blossom sect tried to show their beauty in front of the guests present in this hall. Unfortunately, all the men who were here ignored the woman from the Cherry Blossom sect. They preferred to look at the beautiful, sexy, and gentle Nan Huatsai. The ladies of the Cherry Blossom sect saw that their current stage was taken by the beautiful and very sexy Nan Huakain. This made the women from the Cherry Blossom sect feel very angry, even though they were struggling to be as pretty as possible to captivate the hearts of the men who were here. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Nan Huatsai changed everything. Nan Huatsai really became the focus of the attention of every man who was here. Hello everyone, welcome to the Cherry Blossom sect. I will be here as your guide for tonight's event. My name is Pei. A young woman who was full of enthusiasm appeared in the middle of the hall. This woman said that she would be a guide for tonight's event. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the center of the hall. I am very happy to be able to guide you tonight. Okay, no need to linger anymore. Let's just start. The event for tonight. Here are the beautiful women who have been chosen by the sect. Pei told everyone that beautiful women will appear immediately. After Pei said those words, 7 women appeared from above. These women slid down while carrying a very beautiful umbrella on their shoulders. The guests below admired the beauty of the women who looked like beautiful fairies descending from the sky. Most striking were the women who were in the middle of the group of descending beauties. The woman in the middle was extremely beautiful. Her beauty was comparable to Qing Cheng and Nan Huatsai. Plus this woman had very beautiful hair with a slender body and large double tops. these 7 women descended right in the middle of the hall. When these 7 women came down, around them 7 flowers appeared that gave off a very fragrant aroma. This fragrant aroma makes the guests who are here drunk when they inhale it. After descending into the center of the hall, these 7 women began to dance in front of everyone who was here. Every woman dances with a harmonious rhythm. Besides dancing, the women also show the beauty they have. The men did not blink when they saw the dance that these 7 beauties performed. Some of the men had even drooled when they saw the 7 beauties dancing so beautifully in the middle of the hall. The men who were here turned into wolves. They couldn't wait to get one of these 7 beauties. After dancing for a while, the 7 beauties finally ended their dance. Applause, applause, applause. Everyone started clapping. Chen also clapped his hands together. Among these 7 beauties, there was a woman who attracted Chen. The beautiful woman who was in the middle of the beauty group attracted Chen. Somehow this beautiful woman reminded Chen of someone. After taking a closer look, Chen felt that this woman was Cheng Mangyan. Is that Cheng Mangyan? Asked Chen to Ching Chung, who was beside him. Yes, it is Cheng Mangyan. How can she be beautiful in her real appearance? Said Ching Cheng with a very gentle smile. Chen nodded at Ching Chung. Finally Chen could see Cheng Mangyan's real face. It was unexpected that Cheng Mangyan's real face was so beautiful. So far, Cheng Mangyan always used a skin mask to cover a face as beautiful as this. Chen did not understand why Cheng Mangyan was wearing a leather mask. Even though Cheng Mangyan's face was very beautiful if she didn't use the skin mask she used to wear. Now here are the 7 beauties that you can fight over. The rules are very simple. You only need to show what you have in a predetermined theme. The 7 beauties will judge you one by one. After everything is over, these 7 beauties are free to choose who is worthy of them. Pei told the rules of the game in this event. The rules are very simple. People who want to participate only need to show what they have in front of these 7 beauties, after which the 7 beauties will determine who is the man they deserve. Please those who want to come forward. Pei told all the men who were here to come forward if they wanted to participate in the event to get these 7 beauties. After the Pei words came out, almost 70% of the men who were here immediately came forward. All men wanted to participate in the event to get these 7 beauties. Cheng Mangyan really dares to participate in events like this, even though she still has a duty to be Yin Yan's servant. Chen didn't like it when Cheng Mangyan participated in events like this. Chapter 499. Chen participated in this event, even though Cheng Mangyan still had a debt to himself to be Zhao Yanyan's servant. It was unexpected that Cheng Mangyan would even join an event like this. Chen wouldn't let this happen. He wouldn't let Cheng Mangyan go so easily from her responsibility. Chen got up from his seat. He was going to take part in this event. Ching Cheng and Ching Yanan saw that Chen went to the front. It was clear that he would participate in this event. Fufufu, husband, finally decided to join. Ching Cheng laughed when she saw Chen participating in this event. Since Chen will participate in this event, there will definitely be something interesting to see. Hey sister Chang, you really didn't stop Chen? Xing Yanan asked in confusion. Why should I stop him? Let him do what he wants. Ching Cheng will not stop Chen. She will let Chen do what he likes. Ching Yanan didn't know what to say. Since the party concerned had no problem with this, then Cheng Yanan had no right to interfere. After everyone gathered, Pei immediately counted the total participants who took part in this event. Okay, all of you have now participated in this event. Now the first thing you have to do is introduce yourself one by one. Pei told all the men who were here to introduce themselves to the 7 beauties in front of them. The 7 beauties who were in the middle of the hall right now were neatly seated. They looked like a jury ready to select these men. Everyone started to introduce themselves to the 7 beauties in front of them. Apart from introducing themselves, the men here used the backgrounds they had. They used the influence that their family had to attract the 7 beauties here. Everyone has a very good background. They very confidently described the background they have. One by one the men who were here began to introduce themselves. The 7 beauties began to remember the backgrounds each of the men in front of them had. These beauties are considering the better background among all these men. The better the background these men have, the life they will live will be very comfortable. This is one of the important factors in considering a suitable man for all 7 of them. Everyone finished introducing themselves in front of these 7 women. Finally, it was Chen's turn. When Chen appeared, all the beauties were immediately excited. They immediately focused their gaze on Chen. They all did not expect that a handsome man like Chen would participate in this event. All the beauties are very curious about where Chen came from. They really hope that Chen comes from a family that is strong enough so that Chen can enter their list. Cheng Mangyan was very surprised when she saw Chen here. She did not expect that Chen would participate in the Cherry Blossom Sect event. Chen gave a smile to Cheng Mangyan. Cheng Mangyan, who received a smile from Chen, immediately lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Chen. Young master, please introduce yourself.
Pei told Yi Chen to introduce himself. All the beauties other than Chang Mengyan were eagerly waiting for Yi Chen to introduce himself. My name is Yi Chen, I'm currently 19 years old. I come from an ordinary family. Yi Chen started to introduce himself. Yi Chen's introduction was extremely brief. He didn't even expose what he had like the man who previously introduced himself to these beauties. The men who participated in this event introduced themselves as well as boasted everything they had. They were not even ashamed to say the wealth and assets they had. All the women were quite disappointed when they heard this. They were disappointed to hear that this handsome young man only came from an ordinary family, even though they really hoped for more from Yi Chen, who was very handsome. Yi Chen saw that these women were disappointed in him. From here Yi Chen could easily guess that these women were hungry for wealth. From the start, Yi Chen didn't want to expose too much about the wealth he had. He just wanted to see how all these beauties had reaction when she found out that he only came from an ordinary family. Among these 7 women, only Chang Mengyan didn't really mind this. Okay, everyone has introduced themselves, now let's move to the next stage. On this stage you have to show the talents you have. You are allowed to show whatever you have, be it fighting arts, poetry, songs, playing instruments, music and much more. Pei told all the men to get ready to show their skills at the next stage. The next stage is quite simple. Everyone just needs to show their talents to attract the attention of the 7 beauties. Okay, first please go to the middle of the hall. For the rest you can wait for your turn on your seats first. Pei told the male participants to wait first on their seats. The male participants returned to their seats to wait their turn. Yi Chen returned to Qing Cheng and Qing Yinan's side to await his turn. When Yi Chen returned to Qing Cheng and Qing Yinan's side, Yi Chen saw that there were currently 4 additional beautiful women by Qing Cheng's side. From the cultivation bases these women possessed, it was clear that these women were sect elders like Qing Yinan. Husband welcome. When Yi Chen returned to his chair he was warmly welcomed by Qing Cheng, Sister Chang. So this is the man you told us before. The 4 beauties who had just joined looked at Yi Chen up and down. The 4 of them began to observe Yi Chen closely. It was unexpected that Qing Cheng would like this handsome young man. Yes, that's absolutely true. Qing Cheng nodded at the 4 of them. Yi Chen introduces, these are the elders of our sect. Their names are Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, Qing Yifi. Qing Cheng introduced one by one the elders of this sect to Yi Chen. Qing Hongyu was a mature woman who was beautiful and looked glamorous. Wu Limin is a beautiful mature woman who was graceful and full of smiles. Joshi is a beautiful mature woman who looks indifferent. Qing Yifi is a young woman who was beautiful and full of vitality. She has just become an elder to replace the previous elder who died in the ancient heritage place. These 4 women have different charms. Hello, I am Yi Chen, I am very happy to meet you. With a friendly smile, Yi Chen introduced himself to the 4 beauties who had just joined. Wow, so handsome, it's no wonder the sect master likes you. Qing Yifi is a very honest woman. She immediately said what was on her mind. Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi also had to admit that Yi Chen was handsome. Unfortunately they were not as brave as Qing Yifi, who dared to say it openly. They only dared to keep this in their heart. Chapter 500. You can use my mind if you want. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. The 4 of you are also very beautiful. A man who can have you will definitely be very lucky. Now it's Yi Chen's turn to give praise to Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi. The faces of Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi turned red when they heard Yi Chen's praise. The 4 of them had never heard of praise like this from a man like Yi Chen. Somehow Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi felt their hearts were very happy when they heard this from Yi Chen. Ordinary people will look down on the 4 of them because they are no longer pure. Because of this, Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi and Qing Yifi were happy when they heard these sweet words from Yi Chen. Qing Cheng smiled when she saw Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi turning shy like this. She felt that Yi Chen was a natural enemy of women. Even though Yi Chen had just met Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi, it was unexpected that Yi Chen could easily leave an imprint of himself in the hearts of Qing Hongyu, Wu Limin, Joshi, and Qing Yifi. Husband, just now why didn't you expose what you had? You acted as nothing in front of the 7 of them? Xing Cheng wants to know Yi Chen not to expose what he has to the beauty that is being fought over. I just want to see how those women react when they find out that I only come from an ordinary family. It was unexpected that their reactions will be like that. Yi Chen told Xing Cheng that these 6 beauties were not suitable for him. Oh, I see. It means you will just play around in this matter, said Xing Cheng to Yi Chen. That's so true. Yi Chen nodded at Xing Cheng. Yi Chen looked at the center of the hall. Currently in the middle of the hall, Yi Chen saw that the participants were currently showing their talents. All the participants highlighted their talents. Some showed their talent to play weapons, some did poetry, some sang, and many others. Time went on. Over time Yi Chen became bored seeing this show. The talents shown by these people were just like that. There was nothing special about the male participants. In order to overcome this boredom.
Yi Chen decided to talk to the beautiful women who were next to him. Yi Chen started joking with the beautiful women beside him. He felt that the beautiful women beside him were very easy to get along with him. Young Master Yi Chen, it's your turn. Pei called Yi Chen's name. She asked Yi Chen to immediately go to the center of the hall to show the talent he had. Since it was his turn, Yi Chen immediately went to the middle of the hall. Young Master Yi Chen, what will you display this time? Pei asked Yi Chen what he would show everyone who was here. I'll just play a musical instrument. Yi Chen answered Pei's question. Yi Chen had decided to just play an instrument from earlier. Yi Chen had not seen any of the participants playing a musical instrument, so he decided to play a musical instrument. Musical instruments, then please just start. Pei told Yi Chen to start playing musical instruments. Wait a minute, don't you guys provide musical instruments here? Yi Chen asked Pei. Sorry, we don't provide things like that. The participants have to bring everything individually. Pei told Yi Chen that they are not here to provide tools for the participants. Participants should use their own tools for this. Yi Chen was a little disappointed when he heard this. Yi Chen himself did not currently carry a musical instrument in his body. Without a musical instrument, Yi Chen can't play music. The beauty started to sneer at Yi Chen. They didn't expect that Yi Chen would be this poor to the point that he didn't have a cheap musical instrument in his body. If you don't have musical instruments on your body, you can return to your seat. One of the beauties in front of Yi Chen immediately drove Yi Chen from the center of the hall. This woman hated seeing a poor man who was nothing like Yi Chen. This woman's voice represented the voice of the other 5 beauties in front of Yi Chen. The other 5 beauties also didn't like to see Yi Chen who had nothing. You can use my zither if you want. Chang Mengyan offered Yi Chen a musical instrument in the form of a zither she had. Everyone was shocked when they saw Chang Mengyan offer her the zither she had for Yi Chen. They all didn't understand why the extremely beautiful Chang Mengyan would want to help Yi Chen. Thank you, if you don't mind then I'll borrow it. Yi Chen certainly didn't reject Chang Mengyan's good intentions. Luckily Chang Mengyan knew that she had to help Yi Chen in a situation like this. If until now Chang Mengyan had been silent and didn't help Yi Chen, maybe after all this was over Yi Chen would punish Chang Mengyan a little. Wait a minute, let me get it for you. Chang Mengyan would get her zither for Yi Chen. Chang Mengyan left this hall. Inevitably they all had to wait for Chang Mengyan to return before continuing this event. The woman who previously kicked Yi Chen out was quite annoyed when she saw Chang Mengyan helping Yi Chen, even though she intended to expel Yi Chen so that she would no longer participate in this event. It's a shame this woman can only harbor her resentment in her heart. Right now she can't get angry in front of the men who are here. If that happens then her reputation will decline in the eyes of the male participants in here. After this event is over, this woman intends to teach Chang Mengyan a lesson. Even though Chang Mengyan was prettier than herself, Chang Mengyan's cultivation level was still lower than hers. Because of this woman dared to make calculations with Chang Mengyan. Looks like Mengyan knows Yi Chen quite well. Have they ever met before? Wu Limin said to all the women beside her. Wu Limin was very familiar with Chang Mengyan. Chang Mengyan couldn't possibly help people she didn't know before. That means Chang Mengyan must know Yi Chen. You're absolutely right. Mengyan is currently in the same school as Yi Chen. Xing Cheng told Wu Limin that Yi Chen and Chang Mengyan were in the same school. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Mengyan wanted to help Yi Chen. It turns out that the two of them already knew first, said Wu Limin to Qing Chang. Oh yeah, Limin wasn't the woman who previously insulted Yi Chen was also one of your students. Qing Cheng's tone turned slightly angry when talking about the woman who previously insulted and intended to expel Yi Chen. Somehow Qing Cheng didn't like the woman who previously insulted and kicked Yi Chen away.